What is up? What is up? What is up? We are live. College football Saturday, in addition to other things today here. Welcome to the SWEATBOX. Take a big old chug of water before we get going. I'm your host, Rex Byers. Thanks so much for coming on in to join me in the Saturday SWEATBOX edition for October the 25th. Going to be all kinds of stuff happening today. The UFC fights started extremely early, and here we are ready to rock and roll. Now we had some soccer already in England as well. Other countries over in the East. Sunderland beating Chelsea outright. Shock result, certainly. At Stamford Bridge, and Newcastle leads Fulham 2-1 at St. James's Park. Fights got off to a rousing start at Fight Island in Abu Dhabi at the Etihad Arena. Abdul Wahab just beat Barnett in a unanimous decision with the heavyweights. That was the first favorite that won today. The first two fights were both dogs. Inui beat Amaram and Raposo beat Maxim, both catching $3.30 to $3.50 and then $4. So two big underdogs starting the day at Fight Island. Again, that's capped off. Gane and Espinal fight for the UFC heavyweight title that John Jones has vacated finally with his retirement. And then Mackenzie Dern is fighting Jandiroba. That will be for the women's strawweight belts. You got the lightest of lightweights at 115, and you got the heaviest of heavyweights deciding new champions today in the women and the men. Weili Zhang vacating the belt at 115 to go up to fight Shevchenko at 125. That's at Madison Square Garden, UFC 322. Next month, we'll talk about that a little bit later. As we get into the SWEATBOX, games about to kick off in the college foots. Let's run those down. Basically, in order as they happen. I'm going to go with the rotation. Starting at the top of the order. The only game that I have that's not in the 1 o'clock window with the box already pulled up is Akron and Buffalo. That game starts at 1. Rotation number 121 and 122. That game opened Buffalo 9 and 47.5. It's now Buffalo 9.5, 48.5. At noon, the kickoffs of the TV situations. Syracuse is at Georgia Tech. Yellow Jackets missing a few starters, including the center and one of the receivers. This game opened 18 and 52.5, 17 and 52.5 the current price. I have no opinion. I made it 17 myself. Chuck Edel, a very respected totals better in town, is on under in this game. He had under in the Nevada-Reno Boise game. You talk about never having a sweat last night. Dead nut under, no sweat at all. That game is on ESPN, and because of the UFC starting and the other games of the real estate, I just decided I'm not going to watch that one. I'll take whoever's word for it is, and I can always make some changes and call audibles later in the day. But as of now, there is no room. We have no time for anything that involves Syracuse, Georgia Tech for the time being. So I'll trust you guys to give me some feedback there. UCLA, Indiana, that game is on Big Fox, game 131 on the rotation. Indiana opened 21, 54.5, shot right up to 24, 24.5 on Sunday, and now it's been pushed up as high as 27 now at some places, both offshore and town. Circa back to 26 here at the Bell. Again, that game's on Big Fox. I made it 22. I would lean UCLA. The blueprint's pretty simple. If they're going to have a chance, they have to do a lot of what Michigan State did last week. You got to, you got to get some, have a couple of good possessions early where you control the clock. Try to get a stop or two. That's easier said than done. I don't think Indiana's offense has been slowed at all either of the last 2 weeks since beating Oregon. Again, this spot today at home against UCLA, one where they should comfortably win, but the Bruins have been clearly a different team lately. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Big Fox. I do have a fast feed on that game. Let's see. Next is North Carolina is at home against Virginia. This game is on the ACC channel. Virginia opened 9 and 49.5. It's now 6.5. I'm sorry, fake news. 12.5 on top and 12 and 51 in favor of Virginia. That's hard for me to believe, unless Carolina's just totally quit. I was fairly impressed with their effort last week and thought that they were probably a deserving winner at Cal. Didn't go their way, and then of course with Cal's effort last night, allowing Virginia Tech to run for 300 something yards. They obviously probably devalued their effort even more. So it's hard to say if they're playing the score check game or what. But Virginia ballooning to an 11.5 point favorite, 12 points in some places. Total 51. Again, that game on ACC. Next up, we have Rutgers and Purdue. This is a game that I got absolutely wrong, and we'll see how it plays itself out. Big Ten channel. Rutgers 3-4, 0-4 in the league. Boilers haven't done much either. I made Rutgers a 5-point favorite. At least they can score, even if they can't stop anybody. This is the case of the resistible force against the movable objects. Rutgers' defense against Purdue's offense. Be fascinating to see. Purdue's offense couldn't do anything against Northwestern, and Rutgers gave up 750 yards to Oregon. Purdue's quarterback, Brown, was not supposed to play, evidently, but then he was upgraded to probable. We had a line flip. I watched Purdue with him and without him last week, and it made no difference. So, don't know like what their thought process was, but bottom line, Purdue laying 2.5 and 3 now after catching 2.5 and 3 yesterday. 16.5 the total. I made Rutgers 5. I would have actually laid Rutgers up to -2. So the fact that they're catching points means that I'll be a Rutgers fan today. That is an investment. 143 Rutgers at Purdue. That game's fixing to kick off on the Big Ten channel. That'll be one that I keep an eye on early. SMU against Vandy. Wake Forest has won the toss and deferred to the second half. SMU against Wake Forest. I think that's what I said. Sorry if not. Southern Methodist opened 5 and 57.5. I made the game much higher. It got bet down all the way inside of 3 before getting bet back up. I believe that Wake Forest is in a great spot, and I have very sharp friends that I respect that are on Wake Forest, but I'm not sure how sharp they can be if the line got shoved in their face this much. The SMU move could be good. I don't know. We'll see. That game is on the CW, and it's also one that I will not have on early based on the fact that I passed it, and there's not enough space up there to figure it out. Ole Miss and Oklahoma, ABC game. Oklahoma opened 4 and 53.5. This is game 150 on the rotation. Current number is 5, 4.5, and 5.5 are all out there. 52.5 the total. Again, this game is in Norman. Most of the sharp money that I respect is on Oklahoma. This game is on ABC, and I will have a live feed of that. So I'll be ahead of you guys on 132 Indiana and 150 Oklahoma, and behind on the rest of them. Ohio U has won the toss and deferred against Eastern Michigan. They're playing at the Factory today in Ypsilanti on CBS College Sports. This is game number 151. Opened Ohio U 9 and 55.5. Closing number, current number 12.5. And up to 13 at Circa at post on Ohio U. 60 and 60.5 the total. I actually have a lean to Eastern at this level. 153-54 Bowling Green at Kent State at Dick Stadium in Kent, Ohio. ESPN Plus game opened 7 and 48.5 on top. There was a big Bowling Green move earlier, and it's kind of come back down a bit. 7.5 and 48. Skip down to 160, Nebraska at home against Northwestern. This game is on FS1. Opened 7 and 44.5 in favor of the Huskers. It's pretty much the same price. There's been some two-way here. Thought process. Looks like the sharpest money's on Nebraska, even though Northwestern has played well and gotten the money most of this week, or most of this year. Nebraska has won the toss and deferred in that game. We'll keep an eye on it. Certainly FS1, that's the top left for me on the TV. Another game that I'll have a decent-sized sweat on here early for the umpteenth week in a row. I'm against Old Dominion. I don't know how they can give up 110 points the last 2 weekend losses to Marshall and James Madison and somehow be laying 2 touchdowns again, but here we are. Took 14 pretty big in a game I made 9.5. It opened 11.59.5. It's been sitting in a 13.5, 14 pool pretty much most of the week. 62. The closing total 13.5 side. That's an ESPNU game that I will keep a close eye on. Kansas and K-State are underway in Lawrence. This is 16 years in a row that Kansas State has won this game. It's been a focus of going back to when Bill Snyder took over the job in Manhattan. They were at a low point back in the late 80s, early 90s. They started routinely winning this game and owning the Sunflower State. and then he left for a while. Kansas had a little bit of an edge when Mangino was there, and then he came back and promptly restored order for a few years before retiring again. So today, in a refurbished stadium in Lawrence, Kansas won the toss and deferred. That game is underway. The Jayhawks on TNT is where this game is found. Jayhawks opened as a 2-point favorite, 56.5. It closed 3.5 and 55. So Kansas was bet up a little bit throughout the course of the week, yesterday and today as well. Both teams are off buys. It looks like, did Kansas actually force a punt? No, they forced a fumble on the opening kickoff. So they take the ball over on the first drive of the game, and they're already in the Kansas State red zone. Jalen Daniels. So great start for the Jayhawks. Blue on blue today with red pants. There is some rain today in that one, but that field being turf, I don't think that'll make much of a difference. So great start for the Jayhawks. They're trying to break a 16-game series losing streak that goes all the way back to 2008, which was a wonderful, wacky year in college football. That coincidentally was also the last year that Game Day from ESPN actually visited the Vanderbilt campus, and they're there again today for Vandy in Missouri. That's later this afternoon. Final game of this noon window, 189-190 South Florida at Memphis. Disappointing loss for Memphis last week. Lewis, the quarterback for Memphis State, got hurt early in that game. He was supposed to not play according to a lot of reports this week. I actually made the game pick 'em with him in. South Florida opened 3 and 65.5. It got bet all the way up to 6, thinking he wasn't going to play. Then he was announced in at the very end, and the line crashed back down to 3 and 59. Still a big move to the under on this game. And Kansas is in. Good start for the Jayhawks. 5 plays, 25 yards. 2:06 off the clock. They lead K-State 6-0. Golf claps there. I'm a big fan of Leopold. South Florida and Memphis. Like I say, that game is on ESPN2. And again, the total move to the under in that game was pretty significant. South Florida won the toss and took the ball in this game. And they also fumbled on their first drive. So Memphis State takes over in South Florida territory. Early in the game, great start for the Tigers. Each of these teams at 6-1. Memphis 2-1 in the conference. South Florida 6-1. It's actually, I'm fake news. It was an interception, it looks like, and then a fumble. I think. I don't know. I'm watching the game now, but there's intercepted, fumble. Okay, so Memphis State recovers after the fumble after the interception. Okay, got it now. Okay, yeah, Memphis State looking snazzy with the silver jerseys today with the blue pants. I love those. That color of Memphis blue. So, most of these early game windows are underway. I'm going to go out of my way here to get the coin toss information on the ones that I missed here and give you any line updates as well as scores from its early stuff. Go back to the start here. Syracuse and Georgia Tech, nothing yet. IU, UCLA, nothing yet. Virginia won the toss and deferred against North Carolina. Box score a little slow in that one because they're already playing. Carolina 3rd and long on their first drive. Rutgers, Purdue. Let's see what's happening here. It looks like Purdue ball. They're taking it all the way into the Rutgers 5. What happened here? Big 60-yard gain. That's no good. Purdue won the toss and deferred as well. So they basically forced the Rutgers 3 and out. And they're taking it right down the field here. Malachi Singleton, the QB for Purdue. So they could say what they want about Brown playing, but it looks like Singleton's the quarterback for Purdue right now, although they're doing it all on the ground at this point. So Brown being being described as playing is like almost a smokescreen at this point, is what it looks like to me. But yeah, he's down to the spotted him at the 5. Okay, so Brown is in at quarterback. First pass was incomplete, and they move Malachi Thomas's rush back to the to the 8. So 2nd and goal at the 8. All right, Jesus, what's this Rutgers defensive back doing? Receivers just blocking him all the way down the field. Okay, let's move on. SMU and Wake Forest. SMU won the toss and will take the ball at Wake. Let's see. SMU wins the toss, receives. Ole Miss wins the toss. I'm sorry, Oklahoma wins the toss and defers. We got Ohio U and Eastern Michigan. Early start. Eastern Michigan has taken the lead. 38-yard touchdown. That's Devereaux from Noah Kim. 4 for 5 for Emu on the first drive. And they go 75 yards on 9 plays and 353. Great start for them. And they're on the board. Ohio U closed a 12-point favorite, 13-point favorite, but Eastern Michigan, 3 minutes and 53 seconds in, they lead at 7-0 at home against OU. Bobcats, 15-point favorites at Ball State a few weeks ago, got beat on the road in Muncie in their last conference road game. Like to get the bitter taste of their mouth out of their way on that one. Let's see, what do we have here? Bowling Green and Ohio U. I'm sorry, Bowling Green and Kent State. 1 second here. Bowling Green won the toss and deferred. Nothing happening there early. Bowling Green's first drive after Kent State went basically 3 and out. They're 7 plays, 49 yards. They're inside the Kent State red zone. Some of these box scores are so much easier to read than others. Stat broadcast is 9 times better than sidearm. Oh well, it is what it is. Wood beats Delgado by unanimous decision in the next fight. I know some people had Delgado in that one. 4 fights so far, they've all gone to the decision. Walker, the first ranked fighter today, his brother Johnny. Walter Walker, by sub, a good bet, I think, today against Sutherland. He's had 3 wins and 4 UFC fights, all by heel hook. This will be fun to watch. Sutherland, the Vanilla Gorilla. I can say one thing. He might not win the fight, but he wins the best nickname of the day, that's for sure. Let's see what else we got going on up here. The Purdue touchdown is official, 7-0. They lead Rutgers. That drive was capped on a Thomas pass from Singleton. So Brown threw the first pass, Singleton the second. 7 plays, 77 yards, 303 off the clock. I didn't see enough of that to see what happened with the Purdue quarterback situation, other than they've already had 2 guys throw with the pass in the first drive, and Rutgers went 3 and out. Couldn't be much of a worse start. Bowling Green is in at Kent State. They lead 7-0 against the Golden Flashes on their first drive. They've taken it down. That's 9 plays, 61 yards. Touchdown, Baron May to Jacob Harris, 13 yards. And the Falcons lead at 7-0. Kansas again 7-0. Memphis State leads South Florida after that turnover 7-0. So very, very much like K-State, South Florida, the road team that turned it over on their first possession. Memphis State's drive was only a 28-yard touchdown drive, 3 plays. So they're in 55 seconds, and they lead 7-0. 2 minutes into the game at the Liberty Bowl. And Indiana on the board against UCLA. That didn't take long at all. Let's see what happened there. All I see is a touchdown. Nico Iamalivia intercepted by Aiden Fisher at the 25 and taken back for a touchdown. So Iamalivia sacked on the first play, and then he's picked off for a touchdown on the second. Couldn't hardly have a worse start if you're UCLA catching this many points this early in the game. IU won the toss and deferred. So again, Indiana not afraid to give up the ball and time possession early in exchange for second half kick, and that's not them playing their opponent. That's them playing themselves. That's them preparing for what they're going to have to do to have a chance to win games in December and January. App State Old Dominican underway in Roanoke. Looks like Old Dome has run for a first down here on their first drive out to the 38. App State a pretty significant investment on this end. Both teams 4-3 in this game and 1-2 in the Sun Belt. Let's see. What do we have? I'm going to look and see who got the ball first. I don't think that I saw the kick. App State won the toss and deferred. So first possession of the game for Old Dome. They're 4th and 3 at the Old Dome 43. Let's see what they do here. I think I've got all the kickoffs from the noon games. Don't quote me on that. I'll have to circle back here shortly, but I think at this point I've got them all. And that'll give me a chance to go run back the scores here shortly. Tentative plans, it's about an 11-hour day on the air on the SWEATBOX. I'll take sporadic breaks, but not long ones today. Try to get to a Saturday routine that once the crowd gets a little bit bigger, we'll have a consistent setup that everybody can get used to and agree with, disagree with, whatever. But they can always chat me and make their thoughts known, and I can try to get better at this. That's the whole goal, to inform, entertain, and educate. It's a learning process that lasts a lifetime. Old Dome does punt, and it worked out pretty well. 54-yard punt down to the App State 3. And that's where the ball was down, and they'll take over there at their own 3. 1st and 10. Game did close 13.5. The two investments in the early window that I'm sweating the most. Rutgers at basically a pick'em is the average price, which obviously looks pretty bad given this Purdue money at the end of 2.5 and 3. And with them scoring a touchdown the first drive, I have to wonder where Rutgers is at mentally. Although to be fair, their next second drive has taken them into Purdue territory here. 6 minutes into the game, Purdue 7-0. Rutgers down, but Kaliakmanis, a couple of completions here to get it into Purdue territory on the next drive. Now they run a draw play, give them about 2. And looks like K-State banging their way down inside the Kansas red zone. First down. Brown, a big play. The Vanilla Gorilla making his UFC debut today. Bruce Buffer got the pipes all tuned up. He's in great form. Hell of a sport coat he's rocking today. Those fights are on ESPN Plus. If you don't have them, then the last 5 are part of a pay-per-view package that starts at 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern. So about 90 more minutes, give or take, of preliminaries, which 5, 6, 7, 4 more fights. Yeah, it adds up. So it should be 4 more fights. Although these all keep going the distance, so who knows? One of them I have to think would 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I think one of them have to get an early stoppage, but hasn't trended that way to this point. This would be one that you think might. It's a 1.5 total going in. Keep an eye on the heel hook here for the Brazilian. Let's see. Syracuse and Georgia Tech are underway. This is a game that I do not have eyes on. Again, if I said it at the top, ESPN has the call there. Pull up the box here. Syracuse has taken it down to the Georgia Tech 9, and they end up settling for a field goal. Woody's kick from 27, good. 5 plays, 33 yards, 3:23 off the clock. This was set up by Georgia Tech having a 2-play drive and then a fumble. So at the 42, Syracuse took over and got a few yards and kicked the field goal. So Orangemen on the board early at 3-0 at Georgia Tech, 10:49 to go in the first. UCA, I'm Olivia. It's looking like another 3 and out here. They had a small run up the middle and then 2 incomplete passes. Neither one of them are open. I'm not sure what he was looking at. Flores, the receiver, he's pretty much a stud. This UCLA now is at 3 and 4, and the fascinating part about this is that they've been playing so much better, but this is the kind of game that could send the season into complete derailment if IU really puts it on them like they might. 3rd and goal for South Florida for Memphis State at the 3-yard line. I'm on ESPN2 there with a significant delay, so IU runs the punt back into UCLA territory. There is a flag. South Florida quarterback Brown runs in for a touchdown, but there is a penalty flag. Lamar Jackson being downgraded to unlikely to play against the Bears. Wow. So no Jackson. That throws a significant crimp in that game. That game was as high as. Let me fix this here. Hang on. Daniel Cormier in the ring today. The old heel hook again. Four wins in the heavyweight division. He's the longest active win streak. That's funny. All by heel hook. I guess if you're really, really good at something, you do it consistently. There's something to be said for that, right? Let's see if there's anything happen here visually. Nebraska, 9 plays, 69 yards, 4:02 off the clock. Johnson with a 9-yard run for a touchdown. That's his 8th rushing touchdown of the year. Swimming start in Lincoln for the Cornhuskers, who are 5-2. Northwestern also 5-2. That game is on FS1. Middle of the first quarter. Keep an eye on that one. 7-zap. Cornhuskers in a game where they basically lay in about 7. Virginia and Carolina, they got a ruling of the ball carrier down at the 1-yard line, but the game day operations center are having a word with the refs. Wow, Mendoza just broke about 3 tackles for IU on 3rd and 9, runs for a first down to the 30. Literally, UCLA had him like 3 times. Looks like South Florida did get points on the last drive after the Brown penalty on the Brown touchdown run. 7-7, 12 plays, 75 yards, 4:32 off the clock. Penalty was against Memphis State. He had a 3-yard touchdown run. 8:31 to go in the first, 7-all. Oh, at the interception, Mendoza's pass is tipped and picked, and UCLA will take over out at the 45. Oh, great play. One of the fat defensive tackles made a play, and the guy that was blitzing him from the edge got the pick. So UCLA thwarts IU's first offensive possession, 7-0 there in Bloomington. One hell of a week we've had this week in the gambling business. I talked to some people, and I think it was last Sunday I talked to one of my old bosses in Costa Rica. And like 3 things have happened since then. He was wanting to chat this morning before the game's a little late. I said, let's catch up tomorrow. Something else will probably happen between now and then that we could know about to update us on everything. Oklahoma and Ole Miss, 6 minutes in Norman. This is another game that's affected by some rain. Don't think there's much wind. 3-3. Each team's kicked the field goal in that one. Again, Oklahoma won the toss and deferred. Each team has kicked the field goal. Drive charts are as follows. You've got Ole Miss going 8 plays, 47 yards and 2:30, kicking a 45-yard field goal. Oklahoma 8 plays, 51 yards. And that one took 3:38 off the clock. Field goal from 41 is good. So even Steven so far. Belichick is losing his mind. What's going on out here? They all have guys on the field. Oh, I know why. They didn't let him sub. So we got Carolina went 3 and out on their first drive. Virginia goes 3 and out on their first drive. Carolina takes it down to the dick line and fumbles. That's what that call was. Instead of being down at the 1, it's a fumble. I didn't see it, but at least now Virginia's on the move. 16-yard catch from Ennis. From Morris, his back foot is incomplete. What the hell happened with Rutgers here? Purdue's got the ball at the dick line again? Well, they did stop him this time on 3rd and goal. It'll be 4th and goal at about the 2. And they will be able to run the clock all the way out if they want to. They're not going to. They're going to kick a field goal at the end of the quarter, before the quarter ends. So Rutgers got it inside the Purdue 10 before being stopped on downs. Boilermakers respond. Spencer Porath has kicked a 20-yard field goal. 11 plays, 92 yards, 5:33 off the clock. Boilers, 169 yards to 76 for Rutgers. The score, a modest 10-0 Purdue. I think I'll take it, given how bad that could have been. K-State and Kansas game is drunk already, is what somebody's telling me. 14-7 K-State. 9:11 to go in the first. Let me see what happened here. That's three touchdowns in less than 6 minutes. Okay, so Kansas, after their 5-yard touchdown drive, K-State went 7 plays, 82 yards for a touchdown. Then Kansas 4 plays, and then lost yards with a fumble. Oh, and it was a defensive touchdown. Ralph Ortiz 20-yard fumble return. So 14-7, K-State leads. We have a fumble by K-State and a defensive touchdown off a fumble by Kansas, and got the first touchdown thanks to their defense, and then the K-State defense actually scored a touchdown. Let's see what UCLA is trying to accomplish here. I'll keep an eye on that one as long as it's close, given the fact that I have a live feed there. I feel much more compelled to talk to you guys about the games that I can see with my own eyes than the ones that I can't. First and 10 for Ole Miss, and Oklahoma had too many guys on the field. That'll be a free play. I'm going to leave you on 2nd and 13, scrambles around, gets down to the IU 41. It'll be 3rd and maybe 7. Memphis State is giving it back to South Florida. Bulls are now in Memphis territory. We're middle of the first quarter there, 7-7. Georgia Tech has responded with a field goal of its own against Syracuse. 11 plays, 72 yards, 4:43 off the clock. It's 3-3 in Atlanta. 6:05 left in the first. Gun it for Olivia, back off to his right. Here comes a delayed blitz by IU. They do not get there, but the pass is incomplete, knocked away by the corner. Incomplete, and now they might be in no man's land. Old Dome touchdown. That is what I say. No bueno. Let's see how it happened. 70-yard pass. Hargrove from Joseph. That's Joseph's first completion of the day. Well, shit. Touchdown Ole Miss. Kewan Lacey, 28-yard rush touchdown. These two teams are going to have to get familiar with each other. They'll play each other in each of the next 4 seasons as being common opponents in the way the schedule is set up in the SEC now. You've got each team plays 3 different teams in the league as their common opponent, and then they'll alternate the rest of the schedule every other year.
We're here for a convertible.
6 teams in, 6 teams out. And then those 4 years, that way each team gets to play at another team at least once every 4 years. It eliminates the scheduling situation that's existed that has seen Georgia, I think, play either 1 or no games at Texas A&M since A&M joined the conference like 12 years ago. It's been really weird. Northwestern comes down and gets a field goal against Nebraska. 3:28 to go in the first. 7-3 Huskers in that one. The Ole Miss touchdown puts them up 10-3 in Norman. 6:07 to go in the first. The fact that Pinnacle's got Oklahoma a 1-point favorite on the live, and Chris has Ole Miss too. I agree with Chris's number. I don't know how. I mean, Oklahoma can't be a 1-point favorite unless they were laying like 7.5, 8 for the game or more. I mean, at 4.5 at the end, it just seems completely off. UCLA went for it on 4th down and did not convert. Olivia's pass was incomplete under some duress. IU takes over around their own 40. They're up 7-0. 8:06 to go in the first. First offensive drive resulted in a turnover. Still with the pick 6 on UCLA's first drive. Up 7-0. Virginia did settle for a field goal against Carolina. 3-0 there. 4:28 to go in the first. Tar Heels take over after moving it right down the field the first drive and then fumbling at the goal line. Or being stopped, fumbling into the end zone. They'll try again here, starting from their own 15. Appalachian State actually took the ball down to the Old Dome 27 from their own 3 before throwing an interception, and then 2 plays, 85 yards for Old Dome to strike first 7-0. They lead App State. Wow, Kansas and Kansas State, the cameraman was completely fooled. Daniels faked it to the back on 3rd and long, and the back would have actually had a decent game. The read was there. They had something to it. Said Daniels chucks it. Incomplete. I don't know with where they're at on the field if they can go for it or not. It's 4th and maybe 5. They'll have to go for it. I'm watching this on TNT, so I'm way behind. Go ahead. Apologies in advance for anybody who's watching this game and something's already happened. It's like a big play by Indiana to start the next drive. K-State with the stop. They're going to get it back. 4:24 to go in the first. 14-7. Wildcats. Mendoza's pass is incomplete. He struggled so far, 2 for 6 for 18 yards and a pick. UCLA's defense has answered the bell to this point. Memphis State has the ball inside their own 10 against South Florida, 7-all. This one's 6.5 to go in the first. Clock still moving. Looks like Nebraska already has more rushing yards today in the first quarter than they had all of last week. They also have more points than they had all of last week. Big play IU down to the UCLA 5. Him to the 3 for IU. IU trying to bang their way in up the middle. What's happened in this Old Dome? They're going the other way. Is there a fumble? No. 3rd and 8. We got an injury for App State. 5:28 to go in the first. App State has the ball around midfield. 7-0 Old Dome. Ole Miss has it back against Oklahoma. I'm not sure how that happened, but it's 10-3. at their own 17. I guess it was a punt. Chambliss dumps it off to the back. Gain of about 7. It'll be 3rd short for Ole Miss. 4 minutes to go in the first quarter. 3rd and goal. Hoosiers run it inside the 1. It's going to be 4th and goal. That is a great defensive play by UCLA. There was a blocker there. I thought he got in regardless. I think giving the hit ball to Hemby again would probably not be a bad idea. Rutgers is kicking a field goal here against Purdue on 4th and 16. Patel. This is from 46. No chance. Wide left. Fucker. Purdue 10, Rutgers nothing. The Boilers will take over after the timeout. They're reviewing this IU play. I'm not sure what they're going to end up. I'm guessing whatever they call him, the field's going to stand. If he had held to the ball, it might end up being a touchdown, but down short of the goal line, it's probably going to stand. Lopez, after the 3 and out and the 3 and out, there was a fumble in between at the goal line. Carolina's defense has held again, and they get it back. 3-0 at their own 15s where they'll start. 2:13 to go in the first. Got a timeout for in the Memphis State and South Florida game. The Bulls call one. 7-7 there. That one's late in the first. IU still 4th down at the goal line. Ole Miss, big run here. Oh, I'm fake news. I got caught with Lacey's replay. I'm not even an hour into this thing, Rexy. Kansas gets it back against K-State. No harm done this drive. 14-7, 3:25 to go in the first. Hamby does bang it in for the Hoosiers. 4:02 to go in the first. 13-0 point pending IU. I had a Mountain Dew a few hours ago to get myself going, maybe 3 hours ago. And now I feel like I'm chugging water like I drank a 5th of bourbon last night, which I didn't. It's weird. I seem parched. I don't know whether I'm not talking any more than I always do. I don't know what's going on. So Purdue takes over after the missed field goal from Rutgers. They're at their own 30. 10 minutes to go in the second quarter. Boilers 10, Rutgers 0. Bad start for me. App State number 4 going off on a cart. Cummings. He's the tight end from Louisville. Thumbs up to the crowd on his way out of there. But his left leg's been stabilized. Never a good sign. South Florida, 3:55 to go in the first. They have it at their own 7. 7-all. Oh, Daniels' horrible decision on 3rd and 11. Very lucky it wasn't intercepted. K-State brought a delayed blitz from his left. He threw it from his right, their left. He threw it to his left to a dropping linebacker that he never saw. Should have intercepted the pass. The receiver had no chance in that zone. Horrific decision that he was rewarded with, or not punished by. Uh-oh. 15 Brown for South Florida is limping off the field. That's Isaac. Okay. Brown 17. All right, 4th and 8. App State, big play down to the old Dome 23. First down, move the sticks. That's my sweat here early, especially with Rutgers shitting itself.
And help run your school $1 million. Okay, it's in your nature. As long as
Is that a fake by App State? I missed it. Either way, I'll take it. Down to the 24. First down out of the gun. Give us to the back. Bangs it for about 3. Kansas State back on the move at their own 36. Second down after the Kansas punt. Wide open pass to Brown down to the 37 of Kansas. Sorry, the 43 of Kansas. First down. Wildcats. Couple of big plays for South Florida here. Brown completes a 16-yard pass to Christian Neptune and another one for 7 yards to Neptune to the 44. And then he ran to the right, kept it himself, went the whole distance, 44 yards. And South Florida asserts itself and takes its first lead of the night, first lead of the day on Byron Brown's rushing touchdown. He now has 8 carries for 71 yards and 2 scores. South Florida leads at 14-7, 1:10 to go in the first at Memphis State. UCLA takes over at their own 18 against Indiana, down 14-0. Amalevia running the triple option, gives it to the fullback, gain of about 2. Wow, K-State right down the field. Johnson leading another man-sized drive, and the Jayhawks led 7-0 after about a minute in this game, and now it's one-way traffic since then. K-State, this scoring drive, let's see. 5 plays, 72 yards, 215 Avery Johnson to Jerron Tibbs, number 12. And Wildcats 21, Kansas 7. 12 seconds left in the first quarter. Kaligmanis is sacked, I guess. Yeah, Rutgers has it back down. He fumbled. Back to the 5. It's 3rd and forever. Rutgers did force a Purdue punt, I guess, but Virginia and North Carolina, the ball's at midfield. The Wahoos leading 3-0, start of the second quarter. Carolina first down at midfield. Gio Lopez zings it over everybody's head, incomplete. Oh, 3rd and 3, Oklahoma, huge play. Touchdown, Sooners. Isaiah Satanega, 76-yard touchdown catch. As Sean McDonough said, 66 of it after the catch. 10-9, point pending in that game. 14:04 to left. Again, Mateer's pass to him complete. He done most of the work. Point is good. 10-all. 14:04 to go in the second. Nebraska leads Northwestern 7-3. They're at the Northwestern 26 or so. Second down. What happened with App State? Did they get in? Nope. Third and 19 at the 20. What the fuck did they do? Had to be a penalty. Trips left. Gun. Fires. Intercepted right at the dick line. Absolutely cannot do that. Safety standing right there where Cole threw it. Kiss my ass. At least you got to get 3 out of that. Especially when you're catching 14. Shit. IU has it back against UCLA. Mendoza's pass on 2nd and 7 is complete to the fullback for about 6. Be 3rd and 1. Whew. It snuck up on me. Uh-oh, blitz on 3rd and 10 from South Florida. They got the Memphis quarterback. Big loss, and they'll have to punt it again. South Florida, all the momentum in this one. Lewis only 3 for 8 for 30 yards. Probably not 100%. Satanega 4 for 120 already receiving for Oklahoma. He had another big one before that touchdown, obviously. Interference against UCLA, 1st down Hoosiers. I won't be devoting a whole lot more time to that one. The TV's stuck on it because of the antenna situation. I guess, in theory, I could go to the CW. Isn't there a CW game on early? Southern Methodist and Wake Forest. Sure, I can do that. I will do that. 3-0 early in the second. Wake Forest leads in that game. There was a big smooth steam. It's one I didn't make room for. A little upset at myself that I didn't get involved, just because I had made Southern Methodist much higher. But I told myself that Wake was the spot here. I just didn't trust my number. I wasn't going to go against it either. But if I didn't make numbers on games, and just looking at the handicap and watching games every week and looking at the angle, Wake would have been a play for sure. But I'm not going to defy my work. I worked too hard to come up with numbers that I respect and have earned off of for 2 decades, not to just keep an eye on what they are and to use them. Lopez all day for Carolina. Finally, things break down and they sack him back at the 18. It'll be 3rd and about 10. One thing about Carolina, they're still playing hard. And that's the thing, you don't take it for granted. I mean, it's a first-year coach, and there's been a lot of criticism. A lot of people are under the gun there, but they recruited down to a level that's probably not to Carolina standards, or hasn't been over the last several decades. But give the people that are there a little bit of time. Trips left here for Lopez, 2 to the right, empty backfield out of the gun. Virginia rushes 4. It's a quarterback draw. Not going to get it, not even close. Give them 2 yards on 3rd and 9. They'll have to kick a field goal. Nebraska 44-yard field goal on 4th and 11 is up and no good. Pushed it out to the right. 10:44 to go before the half. Nebraska's lead against Northwestern is still 7-3. Old Dome at the end of the first has it at the App State 37. It'll be second and about 4 at the end of the first quarter. They lead 7-0. App State has had a real problem with missing tackles lately. Tyrod Taylor out for the Jets tomorrow, so it looks like Fields will be their guy. For better or for worse. Card is on the field in Lafayette. 10-0 Purdue, 7:14 to go in the second. Daniel's under duress, and they got him back all the way inside the 20. Kansas's offense hasn't been able to get a fucking sniff in this game. Only touchdown came on a very short field to start the game a minute in. Since then, they've done nothing on offense. Purdue into Rutgers territory with that 10-0 lead. Indiana UCLA is at 14-0 at the end of the first quarter. Let's see, I'm going to give that. So IU has the ball. Looks like 3rd and 7 at the UCLA 44. Give that one this drive and nothing else if IU scores again. South Florida first down, rips off a big gain out near midfield. 14-7 they lead Memphis State. I have a thought I'm going to share with my buddy on an audio chat real fast on WhatsApp. I can't talk to you for long. Right now I'm on my live stream, so I'm holding my phone up while I talk to you. If you're watching, you'll see it. But basically, like me and Madison used to come up with this system, like all the way back in 2009. The UFC should have scored fights instead of 10-9. It should be a 100-point must system instead of a 10-point must. And so, like Rebecca, maybe lost both the first 2 rounds, but the 3rd round, like clearly, I mean, it was like as bad as you want to name it. I mean, it was like 90-10 after the first 2 were close. So even though he might lose a 30-20, or I'm sorry, a 29-28 decision, he probably should win. And it's kind of like that Wood fight, similar to the same thing. The scoring system just sucks. When you're only having a 3-round fight, 10-9 is just not a fair way to score it when it's close, especially if you're not going to go 10-8, 10-7. It's totally a flawed system. So I have to get back to work, but I thought I'd send that to you because I'm sure you would agree with me. There has to be a better way. Surely to Christ, judges can count to 100, right? 57-43 if it's close and 92-8 if it's not. All right, back to it here. I gave my little UFC diatribe for those who are watching the fights today in at the Etihad in Abu Dhabi at Fight Island. Forever will hold a soft spot in our hearts for the one sport that had common sense during 2020 after the world shut down. I shouldn't say that. Belarusian soccer, they had common sense too, the Belarusians. They played their season. I know more about Belarus's geography than anybody in Las Vegas, except for possibly my old boss at Caesars, Jeff Davis. Although I think he did more work on the teams. I wanted to just know more about the pitches and the fields and the travel. Mendoza for Indiana is down inside the 5. It's 13 minutes to go in the first half. They're up 14-0. That game is getting ready to get the old bow wow. No reason to sit here and sweat this one. I can go to the CW, give you guys a much better read on a game that's competitive. What are they going to do with this fight?
Look at it. What a performance. A lot of emotion on your face right now. Tell me what you're feeling. I feel everything, but I have a broken ankle.
Broken ankle.
I broke my ankle in the turnaround. Yeah. And I survived. Sorry guys, I want to show.
Majority decision. DC interviewing the guy. Broke his ankle and still won. I say it looked pretty bad. Those are two tough dudes. I hope they both get a bonus. Uh-oh, we got a safety for Ole Miss. Yeah, 10-all. Ole Miss's defense sacks up and makes a play at the goal line. 12-10, Rebels. And that's 10:51 to go in the second. IU first and goal, 13-17. We got a replay in this Purdue-Rutgers game. Challenge for Purdue. Not sure what they challenged. North Carolina field goal makes it 3-3. They have the ball back against Virginia. Lopez 11 for 16 for 99 yards. 3-all, 9.5 to go in the second quarter there. Carolina the clearly correct side in this game. Mendoza's pass is incomplete to Surratt. Nice defense by UCLA. Kind of try to run some sort of a commotion spaghetti pick play at the goal line. Carolina not having it. Give it to the back. They get a yard maybe two. Be third and goal at the 1. Carolina punting on 4th and 2. So a bunch of punts in this one. Carolina fumbled at the goal line, the big difference here. Here's a decent return for Virginia. I don't see a flag yet. There should be one. A guy got blasted in the back. If they don't call it, Virginia's going to have it all the way out past their own 40. I don't see one. Mendoza gun. Quick pass to Surratt. It's caught. Touchdown IU, 20-0. They lead. And let's make some television changes here. Double fisting the remotes. Gotta like my style here, boys. These are the two TVs that have the antennas, so I can mess around with those and get my desired results. All right, Ole Miss, Oklahoma now in the big screen in the middle, and CW has Wake Forest and SMU. 10-3, Wake just scored. That's Falavai, 84 for Wake. It's 10-3. 10:09 to go in the second quarter in Winston-Salem. Deacons lead this one. Ole Miss takes over at the 48 after the safety. There's a false start. It'll be 1st and 15 back at the 43 now. 10:43 to go before the half. Again, 12-10 Ole Miss after the safety. Rutgers 2-minute warning at Purdue. It's going to be 2nd and 7 at their own 44. A touchdown here by Rutgers gets them right back in the game, despite how bad things went early. Second and goal for Northwestern. Stones led the Wildcats down the field into scoring position. Kansas trailing 21-7. Johnson for K-State's ran for a first down here. They moved it into Kansas territory again. This is a complete mauling since the first drive of the game. It's a complete beating. K-State at 3-4. Kansas at 4-3. Wow, Chambers evades the rush, makes the guy miss, and gets a first down with his legs. Give him about 16. Takes it into Oklahoma territory. God, they had him. The spy was right there. That was a design draw. And it looked like no more than about a 4-yard gain. Just great vision. They got their guy. Division II guy last year. Oklahoma, that's really well defended. Ole Miss was an exotic setup there with single wing type tendencies, and the running back was going to take the snap, and the quarterback slid in front of him. Again, they had two guys like kind of line up as a tight end H-back off to the right and ran a play to the short side of the right, and then Oklahoma sniffed it right out. Outnumbered them over there. Third and 10 after the incomplete pass. They're at the 42 still. Memphis State only down 14-7, as bad as it seems for them. Every time I look up, they're not doing anything. But they're at midfield, 2nd and 12 here. Virginia on the move, out past midfield, 8 minutes to go in the first half against Carolina. Wake Forest 4-2 overall, 1-2 in the league. Their coach has done a hell of a job with them. They easily could have won at least one of those two games they lost, if I remember right. They haven't been blown out, I don't think. Chambliss makes a big pass down inside the 20 to Wallace. Wake Forest average starting field position is the SMU 48. SMU average starting field position is their own 24. Significant difference in the game, and part of the reason why Wake's up 10-3. I haven't been watching any of that until now. I'll keep an eye on it for sure for halftime and going forward purposes. Junyong Park against Alex Suroff. Declined by majority decision. Touchdown Hoos. Didn't see what happened. They lead 9-3. I can go to the box. Why not? UCLA against IU, the total yardage is 139-8, Indiana. So that's really all you need to know about that one. Akron and Buffalo are underway. First down, Ole Miss at the Oklahoma 5 or 4. Looks like Akron kicked off the Buffalo to start that game. Akron won the toss and deferred. All right. Let's see. I gave you guys the information on that one at the start in terms of Buffalo is a 9-point favorite and 47.5 at open. It's now 10-49. We'll get to the halves here. So let's run down the scores everywhere. Get everybody up to speed who isn't watching these games or stuck watching the fights instead. No score early in the first in the Akron Buffalo game. Syracuse, Georgia Tech, Jackets up 10-3. 12 minutes to go before the half. Haynes King touchdown pass to Josh Beckham for 21 yards. Beat him. Yardage is 186-51 in favor of GT. They've dominated since the first drive. They lead at 10-3. Game close 17-52.5. IU 21-0 over UCLA. Early second. It's getting late early for the Bruins. Can't do anything on offense. Don't know how that's going to change. They have gotten a couple of first downs here, and they now have 30 yards of offense after having 8 before this drive started. It's Terrell Harris, the touchdown pass from Moore. 6 plays, 60 yards. 2:10 off the clock. Virginia 10, Carolina 3. Rutgers, Purdue. Rutgers 1st and 10 at the Purdue 13. They converted a 4th and 2. Kaligmanis complete for 11 yards to Black, and then another complete pass for 4 to Weber. So 2nd and 5 at the Purdue 8. 30 seconds left, and they call timeout. Come on, Rutgers. Give me a touchdown here. Stop messing around with this piece of crap. Old Dome 7-0 still over App State. 3rd down. 9:45 to go. First half in Roanoke. Let's see. Purdue got a penalty against Rutgers for what? Gosh damn. It's just left guards moving early. Just stupidity and mistakes. That play had all kinds of chances to succeed as well. What are these Purdue students wearing pajamas? All right. Kaligmanis chucks it out of the end zone on 2nd and 10. But Antoine Raymond runs it up the middle for 12 yards down to the Purdue 1. And then he bangs it in from the 1 for a touchdown. And Rutgers, 12 seconds to go before the half, and they've scored to cut the Purdue lead to 10-6 in West Lafayette. Boilers get the ball first to start the second half, so that was a monster drive there. Rutgers has outgained Purdue now, 217 to 174. They lost it on downs on the second drive after going 3 and out. Missed a field goal, then went 3 and out again before this drive was 17 plays, 85 yards. 5:32 off the clock. They only left Purdue 12 seconds. Boilers, 7 plays, 77 yards for a touchdown, and 11 plays, 92 yards for a field goal on their first 2 drives before going 3 and out, 3 and out. (10-7) Boilers late in the first. That'll be probably the first game to go to the half. Ole Miss ends up settling for a field goal against Oklahoma. They had a touchdown taken off because of penalty, I guess. Yeah, so 12 plays, 47 yards, 3:11 off the clock. After the safety, they only settle for a field goal. Oklahoma gets a moral win there. 7.5 to go before the break. They'll start at their own 25. Ole Miss leads it 15-10. Back to the scores. IU, 13-yard touchdown. Hemby. The run, 3 plays, 27 yards. 29 yards, 1:15 off the clock. This is after a UCLA fumble. That's their 3rd turnover. Well, interception, fumble, and downs. 2 punts sandwiched around all that. 28-0 IU, 8:44 to go in the second. Watch out for UCLA to wave the white flag. Virginia, 10-3 over Carolina. Tar Heels have it at the UVA 43. They've actually outgained Virginia 160-119. I'd like to look to try to play Carolina in the second half if the price is right. Purdue 10-7 over Rutgers. It'll go in that way. Wake Forest 10-3 over SMU. 6:06 to go in the second. SMU way back in their own territory, throws it away. After the Wake Forest drive that scored a touchdown, the short drive after the fumble, 2 plays, 14 yards. Both teams went 3 and out. Now more punting, it looks like. The yardage in this game is kind of laughably bad. 66-21 in favor of SMU. Wake Forest averaging less than a yard per play, but set up with a short field after the turnover, and that's what you get. Let's see. Let's keep an eye on this futility in this game. Did Chuck Edel have under there? That's a great call if he did. No, he didn't. I was thinking he did have under there. Okay. Let's see. Ole Miss 15-10 over Oklahoma. That game's on ABC. I told you about it already. I'll keep an eye on that one. Oklahoma has it out near midfield. 6.5 to go before the half, second and about 8. Ohio U, Eastern Michigan, 14-7 Emus. 2 touchdowns their first 2 drives. Ohio scored a touchdown their first, then they punted, then they lost it on downs. Eastern Michigan had 2 punts, and now Ohio U has it back, and they've taken it down inside the red zone. 14 plays, 71 yards here. This drive now down to 1:11 to go in the first half. 14-7 Eastern Michigan the lead against the Bobcats. 14-3 Bowling Green leads Kent State late in the second quarter. This game, yardage looks like, what is this? 155-104. It's not a complete annihilation. The Bowling Green touchdown just came right now. Austin Dendy's run for 1 yard. This caps a 12-play, 75-yard drive, 5:39, and it ends in the touchdown. So 14-3. Bowling Green, 36 seconds to go before the break at Dick Stadium in Kent. Nebraska yields a field goal to Northwestern only on the last drive. So it's 7-6 still. Huskers take over. They're at their own 35 with a 2-minute warning. Nebraska 7-6 in Lincoln. App State, Old Dome, 12:55 to go in the second. That game's playing very slow. Lots of incomplete some incomplete passes and a couple of bad injuries in that game has slowed this one way down. Plus, the ESPNU games start a little late. I noticed that they're one of those ESPN2 and ESPNU and the SEC channel. All those games start at either 4 or 4:15 Eastern, the second wave. So they're in no hurry to start their noon games. So the late start plus a couple of incompletions. There's still 10 minutes to go before the half. Their Old Dome has it at their own 19. They're up 7-0 against Appalachian State. Again, that game is being played at Ballard Stadium in Norfolk between the two teams that are 3-4. Is that right? 4-3. Kansas State 21-7 over Kansas. 4 minutes to go before the break there. Kansas takes over at the K-State 35. Doesn't take over. They're in the middle of the drive, actually. 11 plays, 50 yards. K-State's offense moved it great on its 2 touchdown drives. Then they had the defensive score as well. And Kansas, 2 fumbles and 2 punts. But this drive, it's been one that they've actually moved it. That's actually their most yards on a drive the whole day. Second most was 10 plays, 37 yards before the fumble. So progress here for the Jayhawk offense. Still being outgained 173 to 112. 3:20 to go before the break. I'll keep you posted there. They have 2nd and 3 at the K-State 28. This game is on TNT. I have a feed, but it's way behind, so no good to try to talk to you besides doing anything outside the box score. And that one, we have games going into the half. Bowling Green leads Kent 14-3. Purdue 10-7 over Rutgers, as I mentioned. We'll get to those here just a moment with some second half recommendations as well. I'm actually going to fire one of these in the chat just so you guys can get a feel for this. Usually will not. Hopefully in the future there won't be enough time for that, but you guys do that. I do need to clear the mechanism here. I'm still not used to my main screen not being Don Best. I had all these shortcut keys I used to use. I was looking at this line screen to the right here when you see me move my eyes to my right. Now that's odds logic, and they don't have the same shortcut key, so it's taken me a while to adjust. I still impulsively still want to hit the 8 button to clear the line screen of the current page. It doesn't work. What's this? We got some Wake Forest guys that are celebrating up here against Smooth. Also, Smooth kicked the field goal. How'd that happen? 10-6. Keltner, 35-yard field goal for Smooth. 8 plays, 69 yards, 2:49 off the clock. Smooth with 2 best drives of this game by far. 12 plays, 52 yards is their other one. Both resulting in field goals. They trailed 10-6 despite having a 134 to 32 yard advantage against Wake. It was actually 134 to 21 before this first play. Ashford's pass complete to Burkhalter for 11. First down, Wake Forest. 3:39 to go before the half. I keep forgetting I could watch that one on the TV. It's a fast feed. All day to throw it. Then he dumps it off. It's incomplete to the back. Rushed it a little bit. Probably should have held on to it or ran it or at least taken his time to the safety valve. He had a little bit of time. There is a flag holding offense. Ole Miss up 5, 4.5 to go in the first half. They have the ball again into Oklahoma territory, trying to create some separation here. Okay, 2 games at the half. Let's give you the numbers on those. Carolina's in. Ruins a halftime opportunity there. I really like Carolina. I still do. 10 all, 124 to go before the half. Wake Forest gets about 7 back on 1st and 20 after the holding penalty. South Florida 14-7, still winning at Memphis. And it's been a back and forth punt fest lately. Not a whole lot happening. They have the ball at their own 30. 5.5 to go in the first half there. Old Dome, App State, what's happening here? Old Dome's got a guy that's crying about something. Pass interference, App State. What's he crying about? Oh, big gain up the middle for South Florida, down inside the red zone to about the 11. 5 minutes to go, they're up 7 with the ball and on the move. That's a terrible call. I'm out here getting fucked by the refs. There in no world is that pass interference. Not in junior high, not in high school, not in college, not in the NFL, not in JUCO, not in 1AA, not in D3. The receiver slows down a little bit, and our guy's going to play for the ball, and he touches his arm. All right, Old Dome ball at the App State 31, 7-0, 5:14 to go before the break. Quarterback takes off and gets about 8. How in the fuck did App State not get any points that drive where they had the ball inside the red zone? Gosh, too much going on. 3rd and goal for South Florida, 4:27 to go before the half. Brown's pass into the end zone was incomplete. Ole Miss 2nd and 6, leading 15-10, under 4 minutes to go. They're at the Oklahoma 45. Virginia's out here dropping balls and shit. They stink. This 6-1 phony bullshit. Beating a whole bunch of nothing. Lost to NC State. The Florida State win looks like shit now. Joke. Touchdown South Florida. Receiver in the end zone was wide open. Jeremiah Koger from Brown. 20-7 Bulls. 8 plays, 92 yards, 2:44 off the clock. Kansas on the move here against K-State. 90 seconds to go in the half. Despite being out first down, or despite having 11 first down to 10 edge, they're still getting beat 21-7 and have done very little since the start of the game. That's the first minute. Halftime in Lincoln, Nebraska leads Northwestern 7-6. The first 2 games have been at halftime for a long time. Let's go over those first. Rutgers Purdue, second half. Purdue the favorite. Could not disagree more. Rutgers wins this game. Rutgers wins it, I think, for fun. They've been the better team. They've outplayed them. The slow start, but the defense has picked it up. Complete control now. Purdue's laying a half. Basically, there was some pick minus a bunch. There is some -1. The dog a lot on Purdue. I disagree. I think Rutgers wins the game outright. You can take a half point for your insurance purposes, but I would be betting Rutgers any which way possible. I'm very anti-Purdue. I realize that. Nothing I've seen after the first couple drives has told me otherwise. Rutgers is the better team here, has not given up, haven't quit. They're right there in it. They should win it. Bowling Green, Kent State, 14-3 Falcons. 5.5 and 6 they are in the second half. Total 21.5 flat. I lean over, but I'm not going to get caught in that trap. Bowling Green's done this shit before. Didn't know what to get out of them either after the disappointing effort a couple weeks ago and then the bye. Total yards, South Florida 302-70 over Memphis, 44-23. That makes sense. South Florida had a couple of drives where they had to punt, but their 3 touchdowns have all had to go the whole length of the field. Memphis State hasn't given them anything. They're earning it. Whereas Memphis State's score came on a short field turnover. It's a complete beating. Wake Forest is going to have to punt it on 4th and 4 at the 2-minute warning against Smooth. They lead at 10-6. Again, their offense has done nothing. Nebraska has gone in 7-6, they lead Northwestern. Halftime price 3.5 and 21.5 on Nebraska. I agree with that. It's actually the number that I wrote down myself. Excuse me, about 10 minutes ago when I was going through the box. Nothing more to change. It didn't. Anything's happened. Anything's possible in that one for sure. It's game 160 on the rotation. It's on FS1. Nebraska did defer, and they will get the ball to start the second half. But again, just because they do that and they're playing below the number, it's the other team's been better than they have for a good part of the half. The next half is Ohio U and Eastern Mich. 14-7 Eastern Mich leads the Bobcats at the break. What happened there? Ohio U had a long drive and they didn't get anything out of it? All kinds of shenanigans on this drive. So 15 plays, 72 yards, and they throw an interception at the Eastern Michigan 3. And then Eastern Michigan throws an interception. Oh, no, they went 3 and out, punted. Okay. So then Ohio U gets it back at their own 35 with 31 seconds left, and they don't do anything. Game. Parker Navarro pass intercepted. Oh, wow, they threw a touchdown pass, but it was nullified by penalty. An eligible man downfield against Ohio. Was it like a Hail Mary? What a fiasco. Ohio U 249 to 198 yardage wise, but they do trail Eastern 14-7. All kinds of shenanigans in that one. 2 turnovers to nothing, and they didn't convert on 4th down once. Eastern with an air-free game. 2 touchdowns, 3 punts. That's why they're in it. Ohio U does get the ball to start the second half. 14-7. Got to think Ohio U will be a favorite to win the game still, or very close to it, maybe 6. Hang tight. Alex Kurov by unanimous decision. That was one I really liked. Last undercard fight coming up. Salkild and Haskell-Paras. Smooth takes over after the punt clock moving. They're not trying to do a whole lot of urgency at this point, at least. Running play. Did he get out of bounds? Nope, the ref says stays in bounds. Now Wake's calling timeout. They have all 3 of them. They call one. It's 10-6 Wake, 55 seconds left, 3rd and long. Kansas did score right before the break. I missed it. Let me give you the highlight of that. Daniel Henshaw, 3-yard touchdown run, 30 seconds left before halftime, and K-State didn't try to do anything at the end. 18 plays, 85 yards, 8:34 off the clock. And this takes a game. It's funny. It was a game that K-State dominated for 20 minutes, but the first one and the last 9, all Kansas, and that's why it's 21-14. Yardage 176 to 150. Jayhawks 0 for 2 on 4th down. Also a bit of a problem for them in this one. Although they fumbled on one of those. Wow. Did Smooth just stick it up their ass for trying to throw it or trying to call timeout? Looks like they did. It's 3rd and long. Tom Brenneman on the call here for the CW today in that game if you're wanting to watch it. Generally a pretty good play-by-play guy. I'm not sure what the call is. It would have been personal foul late. They're talking about it. They may take it away. Got a touchdown by Ole Miss. Lacey scores again, and now he's going to go dunk the basketball. Oh, he missed it. I do like that Ole Miss rim that they put up with the other team where they dunk. It's pretty cool. Lacey runs it in on another one of the Lane Kiffin exotic formations. 22-10 after the extra point is good. Ole Miss, 46 seconds before the half, lead in Norman. Very impressive effort by the Rebels here. Certainly didn't think that this was the greatest spot for them. Battle of teams that are 6-1 overall. Ole Miss 3-1 in the league. Oklahoma 2-1 in the league. Nine plays, 49 yards, 3:46 off the clock for the Ole Miss touchdown drive. Lacey's 2nd touchdown rush of the day. 22-10 Ole Miss. Halftime in Chapel Hill, or should we call it Chapel Bill today? 10-all. UVA and Carolina knotted up at the break. Carolina 246 to 126 in yardage. And they've been completely dominant. Like I say, I'm not surprised. The score surprises me. The halftime price. Carolina, I think, is going to win this game. Let's just see if we can get them at halftime. Anything, it's a 7's an auto take for whatever you want to win. Even 6.5 is a big bet. 140, 2nd half, North Carolina. Virginia does get the ball first, is why the line's so high. UCLA kicks a field goal against IU. They trail 28-3 now, turning a 4-score game into a 4-score game. Here before halftime, you must do that. Wake Forest fumbles the punt. Who got it? It's Smooth. Oh, Smooth recovers it. What a fiasco. And that's the last thing that can happen if you're Wake. You have the lead automatically going into the half, and then you fumble the punt. So Smooth takes it over at the 46 after the muff. 48 seconds on the clock. They trail it 10-6. App State trails Old Dome 10-0. 1.5 to go before the half. It's going to be 4th and 2 at the 44. Both teams have all their timeouts left. Jennings back to pass, and he's intercepted. Wake Forest gets it right back. Don't know if he ever was down. He's still going. 20, 15, down inside the 15. 27 seconds left, and so Wake Forest, after the muff punt, they're back in business. Maybe they were playing 4D chess. Let's give him the ball back so he can throw an interception and let us take it into the red zone. I think they're going to call him down. It looks like his left elbow hits. Oh, I don't know. He's on top of the guy. Either way, he's being touched. I can't think that he's down. I don't know. Because in the NFL, you have to be touched to be down. In college, if you're down, you're down. Brett Lashley's going to lose his mind. No, he's not. He's pointing everybody back. I think they're going to tell him they'll go back. They'll have to review this. I'm interested in this game because Smoo has been pretty dominant, but they can't. I mean, obviously, you can't make mistakes like that. And Wake Forest had played a mistake-free game until that muff punt. But that pass by Jennings was pitiful. All right, let's go over some halftime prices here. Now that some markets have developed, I've already told you what I think about this second half of game one. I'm just going to go ahead and put this in the chat. We already are involved here. We waited this out for a bit. Give me a second here. Let me give the old get go. Okay to get going here. There we go. Just so it's there for posterity. Everybody's got the same information. If you're checking in late, you can see it. But yeah, 140 second half. North Carolina, big play. Plus 6.5. Total in that game is 24. No opinion at all. Halftime in Norman, it's Ole Miss 22-10 over Oklahoma. We'll give you that one shortly. Memphis State trying to drive and get points before the break against South Florida. It's 3rd and 5. Very late flag came in against South Florida. I thought the pass was uncatchable, but as it stands, we're good. God damn, it didn't take long for Brew to stick it back in my ass, huh? 16-7 point pending for Purdue. 13-10 to go in the third quarter. 4 plays, 75 yards, 150 off the clock. Hang on, we gotta see what happened. I'm being told there could be a fatality here in the ring. Oh yeah. Yeah, he is dead. Yeah, look, he's still out. Sorted out. Look.
From the bow and arrow and billionaire struck to the style bending dance and T-City executioner, there are tons of ways to walk out.
Sorry about that. I know we're in the middle of these halftimes. Anytime somebody dies in the ring or comes close to it, I have to see it. Give myself a little audio as well. Okay. Deep breath. Clear everything out here. What do we got? Is there a turnover again for this Wake Forest and Smoo game is wild. They gave it back to him. So Smoo has it again down 10-6 near midfield. 27 seconds left. Jennings pass complete to the 43. Second short. 23 seconds left. I'm sure they're looking for anything at this point. So Purdue 17-7. That third quarter's underway. Smoo game I just told you about. Mississippi, Oklahoma 22-10 Rebs at the half. Oklahoma 4.5. That's about right. I was going to like Ole Miss to have the chance to, as long as they could win the game, even by like a field goal would have been good. But now it's we're talking they have to win by a touchdown or more. No thanks. But I do like Ole Miss. They've been the better team. 4.5 and 25.5, 26 the total. No opinion. Lean over. Ohio U Eastern Miss 14-7. I thought it would be at least 7. It's 8.5. 31 the total. There is some correlation there to the to if you like Ohio to play it over at better than 31. If you can find a 30.5 and going over, any Ohio bet at all at 8 or better would be better, but 8.5 is still good. I don't have an opinion. Bowling Green, Kent State, third quarter underway, 14-3 there. Nebraska, Northwestern, nothing changed, 3.5, 21.5. That'll be the next one to go. I told you about it. Okay, the guy's at least alive. That's the good news. He's standing up now. Head kick. Death is how I charted that. Sal killed. Wake Forest has it back. What in the fuck is going on in this game? Three turnovers and a muff punt in the last minute. Now they're going to try to kick a field goal? And this is the damnedest shit I've ever seen. Wake Forest is at the 37 with 2 seconds left. App State is in. Let's go! Come on, Mountaineers. What do you say? 10-7 Old Dome. 30 seconds left before the half there. That'll be the next half that I need to pay attention to what's going on. I somehow have made a mistake and forgot that the Auburn-Arkansas game, I haven't even mentioned that. It's 10-7 Auburn, middle of the second quarter. The Hogs just scored. I'll have to pull up the box in that game, put it next to the Northwestern Nebraska. Okay, there it is. Bam. Right above App State and Old Dome. So you got a 55-yard field goal coming from Wake, up 10-6. This would be just a shocking development of events, given that they muffed a punt and had a turnover in the last minute and still have a chance to score points. This Wake kicker's career long is 43. Let's go in rotation order, stick with things here at the halftime. The Ohio U second half, all the 30.5s are gone except for Pinnacle. Everybody else is 31. 8.5 and 31. Again, the correlation's there if you want it. Georgia Tech is in against Syracuse late in the second at 17-3. Field goal is no good. Missed it left for Wake Forest. 10-6 at the half. Deacons. Wild finish to the half. Not a whole lot happened, to be honest, in that half until the very end. Yardage. How many drives? 11. Smoot had the ball 11 times in the first half and scored 6 points. 165-73. Just a complete shit fest. Yeah, just a total mess. Okay. I'll give you a halftime on that one shortly. Just went in. Nebraska just scored against Northwestern. I don't even know what happened. That second half just started. I was about to give you an update there. 95-yard touchdown. You're in the kickoff back, Kenneth Williams. So there you go. First play of the half and a Nebraska touchdown on the kick return. It's going to drive Northwestern's coach nuts. 14-6 Huskers. Let's see. K-State, Kansas. Not much developing there. Jayhawks leading. Down 21-14. The halftime price is 3.5. There is some 3 minus a bunch of money offshore. 3.5 price to me seems reasonable. 4 would probably be the one that I would prefer, even though I think K-State's been better. Just math-wise, it would be easier to deal with the 4 dog money. Although some people would argue 3.5 is a better price because you don't want to sit here and write all these bets and have to push them all. Just get in the 3.5 pool and let them bet it whichever way they want to and figure it out from there. But it depends on how you want to book it, how if you treat your pregame exposure any different than your live or your halftime. IU scores again against UCLA, 35-3 Hoosiers. That one's going into the half, 13 seconds left. IU gets the ball to start the second half, and there's no let up in this coach. IU's probably going to get somewhere 50, I don't know, let's call it 56 or 59 are probably in play. Memphis State, South Florida, and down the field today. It's amazing that they're only up by a touchdown this game. Automatic or Chromatic is in the game for South Florida to try to kick a field goal as they are out of timeouts. I really shouldn't call him Automatic. That's his daddy. But still Automatica Jr. in the game. What's happening with Rugers? 17-7 Pitt. Here I was thinking I was all back in it. Halftime came at the wrong time. Purdue has it back. 3rd and 6 at their own 48. Rutgers went 3 and out after that Purdue touchdown to start the second half. No bueno. "46-yard field goal from Automatica is good. 24-14 South Florida at the break against Memphis State. Yardage in this game, 349 to 121. That scoring drive at the buzzer was 8 plays, 47 yards, and 50 seconds, 5-0 off the clock. Memphis State gets the ball first, and South Florida did take the ball and receive when they won the coin toss. It's going to be close to a pick 'em in the second half. Wake Forest 10-6 over SMU. SMU winning the game. I agree with that, but gosh, I don't know about how much. It's 5, but basically painted. Chris has 4, so they say pick the winner altogether. Everybody else has SMU -1 on the live price with the 5, with them down by 4. Against Wake Forest does get the ball first. And there was some SMU late steam, and I made the game higher, but I just hated the spot for SMU. Nothing to this point has surprised me in that game, with Wake Forest being right in it with the chance. Looks like we got halftime on the Old Dome and App State game. Is there a field goal coming, or did it already happen? The clock's got showing me 0. What's the deal? Okay, 3 seconds left. ESPNU's got interns working the score bug, I guess. would they call a timeout? So this would be like a 40, 50 yarder, 49 yarder. Get out of there. I don't need this. Timeout App State. Little icing. Why not? Etihad Arena, Yas Island, aka Fight Island, aka Abu Dhabi, UAE. The venue for the pay-per-view card, UFC 321. Preliminary fights, all 8 of them are done. About to go into the pay-per-view part of the event. ESPN Plus has the broadcast top of the hour. 5 minutes from now, the first fight will be in 20 minutes after that, give or take. So a little over 20 minutes from now, we'll have Mirzakhanov against Rakic. Big light heavyweight fight. 2 of the top 10 ranked guys in the world. Mirzakhanov, undefeated. Rakic has not won a fight since 2021, but in horse racing terms, a lot of class edge. You know, big punishing fighter. Should be a hell of a fight. Volkov, Almeida after that. Almeida ranked 5th in the world. Volkov 2nd. These 2 heavyweights on the undercard of Gane and Aspinall makes sense. Could be a stylish fight there. Almeida's a jiu-jitsu guy. Volkov, if he keeps it on his feet, has a chance as a dog. Umar Nurmagomedov against Bautista, big favorite. At bantamweight, Nurmagomedov's 2 in the world, Bautista 9. Jandar Obadern fighting for the vacant strawweight belt after that in the co-main event. And Aspinall Gane in the main event, champion against number 1. All you can ask for there. The last 2 fights are for the belt. 5 rounders, the other 3 are all 3. Be back with more information on those a little bit later. Let's get through these halves. Old Dome's field goal was unsuccessful. So it's 10-7. They lead it at halftime. I'd like Rutgers to go ahead and win the freaking game outright and cover every number. You know, even when they were laying 2 early in the week. But if I can at least get App State to get there against Old Dome and go 1-1 in this stretch, it won't be the worst thing ever. Let's just see how it plays out. I still think they can come back against Purdue. Boilers quick starts in a couple of these halves recently, and then they've really done shit after that. So maybe we'll get some more of that again today. That's what happened in the first half of this game. Virginia's second half against Carolina underway in Chapel Hill. That's the other game I need to win now. Carolina's second half, big play at plus 6.5. Even money. Indiana second half against UCLA. This is your guess is as good as mine here. I used 12 at circa, 13 offshore. I like the higher number. I think that UCLA is a team that can quit. Chris is at 10.5. To me, anything less than 13 is a lay for IU. I'm actually going to go ahead and chart that. I put it in 11.5 earlier. I'll chart it at 12. Georgia Tech leads Syracuse 20-3 at the break in Atlanta. Again, this is a game where Syracuse scored on the first drive after a short field, 27-yard field goal. They only went 33 yards. Georgia Tech since then, King has thrown 2 touchdown passes to beat him. Burrs kicked 2 short field goals. Georgia Tech basically is able to go through the motions at this point. They lead Syracuse 20-3. Orangemen on their way to 3-5. Georgia Tech will go to 8-0. I would expect the second half of this game to be played rather briskly. 322 to 118 is the yardage. Georgia Tech 6.5 and 24 the second half total. The second half is getting bet under. Collins for Syracuse, just a complete and abject failure, really. 5-star recruit, hasn't gotten it done at any level since they lost the kid from Notre Dame who transferred earlier. Or I'm sorry, who transferred in? He lost him to injury a few games ago. 20 to 30. Yeah, he's 3 for 6 for 24 yards. This Collins. Just it's a shame that sometimes you just can't live up to it. 5 stars, but for what? Sometimes you can play and sometimes you can't. I feel bad for the Syracuse coaching staff not to unlock some of that ability. But maybe he just doesn't have that ability. Maybe the 5-star came against overmatched competition. Tough to say. Carolina did get the ball back against Virginia, but Lopez, 3rd and 7, got hit as he threw that time. There was a safety blitz. Oh, all right. I don't know what happened, but I see Rutgers has chimed in. Okay, let's go. We're back into it. Whatever happened. Yeah, 5 plays, 90 yards, 246. That is Kalikmanis deep left complete to KJ Duff. So he caught a long pass and took it to the Hizzle. So Rutgers has cut the Purdue lead to 17-14. Middle of the 3rd quarter, 7:33 left. I'm going to get my voice back. Come on, Rugers. Let's see, Smoo and Wake. Circa went to 3 late 20 on Smoo in the second half. That's fascinating. I'm not saying that Buckeyes as well. I'm not saying that I can't win it or it's not right. I'm saying as bad as it went for Smoo in that half, they're still only down 4 and they get the ball first. Like I feel like it's going to be tough for them just to not. I don't know. Let me see if I can find the right words here. As bad as it went for them, their defense has kept them in it. I feel like their offense will have to get going at some point, but it doesn't have to anything. I mean, the bottom line is, Wake Forest defense is clearly here to play, forcing turnovers, making plays, intercepting balls. They're in it with a shot, that's for sure. Arkansas has taken a 14-10 lead over Auburn at the 2-minute warning. That game in Fayetteville. Bobby Petrino using it as a job rehearsal. Auburn, meanwhile, has lost 4 straight. Probably the best 3 and 4 team, at least power rating wise, they are in the country. The last Arkansas drive was 4 plays, 48 yards after a short punt by Auburn. This has been a quick half. Both teams have only had the ball 4 times. This is Auburn's 4th possession. Russell, a 2-yard carry for the last touchdown for Arkansas. They scored twice in about a 3-minute and 12-second span to take the lead 14-10. At Reynolds Razorback Stadium, Arkansas did win the toss and took the ball in that game for myself to make a note of physically. Where the fuck? Oh, yeah, okay. All right. Wake Forest has led it at the half in every game this season. Yeah, they blew a couple of them, and one of them they didn't blow. They got beat by a better team once in NC State, but a couple of these games, they've been in it, and they've either not been better, or they've been outmanned or outclassed or out-physicaled in the second half, and that's sort of what you get when you got a new coach and a new program, and you don't just snap your fingers and start winning games immediately when you come from Washington State and go to Wake Forest. It's a different world these days, but very rare do you just come in and start winning immediately. Especially, when you're basically coming at the bottom of the league. The expectations are not high. The recruiting is not easy at Wake Forest either. I would prefer to have SMU in the second half. And my power rating of the game makes it way higher. And I told you before I was off the game just because I did not like the spot at all for Smoo, and I liked it a lot for Wake Forest. So, all right, all those things into consideration here. Mississippi, Oklahoma 4.5, 25.5, 26. Not much movement in that one. App State, Old Dome 6 and 28 in the second half. No opinion. At this point, I think it should be lower, but I think the game should be lower too. I think it should be like 4.5. But again, who am I to fight over it at this point? The bottom line is I think that they got Old Dome mispriced, so they have them mispriced every week. App State gets the ball first. Matter of fact, now that I actually forgot about that. App State won the toss and deferred. The line should be like 3. No higher than 3.5. So, yeah, 6 is a joke. I have App State plus 14 for the game. I have them plus 13.5 in one of the contests that I'm in. I would strongly recommend going full steam ahead. There's no reason to back up, back down now, any of that shit. Purdue has it at their own 36, 6.5 to go, first down against Rutgers. Big drive here. If we can get a Rutgers stop and a punt, get it back and get a touchdown, then we have the momentum. We're going the right direction. Everybody's happy. I'll be smiling, having a good time. Let's see. South Florida, Memphis State, second half. Lots of one on top. There is a pick 'em at Bet Online. There was some half on the bottom. At Amapola and Paradise Wager have Memphis State a half, dog like 37. Not sure where they got that. Chris also with the same line or close to it. Pinnacle half on top, the dog 20. Game's sitting 10. It probably ain't going to fall 10. I'm not so sure why these people are married to the half on each side with all that dog juice. I'd rather lay the half and take plus money on either side than take the other side, then take the plus half minus 36 or some shit, or plus half minus even 20. Half point's not worth more than 10 cents. With a total that high and a game sitting on 10, I don't get it. Half on top seems to be the way to go, or at least there's one on top. I'd use a half on top and let them figure it out. Fuck it. Bet War has picked flat. So does Bet Online. Fascinating half. Again, I don't know. South Florida's been dominant, but they're only up by 10. It's not like they run them off the field. Kent State has scored against Bowling Green to make it 21-10, 6:24 to go in the third there. I've already cleared the mechanism off. I'm going to have to make a TV adjustment here shortly as well. I think I'll wait just a bit longer. Where we threw these half times, I guess not the Arkansas yet, right? And then Akron Buffaloes in the second quarter, 3-2 the Zips lead at UB. UB laying 10 and 49 the total there. In a game that, quite frankly, would have been probably twice that high if it were played before the season. Akron's coaching staff and their team has done a much better job. Buffalo faked the field goal in the red zone and it did not work. Turnover on down. So the Zips have it down or up 3-2. What happened here? Flag came in from the clouds. Jackson Arnold, pick 6, 85-yard touchdown return. Arkansas 21, Auburn 10. Yikes. 48 seconds left before the halftime. Jackson Arnold, not the guy. There it is. Wow. (14-6) Nebraska leads Northwestern. They're on the move into the red zone, up by 8, threatening to go for more here. Smoo kicks off to Wake to start the second half in Winston-Salem. Um, yeah, really nothing else happened except Auburn, Arkansas is going to go in here shortly. Let me check the TV schedule, and I'll actually have to start pulling up the boxes for the next set of games. We are through the initial onslaught here of the 12 o'clock Eastern kicks. There's another big wave coming up in the 3:30 Eastern window, 4 o'clock as well. And it slows down tonight. With the World Series, a lot of times you'll see that fewer games in the night window, but not a lot fewer. There's still a full, like 10 games or so, give or take, but there's only one night game. Colorado and Utah on ESPN tonight is the 10:15 Eastern kick. Everything else is either gone by 8 o'clock or earlier. Actually, only one game at 8. Tennessee, Kentucky's at 7:45. That's always a fun day. Kentucky got to play 2 home games in a row here at the end of the month on Keeneland Saturdays. Those are, you talk about pick your college venue spots for stuff to do, whatever. Very few college football Saturdays if you're forced to go somewhere instead of being actually sitting at home and watching your 9 TVs like me. If you're forced to do something, going to Keeneland on an afternoon and Kentucky at night for a Saturday football, hard to beat. The fact that Kentucky was able to play a night game against Texas last week and then a night game today against Tennessee, pretty cool. I'm not sure if they asked for that. I believe they probably can or do. Uh, if they're Ohio State, they can't do that. I mean, the TV people will put them wherever they want to, but Kentucky's the worst team in the conference. If they say, please put us at night on home games and work around us during October, they usually do. All right, I digress. The next game that kicks off, the next kickoff window, we're at 11:11 Pacific, 2:11 Eastern. UConn plays Rice at the top of the hour, and Utah State plays New Mexico at the top of the hour. I'll be back before both of those. 4th and 19 field goal from 42 is good. Sooners cut the Ole Miss lead to 22-13. Nebraska's in the end zone. They have taken the lead up against Northwestern now to 21-6. First and goal for Virginia against Carolina. I think there was a turnover for the Tar Heels. Piece of shit. No, take it back. 7 plays, 59 yards, 4 minutes. Virginia on the move after the punt. Okay. Auburn, Arkansas. If the halftime comes up that I think is worth doing anything with, I'll let you know. Otherwise, it's 21-10 nearing the break there. Oh, Virginia's first and goal pass should have been picked. Come on, Heels. K-State trying to bang it in against Kansas, and they do. And they're going to take their lead to 28-14 in Lawrence. 7:23 to go in the third. What's Rutgers doing here? First down at their own 32 on 3rd and 7. So good deal after the sack to start the drive for them to go out and get a first down. I'm impressed, pleased, all of the above. Second half underway at the Liberty Bowl. 24-14 South Florida leads Memphis State. Tigers with the ball to start the half. Yeah, okay, that's it. Everything else is out of the half. Yeah, okay, I'm going to take a break. It's 2:13. Good job by the North Carolina defense. They said this is the loudest that the crowd's been at Kenan Stadium since the season opener. So good to know that they have some support today. And really, they should be 3-3. Let's face it. The loss to Cal was just a tough beat. 4th and goal for Virginia. Roll right, throw, incomplete. All right, let's go. Come on. Carolina takes over at their own 1 following the stoppage on downs. 8:01 left. I could see why they said it's loud. Good for them. Be loud. Go win the game. Total disrespect in the market in this game. Who's Virginia to lay fucking 6.5 at halftime? Get out of here. On the road. Okay. It's 2:15. I'll be back before the top of the hour. Call it 35 minutes or so. Let me eat. I'm going to adjust with what's happening. The TV, watch what's happening, adjust the TVs accordingly. Watch a couple of fights. Certainly, I'll have a radar type alarm thing on. I'll actually put it on the chat to hold myself accountable. And there we go. So you guys will see it. I'm going to figure out how to do some nice notes and all kinds of other stuff, cute chat type things. It's not chat, but on the actual like visuals that I can change to put up there. That way people can see it. When I throw up this right here, bam, I'll have something to put on there that shows, hey, when I be right back, it'll show you what time that I'll be back, and that way there's no messing around. So I'll be back in a little bit. Give me roughly a half hour. Feel free to chat anything from now until then. Otherwise, we'll talk in a little while. All right. Nebraska's going to fall 7. I'm not so sure how they're going to get out of there alive. I'll have to look at a few things. That was a weird game. Virginia and North Carolina here in the overtime. These are supposed to be 3 second half winners. I'm going to have to sit here and sweat this out. It's Carolina. This is unfair. In no world could that line ever have been right. App State, big touchdown here to cut it to 24-14. They're in the back door, down by 10 now, 9:26 to go. Smoot leads Wake 12-10, 5.5 to go there. CW is for that one. Toledo, Washington State next, 34-26. Ole Miss comes from 1 down to 8 up against Oklahoma. They're up by 8, 3:15 left. New Mexico, big play against Utah State. I think it was a defensive touchdown. Don't quote me on that. That's on Altitude 2 for those interested. 6-0, 9:14 to go in the first. I'll check back in with that one. Obviously, it's one of those in a series of the games. It just started. Did I skip that one? Southern Miss. I did. I have to find a box score for that. Totally missed it. This is the busy window of the day. The games have kicked off between basically 3 and 4. But I'm going to have to go back later and see what happened in Nebraska. Northwestern had a pick, and they had it in Nebraska territory with the game tied at 21, and somehow Nebraska wins by 7. I had nothing to it. I don't really care. Just one of those, it's a surprising development to say the least. Of course, this is one of those days with the fights. This is a really good card, so I've been trying to keep one eye on the football and the other on the fights. It's gone as predictably bad as you might expect. The New Mexico touchdown was 49 yards from McKinney, punt return. So basically the yardage is 30 to -1, but New Mexico's first touchdown comes on special teams. Wake Forest 3rd and 5. Big first down out to midfield. 4.5 to go. Wake down by 2, trying to get themselves into field goal range. There was an ambulance headed towards the South Point. Probably somebody had. It's going to make a joke. Forget it. Ohio U has beaten Eastern Michigan 28-21 at the factory in Ypsilanti. OU win, no cover in a game that got bet up. That's 151 from 9, 9.5 up to 12 at post. Kent State has shocked Bowling Green 24-21 at Dick Stadium. BG, a 7-point favorite, closed a 9-point favorite. Mac Dog bites again. Let's see if Ball State can do the same thing against Northern Illinois in a game that's going to start at the bottom of the hour, a little after. Let's run down, now that those finals are updated for now. K-State 42-17 over Kansas. I gave you the Nebraska already. And Rutgers 27-24, a field goal at the buzzer to beat Purdue. Thankfully. That was very good for me. Okay, so great start to the morning. If we can get Nebraska somehow to North Carolina somehow to the barn, it's 17-10 Virginia in the overtime. Need a Heels touchdown here, 2nd and 4. Handoff up the middle, first down to the 12. Okay. Let's see. 3:30 games. Let's get to them real fast with the line updates everywhere. UConn and Rice underway 7-0. The game's in Houston. 4:48 to go in the first. Akron leads Buffalo 17-13, middle of the third. Another double-digit dog there. The Zips are winning on the field. Baylor Cincinnati goes at 4. That game is on ESPN2. Cincinnati opened 4 and 67.5. They're now 3.5, 67.5. UMass Central Michigan. That's a ESPN Plus game, bottom of the hour, 16 and 45.5. Basically the same line, pretty much most places. 46, 46.5 the total. UMass is really banged up and clearly the worst power rated team in the country at this point. 127. Wait a minute, skip that one. We go down to 141, 142. NC State Pittsburgh. That game's on the ACC channel. Pitt opened 757.5. Immediate NC State money, and it's been mostly sharp on that side. It's basically me by myself against the world there. And whatever. We'll see what happens. Go Pitt. They're laying 5.5, 6, 53, 53.5. Again, that game goes at the bottom of the hour. They're going to kick at 3:35 is what they say. North Carolina and Virginia, 17-10. The game's in overtime. All right, Carolina got their touchdown. That'll be enough of them getting beaten, not covering the second half. That would have been awful. Awful. Okay, so we're in good shape there. NC gets the second half cash. Indiana -12, I think, is in good shape. 56-6. Is there a way that I could lose that? I don't think so. Sometimes the math doesn't math for me. Late in the fourth quarter, yeah, 21-3. I guess they could. UCLA has the ball at the IU 45, 117. They could backdoor me. That'd be awful. Oh, well, it happens. NC going for 2 here in the overtime. Shotgun. Trips right on the motion. Back offset to the right from Lopez. Now he's to the left. They throw it to him, and he's short by a half yard. Virginia wins it 17-16. Oh, I don't know. He might be in. They got to review it at the very least. Oh, is his ass down? They're going to go to the audio on this one, the ACC network people. God, it's close, but if the pylon got knocked over, I'd feel a lot more confident. Where's his knee? His knee's still up. Does the ball not ever get to the pylon? Does it ever get over the pylon? When does his ass hit? Is his ass on the ground right there? I don't know if the ball ever got to the fucking pylon, man. That's a gutty what. Man, this Virginia, what a sack of shit. Get out of here with this nonsense. They are reviewing it. That's all you can ask for. We'll see what happens. Let's move on. Okay, let's move on here. I need to get my. Let's rearrange everything here. Reset the mechanism. Where was I? Okay, 2 MAC games, 155 and 56. Western Michigan, Miami O, 2 and 40. All kinds of sharp money for Miami O in this game. Whitelaw, who's had a good run in the MAC, laid 1 here. It opened 3 and 44.5. I have no opinion. I actually think I made the game higher, but I'm really high on Miami of Ohio's team. I really think that Western Michigan's team. I think that they're a legit threat to win the league, and even if they lose today, I still think they can get. I think they can get there. But winning today would obviously help. but I'm a big fan of their team and coach. I like them going into the year. I think they were 18-1 in the preseason. That was my longest shot. They were my long shot. Them and, well, don't laugh too much. Kansas was my Big 12 long shot, and Western Miss was my MAC long shot. Those were the two teams I thought to win their conferences, offered the best value at a decent price. Wake Forest 2-minute warning, 1st and goal. Let's see how Wake Forest manages this. 1st and goal at the 6, 156 left after that first down play. Smoo only has one timeout left. Oh, there's a fumble. Is he down? Oh, they said he was down. That is unbelievable. He was never on the ground. They stripped the ball while he was rolling over the guy. Impossible. What's happening? Did Old Dome score again? I'm going to be fucking sick. No, 24-14. Dude, listen. They had the no. They were 1st and goal at the 6, and they ran the ball, and this guy like tackled the running back, and as he was going down, the back landed on top of the guy, so he wasn't down yet. And as he rolled over, the ball came out. It was a crazy fucking thing. His ass might have been down, and if that's the case, they'll get the ball back. There'll be a review. It's either going to be smooth ball 1st down at their own 5, up by 2, or Wake 2nd and goal at the 5 with like a minute 50 left. Oh, that's incredible. I mean, that was an incredible turn of events. There's no other way to say it. Let's see how the review comes out here. Kickoff at 3:40 for Toledo and Washington State for those interested on the CW app, CWTV.com as well. That game will follow Smoo and Wake Forest, which is in an absolute sweatbox now. An incredible turn of events in that game. Alabama, South Carolina fixing to kick at 3:50 on ABC. 1:16 left for Oklahoma, 34-26. They trail Ole Miss. Rebel ball, up 8. We're about to kick off in Pittsburgh with NC State and the Panthers. Pittsburgh, my biggest bet of the day, so good luck to me there. Nurmagomedov wins in a decision. Washington, Illinois, big rivalry there. Jesus, the crowd at this game is a joke. Like, unless it doesn't start for like another half hour, maybe it does. Maybe I'm wrong. Washington, Illinois. No, 3:30. I don't know. 5 minutes to kickoff, and there's like, I mean, the stadium's not close to half full. Got a touchdown. Oh, we got an interception. It looks like New Mexico. Yeah, Utah State was thrown to the end zone. San Diego State about to kick on FS1. I need to get to that. I didn't finish those lines. The 2 MAC games. Let's see. Ball State, Northern Illinois. 5.5, 6 at the end. 42. Auburn, Arkansas, 27-24 in the 4th. Let me double check on what's going on there. 30-24 Auburn, field goal good. 47-yarder, 4 plays, 5 yards, 210. Let's see if Auburn can hang on and win a close one this time. Minnesota, Iowa on CBS. That one's fixing to go. 9, 8.5, 39 the total. 39.5's out there in this one as well. Iowa the favorite. Monroe and Southern Miss underway. It's ESPN Plus. Southern Miss closes as a 13.5 point favorite, 49 the total. Texas, Mississippi State, 4:15 on the SEC channel. Texas, the favorite in this game, 7.5, 48. And Missouri and Vandy. That game is on ESPN. Vanderbilt is a 3-point favorite, 53 the total. South Carolina hosting Alabama on ABC. Alabama 11 and 48. Memphis State has come from behind to take the lead against South Florida. I gave up on that game. Well, what am I doing? Jesus. Yeah, I'm effing the dog here. Crazy. Okay. Well, so 31-26. They had it at first and goal, second and goal to 10. Touchdown. Okay, yeah, there it is. 107 left. Extra point pending. They'll go for 2, obviously. BYU Iowa State is underway. That game's on Big Fox. Iowa State laying 2.5, 49.5. They're up 7-0 early. I don't know whether it was a kickoff return or what, but I only see 9 seconds off the clock. So something big happened for Iowa State there. Memphis does get the 2, so 34-31. Memphis State by 3 over South Florida, trying to win it outright. Oklahoma State, Texas Tech, Red Raiders 38, 38.5, 39. Total 56.5. Game 194, it's on ESPNU at 4 o'clock. Illinois, Washington, Big Ten channel about to kick 3.5 out there on Washington, 54.5 the total. There is some 54. We have an Illinois investment. Good luck. Toledo, Washington State on the CW here shortly. Toledo 1-point favorite on top, 1.5 out there as well, 45 the total. This is a game that has flipped. Washington State was the favorite at 1 point earlier. And that's it for the list of games that are going now or about to go. You got 2 fights left in the UFC. Dern and Jandiroba going for the vacant strawweight belt here in a few minutes. Again, that fight being held at 115. Weili Zhang has vacated that belt to move up to 125 to fight Valerie Shevchenko in UFC 322, which is in 3 weeks from today at Madison Square Garden in New York City. That'll be a hell of a day in sports. November the 15th, we'll have college football by then. We'll have college basketball by then, college football, a big UFC card, hockey, NBA, all the other nonsense that goes on Saturdays. It'll be an absolute zoo. Oklahoma quarterback threw an incomplete pass and they called it a fumble on the field. They'll have to review that. 16 seconds left. It should be 4th and 2 around midfield, but Ole Miss has the ball for the time being. They're reviewing this 2-point conversion for Memphis State. I still don't know whether he got it or not. App State down by 10, 2:47 to go. In the back door, which works for me, but not all the way there yet. Georgia Tech has won and covered against Syracuse 41-16, the final score there in Atlanta. That's one of those games where they didn't play well early, but Syracuse had nothing for them, and they were able to get out of it alive. So there it is. Wake bombs a field goal at the gun and beats Smooth. That is an incredible finish. I'll say one thing. The score does not tell the story about how wild that game was. 13-12 the final. Wake Forest Calvert kicks a field goal at the buzzer. That might have been his career long. Smooth guys are standing around kind of dumbfounded. But, yeah, great win for Jake Diekert and Wake, and that puts them to the cusp of bowl eligibility. Smooth to 5-3, 3-1 in the league. Wake to 5-2, 2-2 in the league. Indiana does hold on to beat UCLA and get the second half cash. So those who followed early, congrats to everyone. Great start. Rutgers gets the cash in the morning. Just need to get in the biggest bet of the morning. Old Dom and App State need Appalachian State to hang in there, down by 10, catching 14, 13.5 in the contest. Pittsburgh in the afternoon session off to a good start, up 7-0 against NC State. They're on the board early. Had Indiana in the second half minus 12. They get there 21-3, and North Carolina plus 6.5, even real big in the second half, and they lose it in overtime by 1. Actually, they lose it by about half of a yard. South Florida 2nd and 4 around midfield, 3rd and 4 now. Down 34-31. This has been a wild game. The fact that they're let me look at the score now. Make sure I'm looking at the box. Sorry, is what I'm going to pull up. Yeah, 545 to 450 the total yardage in favor of South Florida. They do have one turnover that's led to a touchdown the other way. That was early. And they stopped twice on downs. Memphis State, the whole first half, touchdown, punt, 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 punt. Then they scored a touchdown at the very end of the first half, kicked a field goal on the first drive of the third quarter. Then they missed a field goal, but then since then it's been touchdown, field goal, touchdown. And they've come from down 31-17 to score the last 17 and take the lead, all in the fourth quarter. That's when I'd given up. With South Florida up by 14 late in the third, I really thought that was Garbanzo. Ole Miss has beaten Oklahoma on the field as a dog. Final score in that game, 34-26, 9-0. The Rebels outscored Oklahoma in the fourth quarter to come from one down after 3 to win it. My TVs are an absolute mess. I've got to get this all fixed. I have no clue what I'm sweating. This App State Old Dom has to be in order. I've got no visual whatsoever on the SEC game, which is a sweat. What do we got? Auburn's up 30-24. with the ball at the Arkansas 25 2 minutes ago. Hogs have one timeout left. Any other points from Auburn will probably put this thing on ice. You got Florida Atlantic leads Navy 7-0 in the first, and Annapolis, long pass for a touchdown there. And that is the Naval Academy undefeated in the season still, but clearly the market doesn't respect them as any sort of a great team. They're laying 2 touchdowns today, but and I made it 15 myself. But Florida Atlantic certainly has firepower. If they could stop it with the mistakes, I think they lead the country in the most turnovers committed, which that never gives you a chance to win games in the long haul. They're 3-4, Navy 6-0 going into this one. Toledo and Washington State are underway, and Pullman, no score in that game. That's a CW game. Midfield for the Rockets, who have first down. Here comes Horvath and the Navy offense. Touchdown Washington, not a good start there. Desmond Roebuck is in. 9:31 to go in the first. Huskies 6-0 point pending against Illinois. NC State has it back after the Pittsburgh touchdown. 11:08 to go in the first. 7-0 Pitt. Wow, this crowd at Williams-Brice Stadium is going garbanzos. Given that South Carolina's 3-4 and it's basically been a lost season, I have to give them a lot of credit. Let's see if they can bring in enough to give them a chance against Alabama today. The Crimson Tide 6-1, steamrolling their way towards a likely trip to Atlanta in the SEC championship game. At this point, they've tackled a lot of their hardest tests over the last few weeks. Horvath, first down run. This will be funny to watch Florida Atlantic try to defend the option. How many times have they played against Navy and Army? I don't think very many. And this is a new coach too, right? Yeah, I did a little bit of work on this game, but not a lot. Yeah, first-year coach for Florida Atlantic. They did not play Navy or Army last year, or the year before, or the year before. Yeah, this team was in the Conference USA. So this is and they don't play Army this year either. Navy might score every time they have the ball. Like these teams that join these teams and don't play the option teams, this is like such an oddball spot for them. I mean, this Navy option. I mean, I don't know how Florida Atlantic possibly could simulate or prepare for something like that when they've never seen it before. BYU got the touchdown back against Iowa State, 7-all there. Alabama, South Carolina underway. I'm to the point where all these kicks are gone from the 330s. Memphis State has beaten South Florida. It's final 34-31. App State is in against Old Dome, 24-21. 1:35 left. The lead is sliced to 3. Kicker just got killed, I think. He's limping off. Could bode badly if they need a field goal at some point. This is a big game for Lenora Sellers, the South Carolina quarterback. Before the season, a lot of people had his draft stock higher than a kite. Oh, the snap in the South Florida-Memphis State game was bad, and the hold was worse. And the field goal was missed. Wasn't from that long either. Maybe 40-something yards. South Florida, their second loss of the season, puts them in a really bad spot as those 2 wins against Boise and Florida aged somewhat well. Automatica Grammatica misses a kick to tie the game, which, again, not a good hold, not a good snap. He missed it, though. He could have made it. 34-31 the final. Memphis is 7-1 after the loss to UAB last week. They get back on the horse and rebound today. South Florida to 6-2. They're also 3-1 in the league. The loss is now to Miami of Florida and Memphis. I don't think at 2 losses as a group of 5 team you're going to make the playoffs. We'll just have to see. Long way to go. Even with the wins they had early, those took a big hit today, especially when you blow a 14-point lead. Dern and Jandaroba underway to take the vacant belt that Wiley Zhang is going to leave behind here in Abu Dhabi. The Wake Forest 13-12 win over SMU was absolutely one of the most exciting 13. I mean, for a low-scoring game, it was easily. That game had everything. It's hard to describe exactly what happened if you didn't watch some of it. Navy's in the end zone. The angle on the Florida Atlantic Navy game that you should take if you're trying to bet live, it's on CBS College Sports. This game, here's the angle. This game closed 14-63.5. Florida Atlantic scored a touchdown their first drive on a long pass. Navy took the ball and ran the option right up their ass. Horvath with the touchdown. Florida Atlantic just joined the league. Florida Atlantic has a first-year coach, and they didn't play Navy or Army last year, and now they're playing Navy for the first time this year. They don't play Army. Point being that none of these guys have a clue or have ever seen the option, and it's just a totally different animal at this level. It's the way that these guys run it is so precise. I don't think Navy will ever punt. Now the question becomes, can Navy get some stops? Or is Florida Atlantic's offense good enough to go up and down the field as well? But at this point, I couldn't have a over because of the total being in the 60s, especially with the start. Looks like nobody's booking it live, so keep an eye on it for halftime purposes. I just don't think Navy's ever going to punt. Like, I think it's going to be one of these games where they'll continue to get first downs and score as long as they're covered, as long as they're not covering. Once they get in position to cover, it'll be, who knows. South Carolina first down. Sellers with his legs does just enough to get to the sticks. Auburn has beaten Alabama 33-24. Sorry, Arkansas 33-24. Hogs come from, gosh damn it. Tigers come from 8 down to score the last 17 in the fourth and win it. It was actually 21-10 at halftime, Hogs. Good job by Auburn to regroup, circle the wagons at the break. Green for Arkansas, 14 of 22 for 268, but he did throw 3 interceptions. And, you take the good with the bad with that guy. He's been around a long time, has made a lot of plays, but Arkansas -3 in turnovers in this game. And they also did not convert once on fourth down, their ultimate demise here. Illinois trying to move it against Washington's defense on their first drive. Altmaier takes them down to the 22, first down, 7 minutes to go. Going to have to do a reset with the TVs here shortly. Is App State out of timeouts? I guess so. It's like Old Dome's victory formation. Trying to run as much clock off as they can because there's like 3-second difference between play clock, and game clock. Very friendly clock operator for sure. Old Dominican quarterback's going to get himself killed, but they are going to likely win it by 3. This formation is something else. Oh shit, he thought he was going to run for a touchdown for a second. They do run the clock out, it works. Final score 24-21, Old Dome beats App State. That's just fine with me. And the cash can be my money. San Diego State against Fresno. I see some moving. The ball's moving. Is he in? Knee. His hand. His shin. His shin is down. They're going to call him short. San Diego State's a play for me in the contest game, 177. -3, that's what they closed. In real life, actually, the bet -2, 2.5 was the play. And they're in. Florida Atlantic, what do we have here? A pick? Oh, a fumble. Navy's left defensive end comes off the edge and beats the right tackle. Strips it. Navy recovers it. Illinois is held to a field goal from 33, and it is good. 7-3 Washington. 5:05 to go in the first on the Big Ten channel. Huskies up 4. Lucky Sutton is in for the Aztecs. 7-0 San Diego State. 3.5 to go in the first in Fresno. Just about time. I do have to rearrange the TVs here. Navy touchdown, 14-7, 6:16 to go. Five straight games now for Arkansas to give up 30 plus. But, I mean, in the SEC, Jesus. Have a weather delay in Lubbock. So kickoff not until 4:30 for Oak State and Texas Tech. That sort of makes my plan to watch ESPNU on that TV backfire, but it gives me an open alternative for the time being. Pitt taking shots here. It's NC State. There's a flag. NC State guy doesn't like it. Stop cheating. One of the cheerleaders is holding his head too. Like, come on, what are you talking about? The dude cheerleaders, at least for NC State, seem to know football. They're all adamant that was not a penalty. At the very least, they support their team. I mean, it grabbed him. You can't cheat. That's cheating. Let me get to work here, boys and girls. I promise you I'll try not to be too long. Nobody wants to see my arm in the air. Let's see what's happening in Minnesota, Iowa. Commercial, of course. Okay. I thought I cleared that out. Oops. Pittsburgh going to settle for a field goal on 4th and 8. Kowski's 15 of 16 on the season. This is a 34-yarder. It's good. 10-0 Pitt. 6:05 to go in the first. Narduzzi reminds me of like someone's uncle that got like somebody just pissed in his Cheerios every morning. The guy just looks walking around mad all the time. Let's see. We got Iowa leading Minnesota 10-0. 3:12 to go there in the first. That's a CBS game. Gophers are starting at their own 20 or so. 3:11 to go in the first in Iowa City. Minnesota, both teams actually 5-2 going into this one. Minnesota, that's kind of an experiment for me to understand how they're 5-2 sometimes. I'm still mad about that fucking Cal game. Went out there and laid a turd against that piece of shit. Let's see. Fresno quarterback throws one, bails out 9 miles out of bounds, incomplete. Let's hit Fox now. Let's see. Commercial. Okay. Nothing happening in the girl fight. Navy's up 14-7. 5:23 to go in the first. Florida Atlantic try again. Vandy, no score. Missouri ball at their own 37. First down. 5 minutes to go in the first. Looks like it's going to be a hard-fought defensive game. At least to this point. I haven't watched much of it yet. Can't say I'm surprised by it. Both teams 6-1 overall, 2-1 in the SEC. Both teams in the top 15 in the country by playoff, well, by the poll, the AP poll metrics at least. Baylor and Cincinnati are underway. Nippert Stadium. Bearcats on 3rd and 6. Long pass. Interference against Baylor, most likely. NC State, their first down. They're into pit territory already. Pitt was bringing the blitz there. NC State threw the back outside. Good read. Rocco Beck threw for 122 yards in the first quarter, career high. There had to be a touchdown pass on the first play of the game for Iowa State. I'm going to go back and look at the box now and see what exactly happened. But I can't see in any world that's not what happened. I actually need to do myself one better than that. I need to go. San Diego State has it back into Fresno territory again. Looks like we have an Alabama pick. Is it a pick six? Oh, it's not Sellers' fault. It is. It's Sellers' pass hit the back in the hands and he couldn't hang on to it. Intercepted and run back for a Bama touchdown. 5:17 to go in the first. Alabama 7, South Carolina 3. Those are killers when you're catching these kind of points and you're kind of struggling to get your season going around the right direction. And you're catching these kind of points to win a game like this, you just can't give away touchdowns. It's too hard to win. Wake Forest, yeah, the loss was to Georgia Tech, 30-29 in OT, and then the NC State game they led by 14 early in the first half, and they blew it. They were not the better team in the NC State game. They were the better team against Georgia Tech. Coach done a hell of a job. I'm not sure they were supposed to win today, but Lord knows Smoot didn't deserve to win. Iowa State pounding it on 3rd and 2 for a first down. They lead BYU 10-7. That's 3:14 to go in the first. Let me get to the kickoffs of these games so I can be ready for the halftimes. I got all the boxes pulled up, but I don't have all the kicks. Tell you what, while I do that, I'm going to go ahead and take a little baby break. Turn the mic off and take care of a couple things with the phone. I'm going to throw up the odds screen for you guys. You can see what's going on with the scores. And I'll be here, but not here for just a couple minutes. Washington State, 11 plays, 89 yards, touchdown, 6:42 off the clock. They lead Toledo 7-0 in the second. Let's go through some scores here. Now that I've got everything updated on who gets the ball, Akron has beaten Buffalo on the road 24-16, shocking win, and quite frankly, it's been a season of much disappointment for the Bulls, quite frankly. Probably would have been 17, 18-point favorite in this game, and before the season today they're 10 and they can't win. Akron, great work, conversely, by their coaching staff and team, and continue to play hard and battle every week. That's more than what you've gotten out of them in a long time. What happened in this Pittsburgh NC State? I can't send any prosperity, can I? 17-14? One play, 65-yard touchdown after a Pittsburgh 7-play, 83-yard touchdown. Well, just keep scoring points and you'll cover. That's about all I got to say about this for Heinzel and the Pittsburgh offense. Getting penalties, going backwards on holdings now. Early second, 17-14 Pitt. I'm here. I promise you. I'm not muting or anything. Just deep in thought, lots of focus. This is the part of the day. This is the part of the day where everything becomes extremely difficult, just because of the sheer volume of games and how I'm trying to just do and watch so much. South Carolina 4th and 3 to start the second quarter. A field goal attempt is no good, wide right. Good drive results in nothing. 7-3. Bama leads. Have yet to do anything yet on offense. Cincinnati leads Baylor 7-0. That's late in the first quarter at home. UConn leads Rice. That'll be the next game that goes to the half. It's 21-17 late in the second. I don't have a visual there, so I can't even comment about what's happening. Navy into the paint again against Florida Atlantic. 21-10. They lead. 3 touchdowns and 3 trips. Horvath in again. Military Academy trying to move to God damn it. Pittsburgh's quarterback rolls left and throws a fucking strike right to the receiver, number 11. He just drops it. That's the kind of shit that happens to me. It's a fucking joke, really. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Cincinnati on the move against Baylor again. And BYU got service broken, and now it's 17-7 Iowa State. They're three trips and 3 touchdowns, and they're already into BYU territory again. Beck is thrown for 134, but they're mostly doing it on the ground. Oh my God, what a catch by the tight end. I thought Beck outthrew him by a couple yards. 18 for Iowa State's going to for sure be playing on Sundays. That's an amazing catch. One-handed it. Illinois did get a touchdown. They trail Washington 14-10. 7:12 to go in the second there. Fourteen play, 75 yards. So Washington takes over with like 7 minutes to go in the second quarter. 7:21. So already played a quarter and a half, and there's only been 4 drives in this game. It's 3 touchdowns and a field goal. Illinois did force a Washington punt, however, 3-and-out, and they'll take over at their own 21 after a 47-yard punt. Illinois in this game, we took I think we took 5. I know 4.5 was the worst number. No, 5.5. Took 5.5 to Illinois. But it was good down to 4.5, and that's what it was in the contest, and we still took it. I made the game closer to a pick 'em. I had Illinois the better team on a neutral field. Missouri, big play down to the 1. There is a flag, but they're threatening to score against Vandy. We're inside of 7 minutes to go before the half. Tripping against Missouri. That's going to come back. Second down. Bama 3rd and 20. They had a big run and it went backwards. Must have been some sort of penalty against Alabama, because they're so deep in their own territory still. After the missed field goal, we got a missed tackle on a guy running. It's going to be a first down, Alabama. Just that can't happen. I mean, that's the ball. It's a 3rd and 20. They throw it in the flat for like a 7-yard gain to the running back, Hall. And I mean, okay, yeah, he's a good player. It's 1-on-1, but I mean, at the very least, just grab onto the guy and carry him for a little bit. Instead, they dove at him and missed him, and he's running for 25. That's the cornerback for South Carolina. Just missed. I mean, just a I mean, the guys get scholarships for that. How athletic must you be to be able to get a scholarship when you can't even tackle? Wow, what a play by this Fresno defender. Simpson stripped, and I think South Carolina got it. They do. So a couple of big Bama plays, but South Carolina's defense forces a turnover, and they get it back. 11:36 to go before the half. They'll take over near midfield. After 2 South Carolina turnovers, we have 1 for Bama now. Missouri's 39-yard field goal is good, and they lead in Nashville 3-0. 5:11 to go before the half. Illinois had the ball for 8:20 on that last drive, 4 for 4 on third downs. Let's see what Altmaier could do here. BYU running back L.J. Martin, the shoulder. He's not going to come back today. They trail 17-7. They're at the 32. Bear Bachmeier, 5 for 8 for 126. He's checking into something. He took way too much time, and then Kalani Sitake's going to have to call a timeout. Whatever he saw, he might have liked it, but they were taking too much time to get to it. He didn't like what he saw before he changed it. I can tell you that much. Like Iowa State was sending an unbalanced blitz, and they were going to outman them. Texas Tech leads Oklahoma State 14-0. Don't really know what to say about that. There's not much to say. In the contest, I had 6 games that I really liked, and there's one game that I just was kind of on the fence on and decided that Oklahoma State plus 38 was about as good as we were going to do, just because the spot's so bad for Texas Tech. What's the thought process and desire to win this game by more than 38? How about 35? So I have to think that hope that Oklahoma State's going to keep playing hard and battling and not just get totally destroyed. Who knows? Yardage in this game is 142 to 45 in favor of South Carolina. And again, Bama had those two big plays on the last drive, and they were both really defensive miscues by South Carolina. The question just becomes, how long are they going to be able to hold Alabama's offense down? The defense has done its job to this point. Big play for BYU coming here out of the timeout. Got a couple of games at a half, the games that started at 3 o'clock Eastern time. Cincinnati's touchdown drive was 10 plays, 66 yards, 450 a little bit ago to put them up 14-0 against Baylor. I'm not sure how much more of this one I'm going to have in me. I actually thought that Baylor would be competitive in this game. I thought these are the spots that Aranda finds a way to win when nobody really expects it. They're about to punt it. BYU going to settle for a 49-yard field goal attempt from the left hash. Down, up. Good, right down the middle. 17-10 Iowa State. 8:59 left before the break. South Carolina gets the first down on 4th and 1. They'll move it. Those are the two games I have on the fast feed currently, BYU, Iowa State, and Alabama, South Carolina. On the antenna, I'm ahead of you guys. UConn Rice, 21-17 Huskies at halftime by 4. And New Mexico leads Utah State 26-7. Temple 14-10 over Tulsa. Comes the refs getting involved with my San Diego State trying to fuck me. Total one-way traffic in that game. Texas leads Mississippi State 7-0. They had a big play on the first drive to get down to Dick line. They scored 2 plays, 63 yards. They've since gone 3 and out. Mississippi State has gone 3 and out, and then they missed a field goal. And they've now got it back at the Texas 43. So New Mexico with the safety and a punt return touchdown. Oh, a Navy turnover. Florida Atlantic will have the ball down 21-13. I said they'd never punt. So far, I'm still right. I said they did turn it over. Oh, Pittsburgh is in. Golf claps there, 24-14, Panthers. Ugh. Vandy first and goal, big play down inside the 10. 4 minutes to go in the half. Still trailing 3-0. Pavia zips one right in there. Iowa State's really doing whatever they want to in this game. Beck is making some good decisions. Those two things, that's not good for your defense. Man, it's so weird to see San Diego State have a defense that's this good. I mean, it's not. They've been that way before, but that was under Hoke. Sean Lewis's defenses were habitually and historically bad at Kent State. And then he was an offensive coordinator for Dion at Colorado before he got removed from his job there. I mean, Fresno had to take a penalty, and they went it took them 9 plays to get 20 yards, and then they just threw a pick on 3rd and 11. I mean, it's really, this is a ferocious defense. I guess the interception might have hit the ground. Denegal's still on the bench. I think it's a catch. Is there a TV timeout? I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it's an interception. Yeah, 1st and 10 at the 31. San Jose up 10-0. Looking for more. What's happened with Washington? Illinois shit the bed here? Oh man, Pavia had a receiver that just held the defensive back. All he had to do was just turn his back around. Instead of holding him, just blocked him off. I thought Iowa State fumbled. They didn't call it. And I look up and they got the ball back and they're moving it inside the 25 again. Clark Lee is furious at Vandy. Something's going on out there that's got him all pissed off. The holding penny on the Pavia run was bad. That's a false start on the right tackle. That's not a bad call. Oh, I see. They hit him after the play. No, it's nothing to it. I saw a video of a punter a while back that got ran into. This has been a couple years ago, where the punter got ran into. But it was like kind of close, and he was trying to fall down and buy it as a block. I mean, like he got hurt, and the guy that hit him, like was diving, but then stopped and like was able to catch the punter before he fell all the way down, and then just like laid him down. So like it made it to where it was clear that he couldn't sell the acting job that they wanted to. It was really, trust me, it's funny. The point is that if you're going to hit the quarterback or you're trying to stop and you don't want him to flop on you, then pull up, and then if you touch him at all, just reach underneath him and catch him, or do whatever. Make it look good, or whatever you have to do to make sure that the ref sees that you hardly touched him. Vandy field goal is into the net and good on 4th and goal. 2-minute warning, and it's 3-all. Mizzou and Vandy in a slugfest. Aspinall's right eye got poked, and it's getting redder by the second. This fight might stop. It's been 3 minutes, and he's already only got 2 left. Doctor's looking at it, but it's getting redder by the second. I don't think this is going to continue. Third and 1, Iowa State. First down run, going to be a touchdown run. Maybe not. 1st and goal at the 3. 2:18 to go in the half. Now it's a question of how Iowa State manages the clock here. No contest in the Gon Aspinall fight, so technically John Jones is still the champion. South Carolina kicks a field goal at 34. This one's good. It's 7-6, Bama. 4:23 to go in the second quarter. San Diego State 10-0 against Fresno. They're 4th and 10. They're going to have to kick a long field goal as well. 50-yarder, left hash, left-footed kicker, and got it. 13-0. San Diego State leading in Fresno. 1:33 to go before the break. Nothing at the half. There's a lot coming. A lot. Illinois takes the 17-14 lead against Washington. Huskies have it back at their own 34. 99 seconds to go before the break. Clock on the move. Again, low possession game there. Illinois 3 possessions, 3 scores. Washington 2 touchdowns and a punt. Let me go grab a water before these half times. I don't want McDonald's Coke. It's not the good time for that. It's going to be a lot of talking, a lot of games. We're winning a lot of bets. Let's keep it up. Be back in 2 minutes. Okay. We got all the box scores pulled up here. We're going to have them coming in flying fast and furious. Let's go to one of them I'm not going to bother you with. Gosh damn it, this fucking Pittsburgh can't stand prosperity. They get a stop and they get the ball up 10 and they punt it and then the other team gets it back and scores. Kid for NC State got hurt a hammy on the way to the end zone or a quad. He made it. Bullshit trick plays. Fuck me. Pitt bought all that stuff. Jesus. That guy's out for his life. 4 plays, 83 yards, 209, 24-21 Pitt. NC State doing what they do, run off the bye week, mucking the game up with their piece of shit team. Gosh damn it. This is infuriating. Okay. Washington, 45 seconds left. They're going to have first and goal at 10. Mississippi State is tied it against Texas. Longhorns are in the red zone. Iowa State 24-10 over BYU. Bachmeier out at the 43 here. Minute and 40 to go. As bad as it's been for BYU, if they can somehow score here before the break, they do get it first at halftime. Vandy forces a Mizzou punt. They'll get it back inside their own 10. 22 seconds left. Probably be the end of the first half. First and goal for Alabama, up 7-6. 2:11 to go before halftime. Play fake. Simpson keeps it, rolls right, runs it to the 2. Second and goal from there at the 2-minute warning. Into the first quarter, 7-all in Starkville. BYU 3rd and 4, 1:33 to go. Clock stopped. Okay, half times. Vandy, Missouri 3-all. Central Michigan leads UMass 24-10. Ball State, Northern Illinois tied at 7. Iowa 31-0 over Minnesota, and Western Michigan leads Miami 14-9. UMass Central Michigan, I can't tell you nothing about that. I haven't watched the play and didn't really know much about it. Given going in, it was always going to be a tough situation with UMass having all those injuries. The fact that they're only down 24-10 after the start's actually not that bad. Well, we got Navy here. They're trying to first and goal with 37 seconds left and all their timeouts. Gee, I wonder what will happen here. Let's see. Baylor and Cincinnati, 14-0 Bearcats. Baylor having no points at this point is probably the biggest upset in that game so far. And it's a testament to the job. I mean, let's be honest, Scott Satterfield's done a great job. Their defense going into the year, I didn't know would be that good. I think they lost their first game to Wisconsin, right? Or was it Nebraska? They lost their first game. They were the one that sold their home game to Kansas City against Nebraska, right? That's what that was. Gosh, I bet they'd like to have that game back. I guess they can root for Nebraska to keep doing well, but I mean, you got Cincinnati was picked. Let me see by Steele. He has them. Oh, he has them above Kansas. Not as bad as I thought. Yeah, they lost to Nebraska and Kansas City, and then they've reeled off 6 in a row since then. At Utah next week, then there's a bye. Arizona, BYU, at TCU. If they win at Utah and at TCU and go 11-1, in my mind, that's worthy of the playoff discussion. And they deserve the right to at least have the ability to do it. There's no reason to say that they can't if the defense keeps playing this well. San Diego State leads Fresno 13-0 at the break. Tulsa leads Temple 17-14 at the half. And that was a game where they're catching a decent number here. Temple's coach has done a hell of a job, and they found ways to win games, but today they're up against it a little bit. I'm going to clear off the mechanism here, and let's run down some halftime lines. Let's see. Cincinnati ball 7. It's not even close to half. I'm going to get off that game. 24-10, the UMass and Central Michigan. The half. Let's see. Nothing really to see there. Total yardage 294 to 169. Let's see. I keep wondering why do I have that game on the screen. Pitt, NC State, Pittsburgh ball, 2nd and 7. Both teams have all their timeouts left. It becomes a question of how fast does Pitt want to score and give them the ball back. I hope that's what it is. I prefer they score. I don't care what, but preferably wait a little bit. 14-9, Western Michigan leads at Miami O. The Redhawks have only had 4 possessions, 3 field goals and a punt. Western Michigan downs, a punt, a touchdown, and another touchdown. I'm trying to figure out why the Miami touchdown or the Western Michigan touchdown drive was only 21 yards. I guess they must have had a monster kickoff return. Your total yardage in that game, 220 to 191 in favor of Miami. Western up 14-9. They're 4-3. Miami also 4-3. Big game in the grand scheme of things. Ball State 3-4 against Northern Illinois 1-6. Northern a touchdown, 3 plays and 60 yards on their first drive. Since then, it's been nothing but, well, they did have the ball inside the Ball State 10, and they ended up throwing an INT, and then Ball State scored their touchdown right after that, 11 plays, 80 yards. Downs, missed field goal, Ball State, fumble, punt, Ball State, punt, and then halftime. Cards should have gotten something out of that. They had the ball at midfield with 38 seconds left. 7-7, total yardage. 191 to 146 in favor of Northern. Both teams have run 34 plays. Northern 164 on the ground. Ball State a little more balanced. Halftime line in that game. Northern Illinois 3.5 and 17.5 flat. Lean to over. Don't love it. Northern Illinois plays in a lot of these muck fests. 4th and 7 Texas. Bowmeister. Oh, so is Shipley. Yeah. 10-7 Texas. 13:43 to go. Is there a flag? Players are staying on the field. Yeah, late flag. Alabama 9 plays, 81 yards, 2:16 off the clock. They're in. 1:45 to go before the half. It's 14-6 in Columbia. Alabama, first offensive score of the game. Wow, I just had to run my yapper about Pitt. They ran an arrow route and the guy got killed. It's 4th and 2. Sure they'll go for it. Hope. Navy 4th and goal with 3 seconds left at the 3-yard line. Play fake, pass, caught, but they're not going to get any. Short, he stopped at the 1. Florida Atlantic's defense holds up. Good for them. 21-13 at the half. Navy gets the ball first. Huge moral win for the Owls. Good execution both ways. What's this block? Oh, the Texas game, the field goal was blocked, but it still went in. What's the flag? Oh, they're going to call leaping? If you don't touch anybody, I don't understand why it's a penalty. That call got to go. Why aren't these fucking players allowed to jump over whoever they want to block a field goal? Like, I hate that call. Safety? Fuck safety. It's football. Nothing safe about the game to begin with. You give them all the pads and helmets you want to. Why don't you let them jump? Be athletic and stuff. First play Texas after the bullshit penalty is a touchdown or close to it. It's going to be 2nd and goal at the 1. 46-yard field goal by Cincinnati is good. 17-0 they lead Baylor. 5:42 before the half. Touchdown Brigham Young. 25 seconds to go in the half, and they have sliced Iowa State's deficit somehow to 24-17, despite not getting a stop in the first half. Pittsburgh 4th and 2 after the timeout. 1:26 left. Motion right, big formation, shotgun, play fake, Holstein. Throws it. Complete to the tight end. First down, Pitt. All right, let's fucking go. We're in business. 1:20. Don't go fast. Go slow. Jesus Christ, you don't want to give them any time. Fuck, they've scored 2 touchdowns in like 10 seconds. They threw the whole kitchen sink at you in the first half. If you can go in somehow, go up 31-21 at the break, that'd be awesome. Let's see. What's the holdup up here? Washington did score before the break against Illinois, and they go in up 21-17 against Illinois. So they stopped the Illini once, I guess. Illinois gets the ball coming out of the break. Southern Miss leads Monroe 21-14 going into the break. Let's get some box scores and some lines of all this shit. I was going through the Western Michigan Miami O box. I didn't give you the number. Miami O lay 1.5. I think that's cheap. I actually would think it has to be at least 2. And 20 is the total. I don't have any opinion there. Minnesota, Iowa, 31-0 Iowa. 3-17 in the second half. There is 16.5 out there on the total. I could only think over, but who knows. Monroe and Southern Miss. This game went touchdown to start. Southern Miss actually scored 3 touchdowns on their first 3 drives after Monroe got the opening touchdown on the first drive of the game. Then they punted twice to end the half. Monroe missed a field goal, 2 punts, touchdown. So it takes some momentum back. It's 21-14 Southern Miss. No turnovers either way in this game. Southern Miss has been better, not a lot better. Probably going to be laying a touchdown. Yeah, 7 dog money, 7 dog 20. 23.5 flat. And Southern Miss does get the ball first. I'm okay with that. 26-7 New Mexico over Utah State. That nobody scored in the third quarter. That game's still going. Sorry, this game's in going to the third quarter. Texas touchdown, 10 plays, 37 yards. Livingstone pass remaining after the field goal was taken off the board. Mississippi State was stopped on 4th and 1 to set up the Texas touchdown. The Longhorns had a big play on the first play of the game and done nothing on offense after that. And even this drive here is 10 play, 37 yards. Lots of similarities to last week in this game for Texas. Mucking the game up and finding a way to do just enough so far. San Diego State 13-0 over Fresno at the half. Fresno is a pick. I have no clue how they can consider that. 186 to 107 is the yardage. It's probably not as close as that. The one big drive of the game, San Diego State went 9 plays, 92 yards for their touchdown. The 2 field goals were a little bit shorter. They had a ball in the red zone that they didn't do anything with. Fresno's first drive was 11 plays, 40 yards. After that, they went 3 and out, INT, and then downs to end the half. So Fresno gets the ball down 13-0. I don't know how they'll score, quite frankly, if this defense stays the way it has been. Iowa State 24-17 at the half. We'll go over that in just a moment. Temple and Tulsa 17-14. We're staying in rotation order here. There's still plenty of time on all these halves. 9 minutes. Actually, that one's the next one they're going to come out. About 9 minutes left, at least of all the ones that I have going here. Hey, Pitt. 12 seconds left. Got a review, but put it on. That's perfect. The timing is impeccable. 17-14 Tulsa. Temple gets the ball first to start the second half. Temple was up 14-3, and Tulsa scored the last 2 touchdowns of the half. Brody Foley, a touchdown pass. A touchdown run. And then Baylor Hayes to Foley for a touchdown. 10 plays, 99 yards, and 152 at the end of the half with 3 seconds left. So Tulsa with an incredible job there to double up right before the end of the half. There's nothing accidental about this. They've outgained them 275 to 167. I have not seen one play of this game. It's on ESPN Plus. That's game 182. Oh, yeah. I was saying, am I fake news? If that was on somewhere, I could still find it. I'm not in the middle of maneuvering the TVs around yet. What will happen is after these halves, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and then I'm also going to throw up the odds screen for you guys, and I'll fix the TVs and start sweating these out before the 7 o'clock Eastern kicks. So that's where we stand there. But Tulsa 17-14 with the lead. Halftime price, Temple 3. Basically dog money 3 and 26.5. Again, I would say that because of the fact that Tulsa gets to double them up, that's probably worth them being correct. But Temple's found a way here with this coach to be in these close games and have a chance with this coach if it's competitive. So tough to say. I still think that Tulsa's not quite there yet. Vandy, Missouri, that's the one that actually is going to go out next. 6.5 minutes basically. 3 all there. Vandy's laying 3 the dog a quarter, 3 dog 20. There is a 2.5 out there. 3 dog 20 is the most prevalent number. There is a 3 dog 15. I lean Vandy. Don't love it. It's a consistent half. The teams are mirroring each other on the uniform front. They both went 3 punts, field goal, punt to end the half. Vandy will get the ball first, as they only had the 3 punts instead of 4 for the other team. Like I say, just a lean to Vandy. Don't love it. BYU, Iowa State. Is there anything in the Vandy game that was noteworthy? Yeah, no turnovers, nothing to it. Yardage is the same. Iowa State drives in the first half. Touchdown, field goal, touchdown, INT, touchdown. BYU touchdown, punt, field goal, touchdown. So we're at the half. Iowa State no punts, but they're only up by 7. Yardage is 318 to 214. Iowa State with a couple of monster offensive first halves in recent weeks. Again, this is game 186. Iowa State a small favorite going in. They're up 7. BYU going to be a favorite at halftime, not a big one. Looks like a half is the prevalent number. 25, 26 the total, give or take, in that one. Halftime in Pullman. Washington State leads Toledo 21-7. We'll get to that one in a few minutes. That one's down the list of importance. Bama 14-6 over South Carolina. They've got it back with 27 seconds left in South Carolina territory. It's 4th and 1. Must have been a turnover there for Gamecocks. Simpson back to pass. Now he's going to run it, and he's going to get it. 20 seconds left. First down, Bama. Now I've got to at least look at this and see what happened to get him in this situation. Yeah, he went 3 and out after the field goal the last drive. So South Carolina's had a 14-play drive and a 15-play drive, result in nothing. And they also threw a pick 6. I mean, this Bama's only had the ball 3 and out, 6 plays fumble, and then touchdown last drive. Now they're trying to get points again here before the halftime. I've seen how this works before. It's not going to end well for the other team. It's an absolute cinch that Bama wins this game and covers. I'll be shocked if they don't. First half, NC State. Clock's going to run out. 31-21 Pitt. We'll get back to that one as well. Texas Tech 21-0 over Oak State. 105-61 is the yardage in that game. It's not like they're killing them. The kickoff return for the touchdown to start the game. There was also a 26-yard touchdown pass and a 7-yard touchdown run. Oak State 3 and out, 5 and out, 4 and out, and then downs the last drive. So to add into injury to injury, I guess I shouldn't say that. Texas Tech did get the ball first. But yeah, they've only kick return, touchdown, punt, touchdown. But there was a 1-play, 26-yard touchdown drive and a kick return. So it's not like they've gained a jillion yards. They just had the one drive. Maybe they'll really let off the gas here. We have to hope that plus 38 can hold up with all those points when it's like this. Illinois, Washington, 21-17. Again, the Huskies, 3 touchdowns and 1 punt. You got Illinois with 2 field goals and 2 touchdowns and a field goal. $239-196. Washington leads the yardage battle. It's a pretty clean game. No turnovers either way. Halftime price there is Illinois half or 1 on top, which good luck to them. Hope they're right. I've got 4.5 and 5 in pocket. I actually thought it would come pick or maybe Washington half with Illinois getting the ball first. I guess I understand it. 28 the total, which seems on the low side to me, but we'll find out there as well. The last 2 to get through, Florida Atlantic and Navy, 21-13. The Navy leads it at the half. Again, that's the weird situation there with Navy going 3 touchdowns and then a fumble and then downs. Florida Atlantic touchdown, fumble, field goal, punt. So yardage is 277-203. Navy, they do get the ball at the half and they're up 8. Second half, Navy 7.5, which I agree with. I think it should be a little higher. Total 31. That seems a little bit on the low side, but not too low. I mean, given that they scored 30, it's like to me they scored 34 and they can't possibly do worse than 34. Like, as long as Florida Atlantic holds up their end of the deal, Navy's like a lock to score 21 against this defense. Like, lock. I don't ever use that word. Washington State 21-7 over Toledo. In Pullman, Washington State gets the ball first. 233-173 is the yardage. Washington State was up 21-0. Drive summary, pretty simple. Toledo, punt, touchdown. Came with 13 seconds left to cut it to 21-7. Washington State, punt, 3 touchdowns and half. So one-way traffic so far. The yardage isn't that bad. Let's see if Toledo can fight their way back in it. Halftime price, Toledo the favorite a half, 21.5. I actually do like Toledo a little bit in the second half. Not enough to consider playing it with that shitty coach, but nothing to it. Cincinnati is mauling Baylor 24-0. The Bears are the ones getting mauled by the Bearcats. It's usually not the way it works in one of those. Let's see. Did anything that I missed line-wise? I know some of these third quarters are starting to start already. I think I've given you a number on everything that's went in. I don't have any strong opinions on any of this. The early games, the North Carolina line was clearly wrong against Virginia, and the IU game was cheap. But there's nothing that's in this set that remotely makes me think that I'm stealing anything. Yeah, there was nothing to it. Minnesota, Iowa over 16.5 would have been worth a look. But like, are you really excited about betting a second half over in a game that's 31-0? I mean, in Minnesota, I mean, this could be just a flat out mail-in. I mean, who knows what this will end up. The only thing good about that is that it doesn't require me to watch 1 second of CBS today. They only had that one game, and that was it. Mississippi State, did they get a touchdown off a deflection from Texas? Is that live? It is. Oh my goodness, how did this happen? Let me go to the box and see what transpired here. 11 plays, 83 yards. It's only a 1 yard catch. Traore from Taylor. I didn't see the start of the play there. Shapen threw incomplete on the play before, so he's not hurt, I don't think. Anyways, 9:21 left before the half. It's 14-all in that game. State been the better side so far. It's good that they were able to come back and shake off that bullshit field goal penalty. $14-all in Starkville. Turning into a track meet, just like everybody thought. Central Michigan leads UMass 30-10. Point pending in Mount Pleasant. Where is that? Kelly Short Stadium? My Mac memory is fading as I age. It's kind of sad. Been to all those places 25 years ago. Pittsburgh, NC State's the one game I didn't give you, I don't think. Pittsburgh 3 and 28.5. I like Pitt. I like Pitt a lot. I think they're going to smash them. Even with the fact that NC State gets the ball first, the fact that they make Pitt a 3-point favorite should really tell you everything you need to know. I mean, I think. Oh, wait a minute. NC State got the ball first. That's right. They punted. 3 and out and then a touchdown. Yeah. Okay, that's why Pitt's. I was like, wait a second. They don't make Pitt a 3-point favorite in this spot with them not giving them. So it's a double bang. Oh, even better. I love being up 10 with the ball in a game where they only maybe lay 5.5 at the end after I thought 7 and open was stealing. Let's see. What else is happening here? I think everything is at the half everywhere. Vandy and Missouri are about to kick off. Chris Budden's on the screen. Pump it up. Boom, 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 boom. Bama didn't get anything in that drive at the end. 14-6 at the break. That's the one that's going to go in. There are some 4 o'clock games. I'm not going to stick around for those halves. 24-0 Cincinnati over Baylor. The second quarter just started in the Texas-Mississippi State game. I'll come back for that. That'll be it for now. Texas Tech 21-0. You don't need anything there. Yeah, everything else is either gone or going in. Pitt 3, 28.5 against NC State. Nothing to it. Bama, South Carolina. Hang tight. I'm looking at a different source here. See if I can glean some more information here. Oh, that's disappointing. A lot of games, but the Lions people, for the most part, did a good job there. But there wasn't anything that really stood out either. I was kind of watching a lot, plus with the fights, but I couldn't really hone in on anything that stood out. Like the North Carolina-Virginia game stood out. Like that game could never have been 6.5 second half. Never. And Virginia didn't even score. They didn't score till the overtime. Second half, Bama. Looks like something that involves 5.5 to 6.5 total. 23 is probably the safest bet. Is there anything noteworthy in the box that I might have missed earlier? That game is down here towards the bottom. Yeah, South Carolina was the better team. Yardage is about the same. Bama has 2 rushing yards in this game. I mean, that ain't going to cut it. I'm impressed with everything. South Carolina had the ball 19 minutes, but that turnover was just a killer. The pick six with where it happened and how it happened, just a total backbreaker when you're trying to win a game like this. Arch Manning runs a draw on 3rd and 11 for about 15. What is Mississippi State's defense doing? Him with his legs has been. That wasn't a draw. He actually stepped up in the pocket. I just looked up and saw him run. I thought it was a designed draw. Pocket collapsed, but nobody was there to contain him. Good work by him. I'll give him credit. Texas pounding it away out near midfield. Now 7:40 to go. Clock on the move. Wisner was the carrier there. As things stand, I'm going to try to come back for that half. If not, it'll be a little after that. And as things also stand, I'm going to throw up the odds prices on the screen for you. Alabama 6.5 and the 23 in the second half. I have no opinion. That to me is right on what it's supposed to be. Maybe Bama 7 was what I would use. And to be honest, I would think that they will cover. I just don't have any interest in that with the fact that there's lots of other fish to fry for Alabama this year, and the back door could easily be open. So, it's a pass. The fact that Bama couldn't run the ball in the first half also a little concerning. Trying to lay points to the team that couldn't run it. Yeah. All right, I'm going to close the mechanism out, and I'm going to throw up the odds screen for you guys now that I've done so. And it's 5:30 Eastern, 2:30 Pacific. Let's call it for maybe a half hour, 40 minutes. I'm going to grab some food and prep for the next big spot. A lot going on here. My computer is running pretty slow. Of course, when you got 1,000 box scores pulled up and line services and using Java right and left, that's what happens, right? Temple's taking the lead 21-7 in Tulsa. Northern Illinois now leads Ball State 14-7. Rice and UConn 24-all in the fourth quarter. I'm going to have to put that on for a little bit. I'll do a little shuffling of the deck chairs in this one, the televisions, given the score situations. Baylor trying to put some points on the board before halftime against Cincinnati. They're down 24-0, a minute to go in the half. I'm not going to bother with you guys on that one. Second half, Baylor does get the ball first. I can't see it. If I saw any signs of fight from them before, I'd say, okay, yeah, no problem. But it's just not there. All right. Let's throw that up for you to stare at for a bit. Let me see if there's anything happening that would make it easier for me to scroll to a certain point and give you guys. Let's do that. Let's scroll down this time. Give you the bottom of the board tonight, all the late games. Yeah, that'll do it. That's everything from Monroe, Southern Miss, all the way down to the last game on the board. So we'll leave this the way it is for the time being. I'm going to mute myself, and I'll be back sometime before the top of the hour. And depending on what happens, 6 minutes to go, Mississippi State has it back against Texas, 14-all in Starkville. Back in a bit. Enjoy the odds. and the sweats from now until then. Thanks for hanging out with me in the Sweatbox. Mississippi State, a very impressive half. They lead Texas 24-14 at the break. Texas laying 6.5 in the second half. If a 7 pops, it's an automatic take on the dog. Texas does get the ball first, but they've really been outplayed for a good part of this half. There's nothing accidental about this. Total 26.5. Again, that's too low. Mississippi State's offense has done really well. Beck's INT with 11:20 left in the second quarter. BYU's outscored Iowa State 20-17. More importantly, they were able to double dip at the end of the first half, and that's the reason why they lead by 3. In Ames, 4:33 to go, third quarter. Brigham Young trying to stay unbeaten at number 11 in the country at this point. 28-0 Texas Tech leads Oklahoma State at the half. 14 the line in the second half. They're 24. I actually like the dog if it gets to 14.5. Just, again, the old quit factor easily in play here. Off the gas, not much else to play for. Even if Oklahoma State could score one time, I like them to have a good chance to cover for the game. Mexico 33-14 over Utah State. That's a final. Second half was 7-7. Let's see. Did anything else happen of importance? No. Some halftimes. No. Nothing of any importance. A couple of hockey games are final. But yeah, you guys see the scores and the lines up there on the screen. I'm going to switch it back now for a bit, clear the mechanism, go back to the top. I'll be here. I'll try not to let you see me stuffing my face too badly, but it'll be a few minutes. Got some hot wings, so I'll eat pizza later on. Pizza on Saturdays has been a big tradition of mine, with the exception of the time I worked at Cascade where Lenny was not allowed me to eat at the office. That's a story for another week. Pittsburgh doing damage to NC State 40-21. They got it back. Looking good there. TCU and West Virginia, 127 and 128. That's on ESPN Plus. Just kicked off in Morgantown. No score there. Connecticut and Rice tied up at 24, all 1 minute to go in regulation. And everything else, nothing goes until. Actually, you know what? I wanted to check something out real quick before I go back to the top here. Let's go page down. Will it let me? Yeah, it did. Okay, thanks. Okay, Grambling and Jackson State are out here. That's about to kick at Allegiant Stadium. One of those historically black college classics or whatever. I think the game I made 20. Their deal books are not count 20-21. And North Dakota State plays South Dakota State in a battle of 1 versus 2 in the 1AA. And Jesus Christ, why is it so slow? Okay, that's why. It's up to 7.5. I think I made North Dakota State maybe 6. I think it was 5.5 this morning. So there you have that. Okay, so I'll be back. I'm here, but I'm not here for a little bit. Let me eat and pull up the box scores of the 7 o'clock games. It's 6:07 Eastern. Look for me sometime around 6:20, 10-15 minutes. Nothing else is happening of any note. Big move on Mississippi State in the second half at Bet Online and other places offshore. All the 6.5s are gone. There's now only 6. I would actually still take 6 with Mississippi State or better, no worse. Give me about 15 minutes or so. We'll check back in a little after 6:20. This fucking Illinois can't stop this piece of shit. God damn, just right down the field every fucking time. I'm gonna lose one game today. It's gonna be that fucking Illinois. Complete piece of shit. I gotta adjust the power rating on. I think I have to. Wow, Texas just missed a 29-yard field goal. Jesus. I think I have to adjust Washington's home and away more. They never lose at home, and they never win on the road, especially when they got to travel east. Some of these Big Ten teams haven't quite figured out how to handle that yet. Although UCLA's loss today had nothing to do with the travel, they just got the shit beat out of them by the best team in the country. Welcome to those of you hanging out in the SWEATBOX with me. 6 hours and 45 minutes or so into this thing today. I'm your host, Rex Byers. We got Missouri and Vanderbilt. Knotted up with 7 minutes to go. Diego Pavia has thrown a deep ball. It was closer to the defensive back than the receiver. Fresno has not been shut out at home since 1980. October the 25th, 1980. Vandy's offense has really been non-existent. The 80-yard return put them up 10-3, and the Missouri came right back and scored. Missouri's quarterback also got injured. That's the kid that transferred in from Penn State that has a lot of draft potential as well. Pavia chucks it again off his back foot. This one's over everybody's head. They're begging for a flag. They're not going to get it. Let's see what happened in here. TCU leads West Virginia 10-0 early in Morgantown. Good start for the Horned Frogs, laying 16.5 and 55 at the end. That game opened 15. Pittsburgh's kicking another field goal against NC State. This is going to be the weirdest 49-21 of all time. Oh, he missed it. Still 46-21. I'm going to give you something to chuckle at here, the drive chart. Mouse is moving extremely slow. I got too much stuff open. My computer officially needs to be shut down. $15-0 in the third quarter. The scoring was. Here are the drives in the second half. Second half for NC State: punt, fumble, downs, and downs. Pittsburgh: field goal, touchdown, field goal, and then they missed a field goal. Oh, shit. 46-21 Panthers. Nothing accidental about it. 470-292 is the yardage. It's sitting 25. I'd like it to get a little worse than this. Not to sweat anything. What's happening in the South Carolina, Bama? So Bama fucks up a punt and South Carolina covers it? Yeah, it's a muff punt or punt situation. So it's 15-14. Gamecocks up one with the ball at the Bama 30, 13.5 to go. Bama offense, again, not really doing much except for the one drive in the first half. And here they're deprived of the chance. Navy 35-13 over Florida Atlantic. Their defense has done a good job in the second half. Looks like their coach just called a timeout as well. He wasn't happy with the setup there. Illinois first down by 17, 7 minutes to go. I mean, 2 touchdowns is all it takes. Can't you lose by 3? Christ's sakes. Oh, Texas Tech on 3rd and 2 just ran a wheel route for a touchdown. 9:25 to go. 34-0 Texas Tech. Vandy, big play. 1st and goal. Inside the 10 with 4:25 left. Now we got some pointing and taunting. There's flags everywhere. What the fuck are they doing? I have no idea who all these flags are on, but there's a lot. There could be like multiple flags for sure. Oh, Vandy gets called for a hold. That's going to come bring it all the way back. Washington was trying to blitz the corner. Actually did blitz the corner, and Illinois threw right into it. They got a 1st down. Guy was offside, so it was a free play anyways. Altmaier's numbers aren't very good, but they're not just like awful. They're sending pressure at him the whole game. Mississippi State 24-14 over Texas. 7:30 to go. 3rd quarter. Longhorns have it at their own 20. 3rd and 2. Trips right. Manning, play fake, RPO, incomplete. Curious to see if they'll try to go for it here or not. BYU has completely blown things open against Iowa State. They lead at 41-27. Cyclones on 3rd and 3 at the 28. They go backwards 3 yards on the quarterback keeper. Beck now with 2 picks in the game. It's going to be 4th and short. They'll have to go for it. I think this was supposed to be a pass, and he just didn't throw it. Didn't see anybody or something. I don't know. Vandy hold was way downfield, so it's still 1st and 10 at like the 13. Or maybe the 12. 4 minutes and 9 seconds left. Clock is stopped. Vandy, lots of exotic motion, pre-snap movement. Motion left. Here's a give to the tailback. Give him about 4. 1st down Iowa State. San Diego State 23-0. They're really close to putting the wrap on Fresno and shutting out the Bulldogs. Looks like Sarkisian and Winford didn't get it, so Mississippi State's going to take over. No, they didn't. They punted. Mississippi State has it at their own 31. Up by 10, middle of the 3rd quarter. RPO by Mississippi State. Incomplete pass. Jesus Christ. It's about 2 seconds late on the mute button there. Anyways, back to it. Vandy 3rd and 4 at the 2:40 mark. They run all kinds of clock down, and then Pavia, Vandy's first time out. 2:37 left. South Carolina, Lenora Sellers touchdown run. 22-14 Gamecocks. 10 minutes left. Here's an interesting stat. UConn this year has lost 3 games now. All of them have been in overtime or multiple. I think they might have all been in double overtime. Today it's Rice that gets them 37-34 down in Houston. Iowa State on 4th and 10, chucking for the end zone, incomplete. Brigham Young will take over on downs. Pavia keeps it. First down, Vandy on 3rd and 4, give him 5. First and goal at the 1. Now it's up to Missouri what they want to do with the clock. Mississippi State 4th and 2 at the Texas 47. They're lining up to go for it. Motion right, motion back left. 2 guys in motion, more motion back right. They're not going to run a play, Jesus Christ. Oh, they did. They were going to wish they didn't run a play. Shapen and swallowed up and sacked. There was all kinds of movement there. I really thought for a minute they weren't going to snap it. Coach is furious at somebody on the offense. They really fucked the dog there. That didn't work out too good at all. Texas takes over, only down by 10. They have it back in Mississippi State territory after that 4th down failure. I mean, there was all kinds of shit. There's 2 different guys. They wouldn't stop moving. I think they were both moving at the same time a couple times. Look, there was illegal motion. They didn't call it. Texas Tech, I'm not joking, has walk-ons in the game. I mean, if Oklahoma State can't cover this, just please a running clock would be in order. But Jesus Christ, the only reason I got it on is because I had that in the Westgate contest. We have 38. I hate the game. It was that and Illinois are the 2 that I hated the most. But I'm not going to say that because I didn't like a lot of games. And San Diego State was kind of like on the fence. And App State, the number was better than the contest, but I liked them. Pitt, it wasn't that good. The Illinois punt, is that what I'm seeing? 42-25, and they fucking punt. Joe Tessitore is losing his mind up in the Bama South Carolina game. Funny thing about this game is if South Carolina doesn't win it, I don't see a path to bowl eligibility. The schedule for them is actually broken pretty easily compared to what it could or should have. I mean, I'm looking at this shit and it's at Ole Miss next week. Good luck there. Although the spot couldn't be better. 3rd and 7, Bama. Simpson's pass is thrown to the outside and caught at the 43. First down, Bama. Then there's a bye. Then they go at Texas A&M, Coastal Carolina, and Clemson at home back-to-back. But the conference season ends after the next 2 games. But Jesus, I mean, the last 4 really. Oklahoma at home, Alabama at home. Well, shit. What am I saying? at LSU before that. At LSU, Oklahoma, Alabama, at Ole Miss. That's the 4-game stretch they're in the middle of right now. They wrap it up with Texas A&M. After the bye, I need some chocolate. 2-minute warning. 10-10 Vandy. Pavia hands it to the back. Stopped at the 1. They do not get in. Oh, the ball's out. Surely they're going to call him down or progress stopped. That'll be a fucking colossal arrogance of Andy. He's going to go ahead and run it all the way back for a touchdown just in case. Also, just in case Missouri called timeout. Oh, he's down. Okay, they were trying to strip it. First down, Bama out near midfield, 7:40 to go there. 2-minute warning, San Diego State's going to punt it away at the 20-yard line. Fresno has all 3 of their timeouts left. I don't know what they would take one if it had something to do with scoring a point, not getting shut out. Punt is a fucking bomb, and he muffs it. How about that? Did fall on it. They'll start at their own 26, 1:52 left. 23-0 San Diego State. Navy scores again to go at 42-19. They're going to comfortably cover against Florida Atlantic. Yeah, I think even if they score, they'll cut it only to 15. Washington just milking it out. They're taking knees and shit, rolling towards midfield. What a joke. You're telling me I can't get two touchdowns in bullshit time and lose it by 3? Williams catches one down to the 30. First down, Bama, 6:15 to go. Clock moving. Bama down 8. Pittsburgh's lead has been cut to 46-28. Onside kick is no good. I mean, it's good. It's just short. Pitt gets it. 11:16 left. Pitt takes over 46-28 at the NC State 43. Important for me. I just want to make sure I don't let them in the back door. Bama screen to the 25, 5-yard gain. Clock continues to move. The ruling on the field was actually a fumble in this game. I can't hardly believe that. They surely have overturned it. It just took them forever to fix it. But the ruling on the field being a fumble is one that would worry me if I were Clark Lee. Well, Drinkwitz held out hope that he was going to get away with one. Didn't happen. Call overturned, as it rightfully should have been. Iowa State down 2 touchdowns. They get it back. A few finals have come in here. Let's go ahead and rattle a few of them off. Ball State has lost at Northern Illinois 21-7. The Huskies take the bronze stalk. They keep it in DeKalb. They take it from Ball State. And it's the last scheduled meeting for the foreseeable future. They played every year for at least the last 30 since Northern came back in the MAC. Long time. But Northern leaving the conference to join the Mountain West in football only next year. So that'll take the MAC down to 12 again with UMass still in it. And those two teams are not scheduled to play each other anytime in the near future. UMass Central Michigan 38-13 final score in Mount Pleasant. Central Michigan gets the cash. Game does go over the 46, not by a lot, but it got there. Iowa 41-3 over Minnesota. And Iowa City, that's a final. Southern Miss 49-21 over Monroe. That's a final. And Miami, Ohio has beaten Western Michigan 26-17. They get all the money in that game. Cover all the numbers. Game goes over the total of 40 and a half. Vandy will now have it. Missouri has one timeout. It's 2nd and goal to 1. Vandy 2 plays to get ahead of the number here. They laid 3, pretty much consensus. Bama 2nd 3, first down to the back. It's going to be 1st and goal at the 2. They're taking their time, but getting in is all that matters. Pavia keeps it for Vandy. He's in. Touchdown Vanderbilt. And they take a 6-point lead with the point pending. I don't like this Missouri much, but this wasn't an easy spot. Come in here and busted their ass. They right in it till the end, even without the quarterback the second half. Extra point is good. Vandy 17-10, 152 left. Missouri 1 timeout left. Mississippi State running play stopped at the 5. 3rd and goal, 1 minute to go in the 3rd. Touchdown would put them up 3 scores. Bernard is in for Alabama to cut the lead to 2. 2:16 left. It took them a while, but they did get in. Long drive, they're going to go for 2 to try to tie it. So just 3 quick slants to clear it out, and then the back was by himself, and man, no one was close. That play would probably work pretty good right now. 2-point conversion. 14 plays, 79 yards. It took them 7:38, but the goal was accomplished. Bama has yet to go for 2 this season. Wow, nice execution. The tight end got out in the just ran a little out route. It's by himself on the right side, everything to the left. Some eye candy where the back received the snap and then gave it to the quarterback, and then they faked it to the guy from the right going back to the left and threw it to the right. You'll see that on the highlights later. 2:16 to go, 22-22. Bama has knotted it up at South Carolina. San Diego State has beaten Fresno 23-0. This is their 5th win in a row and the longest winning streak since 2021 for them. Washington 42-25 over Illinois. I need to fix my TV situation. What a fucking joke. Illinois piece of shit they are. Texas Tech now leads 42-0 against against Oklahoma State. I'm going to tell you that's about the saddest thing I've ever seen. The other team really can't is doing all they can not to try. They fumbled the last time. They're running all kinds of crazy, like not just no effort play, just walk-ons getting the ball and linemen just blowing off the Oklahoma State guys off the field. Just a complete quit. 31-14 Mississippi State. 20 seconds left in the third. Texas. It's getting very late there. Iowa State is in. 41-33. 2:22 left. There is a flag. I was wondering why they weren't celebrating. Now I know. A little too easy to get in. Holding. First and goal back at the 18 now for Iowa State. Timeout BYU. Not sure what that's all about. Clock was stopped. FS1, ESPN, ACC. It's Miami of Florida. Where are they at? They're laying 30, right? I'm sure not going to watch that. ESPN? Yeah, I'm out on that. You can do better than ESPN. We'll have the baseball on Big Fox, and I'll keep that in the middle tonight. So I'll be giving you rundown, play-by-play, live options there. Jesus Christ, this is so hard to watch. I don't know why I put myself through some of this shit. The good news or the bad news, ever how you want to see it's run out of games here. Can't watch them all when they all turn into beatdowns. Washington State has beaten Toledo 28-7. That's a final in Pullman. It's the top of the hour game's about to go. Let me give you the rundown real quick of the lines of those games. I got the boxes already pulled up. Boston College. Let's skip that. This is the game's going at 7. 1:35. Stanford, Miami, Florida. Miami of Florida opened as a 27-point favorite, 48.5. It's now 28.5. Total 46. Some 45.5s out there. That game will not start at the top of the hour. A little bit of a delay. They're going to wait as long as they can. Vandy and Missouri are still on Big ESPN, so they'll wait a little bit. 55 seconds left. Missouri calls their last time out. They got a lineman injured and limping off. 17-10, 55 seconds left. The 80-yard run for Vandy kind of came out of nothing. It was just really weird to give them the 10-3 lead. Okay. A couple of games at 7:30. Also at 7 is ULA and Troy. 147 and 148. This game opened 7 and 47.5. Troy State basically the same price. 47, some total out there. I see it 148, but really not much movement at all. It was bet up to 50 or whatever. Just kind of trying to phony it around a little bit early, but then it came right back down. Nobody was taking that bait. So I guess in theory under is supposed to be right, but they didn't keep going on it, so maybe not. Wisconsin at Oregon, game 191-92. That's on FS1. About to go. Oregon laying 31-43.5 at open. It's 31-45 around here at close. Georgia Southern and Arkansas State, 203-204 on ESPN Plus. Arkansas State open 2 at 61.5. Current price is pick and 59.5. Everything else is at 7:30 or beyond, and I'll give you all those games here shortly. Call it 10 to 15 minutes depending on what's happening here. BYU is going to beat Iowa State 41-27. They get a stop. And the disappointment continues for the Cyclones, who will fall to 5-3 and 2-3 in the league. Who knew the trip to Dublin would end up being a nightmare for both Kansas State and Iowa State when it was all said and done? Well, Sellers fumbled this. What's the call on the field in this game? That's the right call. It is a fumble recovered by the defense. Nobody got it, but the fat guy for South Carolina was late on the ball. Yeah, it is. Alabama's going to find a way to win this game. Whether they deserve it or not, who knows. Sorsby, big touchdown for Cincinnati, puts them up 33-20, point pending. Baylor had worked themselves back in it from 24-0 down. Big play and sequence there. Bearcats getting it done. Oregon and Wisconsin kicking off in about, call it 7:10 Eastern, 4:10 Pacific on FS1. Fox is ready to cut to the pregame show. I've got to figure out how to juggle NBC and ABC with the baseball game on the big TVs. Michigan State or Texas A&M LSU. I'm going to start with Michigan State because we do have a bet plus 14.5 on Michigan State, and I got no opinion or no involvement on LSU and Texas A&M. There is some wind in that game. This will be back-to-back seasons that BYU starts 8-0. That's the first time that's happened in the history of the school, believe it or not. Texas's throw to the end zone was caught, but I think he's out of bounds. They're going to review it. I guess it's possibly got 1 foot in. It's college after all. Now they're kicking the extra point. I guess it counts. I thought for sure he was out of bounds. Great play by the receiver. At Livingstone, okay. 31-21, Mississippi State, 13-15 to go. There's still time. See if Mississippi State stays aggressive on offense. BYU 41-27, the final against Iowa State. Stanford and Miami starting on ESPN News for those who are super interested in the 30-point favorite. Wonder what's happening on ESPN to make them be in such a hurry to start this game at 7 o'clock tonight. It's not because of Sports Center. 17-10 Vandy. It's 3rd and 17. 6 seconds left for Mizzou. Tim Brando and Spencer Devin Gardner on the call in Oklahoma or in Oregon. Oklahoma State 4th and 1 can't get a yard. Texas Tech takes over. Head of the number 8 with the ball. Eli Drinkwitz having a chat with somebody. He came all the way out of the field to have this discussion. Cincinnati with an impressive drive there. 12 plays, 75 yards, 7:21 off the clock. One way to slow down Baylor's offense is don't let them play. Then they fumble the kickoff. I think Cincinnati got it. Don't quote me. One of the Baylor guys might have punked his way in there and stole it back. Nope. Cincy ball. I can't believe that Texas play was a touchdown. I mean, they showed it in slow motion. I want to see his catch on the ground. What is this? Is this a catch? And he's short of the end zone? And what the fuck is going on in this Vandy? I got to figure out what's happening. So he catches it, but he's at the 1. You can't let that happen. That seems incomprehensible. Everything about that. Vandy had it. Like, the 2 guys went through the hand, right through their hands. Big play, Mississippi State shovel pass, and he running, rumbling, stumbling, and he gone. 12:29 left. Mississippi State 37-21 point pinning. That'll be tough to overcome. Texas defense, which has been carrying way more than its share of the weight all season, today the dam finally broke. So the ruling on the field is incomplete, then they overturned it. Complete pass, but short of the goal line. So inside the 1 is where the game will end. Vandy 17, Missouri 10. Bama, 42 seconds left. The pass is Simpson is incomplete. South Carolina's out of timeouts. Alabama has all 3 of theirs. NC State out here still firing darts. 53-34 inside the last minute. Navy has beaten Florida Atlantic 42-32. Florida Atlantic scored 2 touchdowns at the end. I had all but eliminated them from getting the money. How did that happen? Now I have to look. Oh, no, I didn't. Because they were. Oh, yeah, that did. It was 35. It was 35-13. Florida Atlantic scored. They score with 2 minutes and then they score with 1:10. So would they get an onside kick? I guess so. 13 plays, 60 yards, 345, and then 5 plays, 45 yards. Yep. So Florida Atlantic 2 touchdowns to get in the back door. That is a vicious beat if you had Navy. Oh my goodness. Oh fuck. That's awful. 42-19. Oh God. 42-19 with 5:29 left. You're up 23. Yeah, that's when I graded the game. Because I said they'll be up 23 and they're going to cover. That's 2 scores, no matter what number you laid. There was no way for Florida Atlantic to get there. Oh, that is sick. That is sickening. Oof. Oof. Whew. Miami of Florida. This is about the closest thing to a cheat I've ever seen out of them. The grass at the new Orange Bowl is new, whatever you want to call it, is green, and they're wearing like camouflage green tops and bottoms. There is some black, and they're wearing black socks. I guess I don't know. I mean, it's not Boise bad, but it's pretty bad. They were wearing the same helmets, like a cheating helmet. Then I would have to like really have a problem with this. The Stanford players stick out like they're the only ones out there. They're wearing white with red. Goldbranson was questionable a good part of the week he is playing. No score in that game, 6 minutes in. Wisconsin and Oregon underway in Eugene. Badgers with it. No score, 13:40 to go in the first. Bama scores a touchdown. They go up 29-22 with 29 seconds left. South Carolina with the ball. No timeouts. So Bama really did nothing for a good part of the game on offense until the last two drives. They almost waited till it was too late, but not quite. Sellers completes a pass to the outside, but he's stuck, tackled in bounds. The clock will continue to move. And they had guys all over the place down the field. 11 seconds left. The South Carolina guy, the receiver on the far side from the camera, actually lined up in the neutral zone. The ref didn't call a flag on him. He touched him afterwards and probably told him, but he didn't throw a flag, which is funny because it would have been a runoff. Not that it should matter, but I think if something in this game happens where it matters, I think you'll get a good lag. It would be really funny. Sellers running around. I think he's sacked. Yeah, that'll do it. Alabama 29 and South Carolina 22. That's the final from Columbia. Alabama does not cover any of the numbers. The game slides over the total with the last Alabama touchdown. Had they kicked the field goal, would have been under 25-22 as game closed 11.5, 12, and 47.5, 48, and 48.5 were all in play at the close. Stanford big play down to the 20, first and 10 in Miami territory. Curious to see what you're going to get out of Miami tonight after the loss to Louisville. I've already seen enough to make me think that I wish I had a Stanford ticket. The progress in them from week 0, the loss at Hawaii, to now has been startling, actually. Texas touchdown. They're not giving up yet. I thought that this could develop into this if Mississippi State was going to stay aggressive on offense. 38-27, 11-point game, 9:34 left. Gonna have another chocolate. Why not? You know, I think I have some almonds down here. I should just go, I'm going to eat some almonds instead. It's got to be better for your health, right? Nah, chocolate. 53-34 was the final in the Pitt NC State game. Pitt covers everything. Of course, it goes over. Temple beats Tulsa in overtime, 38-37. Shows 7-6. I'm guessing that we probably had Tulsa score and go for 2 and didn't get it, but I can't prove it. I don't know it. I'm just guessing it. Temple wins, does not cover anything. That's game 181. They were laying 4.5, 5 at the end. Over it goes. Bama 29-22 over at Bama. .30 game's about to kick. I'm going to take a brief break after I give you the line update on all those games, and then we'll go from there. Texas did score the touchdown against Mississippi State, and extra point was good. It's 9 minutes to go there, 38-28 in that one. Cincinnati leads Baylor 41-20, TCU 17-7 with a 2-minute warning over West Virginia. We'll have a halftime there next. That'll be the only one in that 6 p.m. Eastern window. Stanford touchdown. God, Miami's defense was piss poor there. Right down the field. Stanford 7, Miami nothing. 4:35 to go in the first. 30-point dog. Closed 28. Sorry. No 28s anyway. 28.5 was the least. This is where I see lots of 28.5. The live line is Miami 17.5. In what world is that right? I've already seen enough of this game. They ain't covered any fucking 17.5. That's a joke. I mean, it really is. Like I say, at this point, I'm not going to say that they're going to be lucky to escape. Something's going to happen to force them to wake up and come out and play. They clearly are flatter than a pancake here. And Stanford's not. Stanford does something stupid, like one of those, if you get a late hit or, start talking shit to somebody, then, yeah, something could turn into a problem if Miami wakes up. But nothing's happened yet to wake them up. Clearly, it's just a complete no-show. Let's see. All right, on to the 7:30s. Boston College is at Louisville. Cardinals off the win over that Miami. 23-54.5 was the opener, 25.5. And 26 out there, 54.5. I do have a sharp friend who's on Boston College. I respect the play. I can understand it why. I actually like it more now. Michigan State on NBC. That Louisville Boston College is on the ACC channel. NBC for Michigan State. I'm on the dog. Plus 14.5. Big Steam. Game is going from 14 to 13.5. All the 14s are gone at most places. They take a decent sized bet. Chris actually went to 12.5, so they're drowning at Michigan State. 48 the total in that one. And skip down to 179, 180 Texas A&M LSU in Baton Rouge. Bottom of the hour kick. ABC. It'll be a little after that, 7:40 probably. Texas A&M opened a 1-point favorite, 49.5. They are a 1-point favorite currently. It was as high as 2 a little bit ago. Big LSU's team here at the end. Total 50-50.5. Let's see. Wisconsin, Oregon underway, no score. Houston and Arizona State. 8 o'clock, top of the hour. That's on ESPN2. Arizona State opened an 8-point favorite, 49.5. It's currently 7 and 46.5, 47. You've got 2 others. Tennessee at Kentucky, 7:45 on the SEC channel. Good luck with Texas and Mississippi State trying to get it done on time. Easier said than done there. Mississippi State punts it, so Texas gets it back down by 10. 7:53 left. God, there's an eternity left of time. 8 and 50.5 Tennessee. It's down to 7.5 and 55. Last game, Colorado State, Wyoming. CBS College Sports. Open Wyoming 3:45.5. Up to 5.5. There is some 6 out there. Paradise Wager has one. 46.5 and 47 the total. Colorado State did fire their coach this week. And that's that. Other scores in progress. I'll get you the TCU West Virginia second half here shortly. That'll be the next one that goes in. Stanford 7-0 over Miami. ULala and Troy State tied up at 7. 6 minutes to go in the first. Cincinnati has beaten Baylor 41-20. That's final. They cover everything. Second half 17-14 Cincinnati. Let's see. Wisconsin, Oregon, no score in the first. Texas Tech 45-0 now over Oklahoma State 5:51 left. That means they'll cover everything unless Oklahoma State gets lucky and scores somehow. Put it on 38. Georgia Southern 14-0 at Arkansas State. Game 203. This game closed Arkansas State basically picking 59 and a half. It was Arkansas State 2 at open, and it was hovering in the 1.5 range most of the day. There was some Georgia State's team at the very end. Looks pretty prescient so far. So that's where we stand. LSU and A&M kickoff's not going to be for 22, so 7:48 or 7:49 Eastern in Baton Rouge before they start playing up there. Texas, 3rd and 4. Manning completes a pass to the outside. First down, Longhorns inside the Mississippi State 40. There's just a ton of time left in this game. I feel like they've ran 1,000 plays and the clock doesn't move. Let's see. Anything else? No. All right. 2 minutes. I'm going to make one TV adjustment, turn some lights on, close the blinds, keep the sun out of my eyes in case the clouds go away, and hit the facilities for just a second. 7:27. We'll be back bottom of the hour Eastern time. 2 minutes and some change. Arkansas State has scored against Georgia Southern 14-6 in Jonesboro. Point pending, 2:29 left. Wisconsin has the ball and Oregon has 0 points. I have to understand how that happened. Simmons, the quarterback for Wisconsin in this one. Huh. Mike Palms at Circa, his Twitter account got hacked, and Malshaw just tweeted that a little bit ago. The funny thing about it, and I only chuckle because of the fact that the same exact thing happened to me, and it was the same deal. It was one of these Bitcoin, Ethereum type things. Crazy, the tweet that's in his tweet. The good news, everybody knows. I mean, there's only 2 people that like the tweet, but yeah, 39,000 followers, 13K following. So anyways, that's that. Poor Mike. I've been there. It's a nightmare trying to get your account back too. I can't remember what the new password is either. I mean, it's like something I'll let them pick it. Exclamation points and hashtag, whatever, dashes and question marks, all that shit with the regular characters and letters. Some caps, some numbers. Louisville, black on black tonight at home against Boston College. I can't believe the crowd's not better than this after the win they had last week. I thought they'd fill the Pizza Palace. TCU 20-7 over West Virginia. 21 seconds to go before the break in that one.
If a young quarterback plays it when his men retweet everybody throwing his plane, asking him to do more. He gets his top running back, Justice Haynes, back, the home run hitter who missed the last 2 games. And then
Haynes back from Michigan. Yeah,
a wide
I
receiver,
know.
a freshman out of Texas, over the last 3 games, 17 of his 18 receptions. He's become a star in this offense. We've got Marsh versus Marsh. We've got young quarterbacks, as Todd said. We also have our own version of young QBs. Down on the field, Mike Robinson, Matt Castle standing by with Jordan Burnett. That's right. Some guys thought it'd be the center, maybe off the slot. I don't know. Let's tackle. That's right. Let's get what Todd's talking about here. Bryce Underwood getting better every week, Mike Rob. What do you want to see from him tonight as he goes? I want to see him continue to work on throwing catchable footballs, right? Sometimes when you're so feet.
I thought Matt Castle was still in the NFL as like a backup somewhere. Shows what the hell I know. He's working on NBC. TCU and West Virginia at the break in Morgantown, 20-7. Horned Toads are ahead. Texas has cut the Mississippi State lead to 38-31. 3rd and 1 for the Bulldogs, up by 7. Lead was 17 earlier in the quarter. Big play here. They're going to run it, and they're not going to get it. Wow. And they're going to have to punt. Texas with all 3 timeouts left. These 7:30 games on ABC and NBC and shit, just fucking stop saying that. Just put it 7:55 and let's move on. There's no reason to ever fucking say it's 7:30 anymore. Like, at least in the hockey now, they've given up and they just say, okay, if a game's supposed to start at 7, even the schedule says 7:07, 7:37, 8:07. Like, that's the time the puck's going to drop, and then I'm okay with it because they say it. It's like resort fees when you go to the hotel. Like, if I go to the Strip tonight and I want to stay, if I want to stay, for example, at one of this MGM properties, so I want to stay at like the MGM Grand. I would much rather them tell me, okay, Saturday night for you, Rexy, at the MGM Grand, everything included, all in fees and everything, is $119. Okay, you know, I'll be all right. That's what I owe. Before, if I decide I want to gamble and get it comped. But, you know, and if not, but what pisses me off is, okay, we'll give you the room, and it's, you know, special discount for the week, you know, weekend local rate, $50, and then and so you're thinking, okay, $50, and then the fee is $59 or whatever, you know, even $49, whatever. Bottom line is at the end, and then there's taxes on top of that. Bottom line is at the end you only pay like $113 or whatever, but you're still paying less than the $119. But it makes me more mad because they said $50. Why is it $113? Like, most people, studies have shown this, that it's psychologically true. And I consider myself to be an intelligent person, and I'm convinced that this is true. That people they're not nearly as upset if you just tell them what's the final number, and you tell them that, then it's much like easier to swallow and take and not get upset about than the other way around. Whereas, you know, it's the price actually was more expensive than, you know, or would be more expensive, but it doesn't matter because you know what you're paying. It's people want to know what it is rather than get gouged by the hidden fees and the costs and all the other shit that's tacked on at the end of it. So that's where I come from on that one. Anyways, I'll get off my soapbox there. But I forgot how I started talking about that. ADD for the fucking W on that chat. Anyways, Texas Tech 42-0 final over Oklahoma State. That I was just telling my buddy, it's kind of funny. We did the best we could. I mean, literally Oklahoma State was trying and Texas Tech was not. I mean, taking 38 in that contest wasn't the worst move. It just didn't work out. Frustrating, but, you know, that's such is life. Okay. Anyways, Boston College takes it into Louisville territory. No score, 4 minutes in that one. Stanford over Miami, 7-0. End of one in South Florida. ULA Troy State, end of one, 7-all in South Alabama. Texas, as they tie the game, is that true? I don't know what's going on here. I'm seeing 38 all, but the SEC channel's not on that big of a delay, is it? Unless something happened on the punt. If that's the case, they've scored 17 straight. Oh, they did. They punted it to Niblett. He ran it back. My Twitter is I follow too many people. I got no shot. On a Saturday, I follow like 3,000 something people, and I could cut some of them, but most of the times I follow them for a reason, and the ones that I want to see, they're all sports related. And on a Saturday like this, It's always going to be something that I want to see. Always. Andrew Luck taking another sideline interview. Why not? As good as your team's playing, you deserve it, sir. Frank Reich ought to be given the. He doesn't have to be the head coach forever. But he ought to have a chance if he wants the job to keep it. I mean, he's done a hell of a job too. Say what you want about the Stanford. Their progress from week 1 to now is that's not even the same team. He was also sitting in the press box early in the season, Luck was, and he started coming down the field. Now, whether that has a direct correlation to their improvement or not, it's tough to say. But he wasn't anywhere near the players at the start. Now I look up and he's down there next to him all the time. $38-38 on the SEC channel. Michigan wins the toss and defers. I need to start charting these coin tosses for these games. I forgot that earlier. I'll work on that. That'll be the next thing, actually. I'm going to take a baby break. Once these games go, the halftime of TCU West Virginia, 20-7. Texas Christian leads it 7.5. TCU in the second half, 26.5. I see at most places there is a 27. It's been bet down for a lot of places. A couple of places are actually circus all the way down to 24.5 over 15. A lot of that shit's all the same. I mean, 27 and 26.5 is 53.5 and 51.5. I mean, in theory, it could fall 52, but you're not banking on 52 or 53 when the game's 20-7 and they're saying that the final score is going to be, you know, the spread's 20 or 20.5. Anyways, underway in East Lansing. 5-2 Wolverines at 3-4 Spartans. Let's go, Sparty. Boston College, 8 minutes to go in the first. Still on the move against Louisville. 2nd and 10 on an incomplete pass. Miami has it on the Stanford side of the field. It'll be 4th and short. They run it on 3rd and 4 and get nothing. Simmons, 1 for 5 for 12 yards for Wisconsin. Offense is doing nothing. Oregon sleepwalking themselves, it looks like. Wisconsin at their own 30. No score, 2:51 to go in the first. That game's on FS1. The analytics people say kick. I didn't kick it from the 43-yard line. That's the right call. Go for it. Caught it. Complete. First down, Miami. Yeah, it's 38-all. Mississippi State has taken it to Texas territory, however, and they do have it. They're on the move. I'm actually going to give myself a little bit of, let's see. I'm going to try my best at least. It might not work. Oh, no. Oh, shit. You got to be shitting me with this. Come on, man. Oh, no, I can't do it with this channel. Too much work. ESPNU's not next to the SEC channel on that box. Gosh. That's brutal. Let's see. Where can I put it for a second? I've got the SEC, but the volume is impossible to get to from here. Hang on. Maybe not. Let me try. All right, State has it at the 40, 44 down to the 41, Shapen 3 yards. Texas has all 3 timeouts. Nobody's calling anything yet. Mississippi State has 2. 3rd and 6. Michigan State just turned it over. Childish, you piece of crap. Gosh damn. Look at how much time they're taking. It's inside of 20 seconds left. Oh, he's fucking fumbles it all the way back to midfield. 13 seconds left. 4th down. Had all day, and then he didn't have all day. Oh, you're not going to blow a 17-point lead like this. This is worse than Kentucky last week. I can't fucking believe I'm watching this. Why did Mississippi State call timeout on 4th and 10? It's supposed to be Texas that calls that timeout. Mississippi State has to punt. They don't have anything they can do here. Oh, the quarterback got hurt. That's why. But it doesn't matter. You got to punt it. You're at midfield. You got to get rid of it. I mean, it is what it is. Kick the fucking ball out of bounds. You didn't kick it to the guy, run it back the last time. I can't believe how slow the time ran. I remember sitting there thinking, Jesus Christ, I kept looking up at the clock and going, where? How can there be 8 minutes left? How can there be 10 minutes left? Haynes averages 7.4 yards a carry. That's insane. You know what's coming. Plus, he's arrested after not playing last week. Makes this even worse. First down, Michigan at the state 23. Clock moving. Draw. Gain of 3 or 4. The ball come out? Nope, down. I got to figure out this TV situation. Why do they need to take a penalty? This is the quietest I've ever heard at Starkville at this point in the game, in a tie game ever. Kentucky and Tennessee are going to kick on ESPN News for those of you who care about such things. I do. I'll go right to it now. I'll also be going back and forth with the baseball, obviously. How can you let this guy cut back? Oh, and they missed a tackle. Oh, and the lineman. I mean, what in the fuck? You got to at least get to him. Make him make a play. You got to make their offense try to score and beat you. That is unfathomable. What, now that the SEC channel is going to freeze up on me? This is fucking comical. I just want this Texas out of there. Just get out. Get them out. They don't belong. Get them out. Did Louisville just run the kickoff back? Is that what this is? Boston College field goal, and now Louisville's right down at the dick line. 6:20 to go in the first. No, clock's still moving. It was the first play on offense. Or one of them. Colorado State and Wyoming are underway. No score in the first there. 6 minutes to go in Laramie. 2-5 Rams against 3-4 Cowboys. 2-5 Rams broke through. I think they won 7 or 8 games last year, and then they fired Norvell after last week's loss to Hawaii. Louisville trying to bang it in on the ground, no good. 2nd and goal. Stanford 7-0. They have it at the 34, their own 34. Clock moving, 9:40 to go before halftime. I just find this so funny. If Stanford played Hawaii now, they'd beat them probably whatever they wanted to if they were healthy. And Hawaii's 6-2. It's not like they can't play a little bit. Just the class golf at this point is pretty extreme. I'm going to try to thread the needle here. No, it didn't work, but it did what it was supposed to. Up for one. All right, so we're going to overtime. I don't really care about the volume. Let's cut that out of there. 3rd and 2 Michigan at the Michigan State 15. Motion right, trips right, Michigan. Gun, back offset to the right. Motion left from the receiver. Power play up the middle, give them 4. First down, Wolverines to the 11. Oh, the one refs start spotting him short. What, did his knee hit? I guess so. I didn't see that. Now I have to find out where they got that from. 4th and 1. Oh, you got to be fucking shit. What did I miss there? 4th and 1. 4th and a half yard at the most. Give it to the back on the same exact play. Give him about 6. 1st and goal, Michigan down to the 6. Louisville's in against Boston College. 7-3, 4:49 to go in the first there. Fuck. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. These TVs going to make me lose my mind. Yeah, they are. They're going to make me lose my mind. I'm going to blow a fuse here in a second. Yeah, the best way to get rid of this is just to get yourself out and go back in. I'm going to try to reset the mechanism here. It's like when you go to IT and they're like, "What's wrong with your shit?" And you're like, "Well, I don't know. Can you help me fix it?" And they're like, "Yeah, just restart your computer." And then the worst part's when that works. You're like, it's like you want to punch the guy in the face, right in the face. 3rd and goal for Wyoming, and they do not get in. It's going to be 4th and goal. Michigan 4th and goal. Did they lose yards here? Surely to Christ they're not going to kick a field goal. Oh yeah, he made it throw it away. Yeah, they are going to kick a field goal. So it's 4th and goal to 3. Good defense. 21-yard field goal. Left hash. Snap down up, right down the middle. Michigan 3, Michigan State 0. 10:07 to go in the first. That's a moral win for the good guys there after the turnover. Tennessee, Kentucky are underway. Kentucky kicked off. The game is on ESPN News. Texas has to call a timeout before the overtime starts. This is what we're fucking dealing with, that this team keeps winning games. Tennessee already in Kentucky territory. I have a feeling that Tennessee's just going to kick the shit out of them. Kentucky's ready to let go of the rope after what happened last week. It's about to happen to Mississippi State too. Don't be surprised if they let go of the rope, if they lose this game. Tennessee first down to the Kentucky 34, less than a minute into the game. Miami big play into Stanford territory, first down at the 39. Under 8 minutes left. Texas first down, Manning. He's down. Not in a hurry to get up. He's not getting up. Be first and 10 at the Mississippi State 13. Touchdown Tennessee. That took all of about Brazel 35-yard catch. Took all of about a minute and 19 seconds. 6-0 Vols. 4 plays, 75 yards, 119. They did more on one drive than Texas did the whole fucking game last week. I may be able to turn that one off early. Nothing else to put up there. I guess I could watch the 1AA game, right? I'll bet you both those teams could beat Kentucky the way they're playing right now. Extra points good. What do we got going on here? One of these boxes is acting up. All right, hang tight. So Caldwell in at quarterback for Texas now, Manning out, at least for a play. Pistol. Motion left. Now back right. Give us to Weisner inside the 5. It'll be second and about 2. These Frosties at Wendy look pretty good. I'm definitely gonna. I'm gonna eat pizza in a little while. Before I call it a night, I'm gonna definitely have myself a milkshake. I got cookie crumble or I think strawberry. Good options. Everything underway in these early games. Texas, TCU, and Virginia is gone. Stanford, Miami will be at the half before too long. It's probably a good time to take a break. I'll be back when that 7 o'clock games start to go to the half, but not before. So we have Houston, Arizona State about to kick. Aaron Murray and Lo Galindo on the call down in Tempe. 7.5 and 47. The closing line there, Arizona State the favorite. That game was 7. Some late movement on the favorite. I actually made the game higher, but I cannot stand my price on the game. I totally passed and want to see if I got it right or wrong later on. It turns out me doing a good job of not trusting my number on SMU worked out well against Wake Forest. And it also turns out, it worked both ways. Texas guy was caught it in the end zone. That's a touchdown for Texas, I think. I don't know how they caught it on the field. Anyways, Kentucky's offense out to a decent start so far. Boley keeps it a couple times. The good news out of this is that he's at least improving. If you're going to get beat with a true freshman and figure out what you got. He'll have to stick around for a couple of years unless somebody else wants to pay him more. But I think he's in-state product. He'd stay there as long as they give him some sort of motivation to stick around. I don't know if he had to catch or not in this Texas game. It's like whatever they call on the field, there's no fucking way they can overturn it. It is what it is. All right, that's how I was taking the break. Here it comes. I'll be back in a bit, not too long. Throw up the odd screen, be back. It's 8:04 Eastern, right around 20 to 25, 20 minutes or so at the most. We'll just have to see. And if Stanford Miami keeps playing too fast, then it'll be before that. Miami on the move inside of 4 minutes to go in the half, 7-0 Stanford. With that, I'll catch you in a little bit. Can't really see a possible worse start than I've gotten out of Michigan State tonight against Michigan. They trailed 10-0. The offense has been completely inept. Oregon and Wisconsin. The Badgers punted it from Oregon territory down inside the 3-yard line. Oregon's taking it all the way down the field here. No score inside the 2-minute warning. Boston College has done what they can here early. Try to play keep away from Louisville. First drive, the Cardinals only had the ball for 3 plays. In the second drive, they went 3 and out. Now they've got it back. The time of possession in this game, 17-11 to 2:45. And the Cardinals are going to have to punt it again, it looks like. So Bill O'Brien serving up a gym. Great work here. Kentucky and Tennessee, 14-7. I have a feeling this game's going to take a long time, too. The Cats threw a pick 6 off a deflection to go down 14-0, and then they came right back with a long touchdown pass. Actually forced Tennessee's second punt. The Vols had that long touchdown drive and a pick 6. They punted twice. Cats with it back now, 14-7, 5 minutes to go in the first. Wow. Yamamoto works himself out of a jam. First and third, nobody out. Strikeout, sinking liner to Freeman, and then Varsho watches a curveball right in there for strike 3, and the Dodgers get out of it. 1-0 at the end of 1. Toronto leaves them on first and third. Big possible swing here given how things transpired last night. Dodgers keep the lead. We'll go to the second. Live line, the Dodgers. First of all, let's do the closing line before we worry about the live so you guys are aware of where we stand going in here. The Dodgers were about a 135 to 138-ish favorite, give or take. Total close 7.5, under 16 or so, give or take. I actually had recommended over if you could have gotten a 7.5 flat, which was out there. Amapola had plus 02. So over 7.5 we have in this game. Wish me luck. Dodger series price going in 35.40 cents, which is about what I made it as well. So nothing to it on the side, just the total over. Current live price after 1, Dodgers 1-0. 215, 220, come back 175, 180, 185, give or take all that. Total 7.5 under to under a quarter. So far 1-0, end of 1. That's the live price. Halftime's coming in. The first one is Stanford and Miami of Florida, 7-all in Miami Gardens. Oops. I forgot to chart the kickoffs in these games. That appears to be an issue. Well, I do know Boston College got the ball first because Louisville ain't never fucking had it for about 5 plays. Okay, so Miami of Florida had it first. Stanford only had 3 drives, long touchdown drive and then 2 punts. Canes 15 plays, 71 yards, and they scored with 1:15 left. 7-all. Miami 13, 22, 22.5. Completely disagree. Way too high. I said it earlier, you could have taken Stanford plus 17.5 live. At this point, you could still take 13. I think it's a good bet. Very surprised if Stanford's not in this game with a chance to win it late. 13's too many. There's actually a 13.5 out there at a couple places. Hang on, we got to go get some of this. Stand by. Damn it. Okay, we're good. Rather shoving it right in my face. How about this? Chris went to 13.5 lay money. Well, there you go. It's in the chat for anybody who's lurking or around. Wants to consider it. Dodgers, first two have been retired here in the second. 6, 7, and 8 here coming up. They got a run and left one on base. Tennessee, big hole up the middle, 1st and 14, gain of about 16. Kentucky, not in any position whatsoever to prosperity. Rice goes to 4-4 with their win over Temple earlier. Touchdown balls. BC into Louisville territory again. This is, if you're a Louisville fan, it has to make you sick. BC's been a complete no-show for almost the whole year. They just got the absolute shit beat out of them by UConn last week. So now they come to Louisville and it's their Super Bowl. Okay, sure. 149 left in Lexington, 21-7 Vols. Edmond from 3-0 to striking out, inning over. 1-2-0 for the Dodgers, 0-2-0 for Toronto. Yamamoto retired the last 3 of the first. We'll go from there. 4th and 21 on the for A&M against LSU, and it looks like we got a safety. Live baseball on the Dodgers, 1-0 going to the bottom of the second. 180. 170 out there as well. Wow, this LSU guy almost got back to the punter before he caught the ball. Could have tackled him. Then you had to try to block it. So vociferous it went all the way out of the back of the end zone. LSU deserved more than 2 points for that. Live total 7.5 under 35, 7 under a quarter. 7 under 15 at Chris and Pinnacle both. Those seem way too low. It's too early for that shit. Why are they doing that? Time of possession, Miami 1940 to 10-20 against Stanford. If you'd have told me that before the game, a 30-point favorite has that much time of possession, I'd have asked you how much they're ahead by. The fact that it's tied at 7 is a little bit, I would say, kind of embarrassing. But certainly, you know what you're getting if you're a Miami person signing up with Cristobal. You're going to get games where they can beat anybody. But when you shorten the game against an inferior team, you're letting them hang around. That's what Miami's done here. Just they play so slow. Stanford gets the ball to start the second half. We have some plus 13.5 in pocket. I wish you all luck. Hopefully you got some with me. Good luck to us all. Let's see how it plays itself out. ULA and Troy State, second half, 21-17 Troy. This game, Troy State got the ball first. ULA kicked. They do have Troy State does have a pick 6 in this game, 30-yard interception return for a touchdown, which tied the game at 14 after La had went up. Troy State actually got a Kilcrease 4-yard touchdown rush. I got to be honest with you. I still think the guy's awful, but I'm talking about Kilcrease being historically bad Division I quarterback a month ago. He's to the point now where he can at least go out and complete a pass sometimes. And ULA went to Eastern Michigan and couldn't even do anything right because they had an even worse situation. You've got a game where 2 of the worst quarterbacks in the country a month ago, and tonight, the first half, they scored 38. I mean, go figure, huh? 190 to 167 the yardage, so it's not like there was a bunch of that. It's just you take a game where there were 7 drives in the first half for La, who didn't even get the ball first. And, you only had 3 punts total. Missed field goal, INT downs, INT, setting up short fields. I mean, it's a fucking joke. The 1 touchdown drive for La was two plays and 1 yard. And one of the Troy State touchdowns was 2 plays and 26 yards. So sometimes when the quarterbacks are so bad, you actually, oh my God, the Dodgers, are you fucking kidding me? And that's embarrassing. Freeman overruns it, but why is it his play? Do pitchers not know how to field fly balls? Are they told not to ever play them? I mean, that's pitiful. Freeman must have been playing like halfway to right field. I didn't see where he lined up to start. That's terrible. So a leadoff, I guess it's an error on the third baseman. I'll wait to see how they scored. I missed it. Yamamoto to Barger now. Troy State, a 2.5 point favorite at halftime, up by 4. Total is 24. I lean ULA. Don't love them. My pregame price after raising Troy State up a bunch during the Kilcrease effort the last time, I'm not sure. Don't know what to make of it. Michigan State has second and goal, a decent drive here, but it only works if they score a touchdown. 3 is not acceptable here. Not 7 plays and 71 yards. You need to get in. Second and goal to 2. Child's out of the gun. Play fake. They go to the reverse. Oh, they forced him back inside. Did they ever tackle him? Oh, here comes a flag. It's way late. Oh, could be. If it's against Michigan State, it's terrible. It's either going to be first and goal at the 1 or third and forever at the 16. This Kentucky, I mean, this play here is going to be on blooper films forever. Fuck! God fucking damn it! What a bunch of fucking idiots, man! Fuck off! God damn it, man. What a fucking retard. It's not even, I can't even argue the call. It's just stupidity. So now, did the play count or not? It should have counted. It was after the play. That's how stupid it was. Second and goal. It should be third and goal. If I was Michigan, I'd be arguing. That's how late it was. It was so far after the play was over. The Kentucky-Tennessee game, I'm not joking. That Kentucky guy, at least 4 Kentucky guys touched the ball in that play, and they all fumbled it. Flag. Here we go. Got it back. Childs throws to the end zone. Interference. Going to get it back. Is that the same guy that got the roughing? If so, it takes balls to go back to him in that spot. No, 13 the receiver. 4 is the physical receiver. Jimenez grounds out. Double play. Earlier, and they faced the minimum. Oh, no, they left 1 on. Okay, so, yeah, he's faced 9 through 2. 3 on base. So Yamamoto has done nothing wrong since the first 2 hitters, basically. He's had to get 7 outs for the price of 6. Michigan State back first and goal to 2. Did he fumble? Jesus, Childs down at the 1. Please don't fumble, for fuck's sakes. God, I'm going to lose my mind. I don't want to listen to the announcers. This drives me nuts. I don't want to listen to commercials either. Oregon leads Washington 7-0 at the half. We'll get to a halftime price there shortly. Georgia Southern 21-17 over Ark State. 2 Sun Belt games in this window that are 21-17 at the half. Michigan State inside the 1 here. Second and goal. 9:12 to go. Goosed it. I think he's in. Oh, you must be shitting me. That no signal. Oh, Christ, review it. No way. They can't even get it any closer than that. They have to review it. His whole bot, no, maybe not. It's close. I thought he got enough of a push, but the ball, if you don't see the ball, they can't call it in. No, it's not. He's not in. They're going to stop him at the short. I take it back. Good call by the refs. Can't prove it. Don't signal it if you don't know it. That Miami touchdown was an incredible catch. It was not even close to being a good throw. Daniels just went and stole it. Live price in the baseball. End of 2, Dodgers 1-0. Man, I'm going to lose my voice. I was doing good until I fucking lost my mind there on that penalty on Michigan State. All right, there we go. Touchdown. Sometimes you just got to... Oh, now no more flags. It's after the play at least. Aiden Childs sneaks it in. 10-6, point pending and flags pending. 8:24 to go. 10 plays, 73 yards, 6:36 off the clock. Michigan State has cut the lead to 10-6. Dodgers, 220. Come back 180-ish, give or take. 6.5 over 30, over 35. Circa has 6.5 flat. So does Pinnacle. Chris is 7 under 40. So there we go. Kind of in the ballpark of what we're looking at here on that in the live baseball market through 2 innings. LSU 14-9. They have A&M has it back at the LSU 4. How did that happen? How did LSU get a safety, and then A&M has the ball 5 minutes later and Gary scored? LSU goes 3 and out after getting the ball at their own 31 after the free kick, and then A&M starts at their own 25 and takes it right down the field. Well, there you go. That's your answer. Crazy. Oregon second half against Wisconsin 14 flat. Oregon got the ball first, stopped on downs. That was crazy. They did a Wisconsin onside kick. How did they possibly get the ball at the 42 to start the game? So downs, then Wisconsin punted, then punt, and then the Wisconsin downs, and then punt, touchdown. Right before the end of the half, and Wisconsin ran the clock out the last minute. So it's 7-0 Oregon at the break. Wisconsin again gets the ball first to start the second half. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the yardage is 125 to 102. Before that drive, Oregon had ran 18 plays for a total of 16 yards. And then the last drive was 16 plays for 99 yards. So you figure it. I got nothing. Houston leads Arizona State 10-0 early in the second quarter. This is another game where I did a great job. My number was nowhere close, and I totally sat it out. Just totally was nowhere interested in taking Arizona State. I like Houston's team, and I love their coach. And, yeah, the game looked close, 7.5. There was some move to the favorite. I made it higher, but I'm too big of a fan of Houston. 46.5, 47 the total, 10-0. That game's on ESPN 2 for those interested. I haven't watched much of it. It's in a bad TV spot. Houston got the ball first and kicked a field goal. Arizona missed a field goal from 31. Then we had a Houston touchdown, 10 plays, 80 yards, and then an Arizona State punt. So, again, Houston has it back now. Can't ask for anything else. They have it first down at the ASU 45. Trying to tack on for more here. Tennessee's going to have 4th and goal at the 1, 21-7. The touchdown to make it 27-7 was overturned. Let's see, Georgia Southern and Arkansas State. Georgia Southern got the ball first. They've been playing from ahead. Arkansas State, an INT on their first drive, and they were stopped on downs on another one, but Georgia State punted 3 of their last drives. And Arkansas State scored with 9 seconds left in the half. 14 plays, 91 yards, 325 to make it 21-17. So good answers there to get themselves back in it, and they get the ball first. So Arkansas State a second half favorite, a half point, and there's some 1 out there as well. I agree with the 1 number. No more than that. I would just use 1 flat, let them go. Total 30, 30.5. Tennessee on 4th and goal gets it in, 27-7 again. $13.52 to go. Second quarter in Lexington, 27-7. Hope these Vols fans had a good time at Keeneland too, jamming Kentucky's ass all day. Wyoming leads Colorado State 21-0. That game's about to go into the half as well. Wyoming did kick there. 3 touchdowns in their 5 possessions. Colorado State 2 INTs. A couple of punts. Dodgers done very quickly in the third. Top of the order, nothing against Gas Can that time. Bottom of the third now, live price 180, 190 out there at some places total. Or comeback 60, 55-60. Total 6.5 under 35 or 6 flat for the 2 that I see the most prevalently now. Again, nothing to it yet. If it goes much lower on the total, I think out of principle you go over. Need to see the pitch counts go up though. Once the bullpens get involved, it's Katie bar the door. We saw that last night as well. Oh, one of the TVs is shit in the bed here. I don't know if I can get to this one. Oh, I did. It's a shot miracle. Absolute gut shot straight draw. 1 in 10. Oh, Yamamoto blasts Springer right in the top of the shoulder. or below the earpiece with the fastball. Michigan State gets another stop, 10-7. Michigan will have to kick it away, crowd into it here. 7 minutes to go in Lansing in the first half. I shouldn't say they got a stop. It was going to be something to goose it on third and very short, and they fired it over the quarterback's head. He had to fall on it. Short yardage situation, so the Wolverines go 3 and out. And I appreciate the Michigan Center for that. Miami of Florida does take the lead against Stanford 14-7. All I saw was I looked up and that was the first time Miami's led in the last 6+ quarters. And Stanford's going to have to punt it here. Miami went 6 plays and 40 yards after forcing a Stanford punt on the first drive. Couldn't start much worse. Kentucky and Tennessee, if you have under, go ahead and take your shoe off and beat yourself over the head with it repeatedly. Boley touchdown pass to DJ Miller, 56 yards, 28-13, Tennessee, point pending. Funny thing about that, the yards are probably pretty close here. Oh, LSU pick in the end zone, Marcel Reed. Yikes. So 14-9, LSU gets it back, 5:35 to go there. I've got a visual on that, but as long as Michigan State's in the chance to get the money, that game in the World Series get the antenna and the fast feed the preferences over Texas A&M LSU, which is relegated to one of the boxes in a little bit of a delay. 12:39 left in the half, 28-14, the point's good for UK. Louisville leads Boston College 14-10, 1:11 to go in the second. Cardinals, I think, have it back here. I'll have to see what happened there. I totally lost track there. 62-yard touchdown for Brown. One play, 62 yards, 9 seconds. And now it's 21-0 Louisville. So this thing got away here. Moss, 42. Yeah, so they scored a touchdown, and then Boston College goes 3 and out. And Louisville calls only one timeout. So Louisville scores 2 touchdowns 40 seconds apart. And they take a 21-0 lead now. 21-10 lead. Boston College has outgained the Cardinals 231 to 214. Time of possession 23.5 to 5.5. 47 plays to 16. Average yards per play 5 for BC, 13.4 for the Cards. Well, there you have that. Guerrero bangs one off the wall and left. It was hit too hard for Springer to score, and it was hit too hard for Vlad to go to second. It's a long single, loud single. So it's 1st and 3rd with 1 out. That was an absolute seed off the wall. Smoltz is right. He said he's shaking his head, but that's a good pitch. You're right. This is one of the best hitters on earth. It's a very good pitch. It's a better piece of hitting. Oh, wow. LSU, big long pass. QB dropped one right in there. Great play. They just hit the guy long. Beat the defensive back as well. Raining in Miami. Canes have it up 14-7, 8 minutes to go in the third. Kirk pops this one up. It's going to be deep enough to score the run. Pajes catches it. Springer with good enough speed at third. I didn't see the throw in. I have to assume that Vladdy didn't tag from first. 1-1. And the rain is really coming down in Miami now. Grounder to Freeman. That'll do it for the Blue Jays in the third. They do get one. Halftime in Laramie, 21-0. Wyoming leads Colorado State. The firing coach's angle can go one of two directions. This one today clearly has not gone well for Colorado State. I don't know what else you could ask for from him. They really didn't have a whole lot this year, and they were playing hard. Now, I don't know if they're playing hard or not, but I do know they're not playing well. To get beat up like this by Wyoming is quite an indictment. LSU was down 14-9. The quarterback threw a very ill-advised pass. It was tipped, and then it was tipped again, and the guy couldn't come up with the interception for Texas A&M. 2nd and 10. The next play, LSU bangs it through the middle for about 15. Barry. It's 1st and goal now for LSU inside the 10, right around the 4. Second half, Wyoming or Wisconsin, Oregon still 14. There is some dog money coming in offshore. 20.5 over 15, 21. I don't know how Wisconsin scores. I really don't. I mean, Oregon has a good defense, and Wisconsin's offense has been putrid. Tennessee's averaging 1.3 yards a carry and 14.7 yards per pass tonight. Why would you ever throw the ball? I mean, why would you ever run it? They did. Of course, they ran it there for 2 yards. Like, what's the point? Just stop trying to fool anybody and just throw the ball every play. Like, just piss it in the wind. Louisville gets the ball back with 37 seconds and 2 timeouts. They actually have a chance to score here, cover the first half line with a 3rd touchdown in less than a minute and a half, minute and 45 seconds. I mean, this is completely off the reservation here. Let's see how aggressive they get. They call a timeout here after the first play. They get a 9-yard gain. BC still has 2 timeouts left. Arlen Berry is in for the Tigers. Touchdown. They take the lead. Extra point is no good. They kicked it and he missed it. 15-14 LSU. 3:09 to go before the half. Berry with 8 carries, 56 yards, and a touchdown for the Tigers. One down, top of the fourth for the Dodgers, 1-all against Toronto. Michigan 10-7. They have the ball back at their own 9 against Michigan State. 4 minutes to go, clock moving. Michigan State not getting any points after that last drive was disappointing. 4th and 1 for Miami of Florida, and they do not get the first down. Needed to get to the Sanford 20, and it stopped half yard short. Cardinal takeover, 6:15 to go. Third quarter, 14-7 Canes. Tennessee punts it to the Cats. Believe it or not, they've scored 28 points and somehow have punted 3 times. Flags everywhere. What do we got with Louisville now? There was a Louisville timeout before the snap, a penalty. I'm not even going to try to guess what's going on here. Wisconsin kicking. What happened? Did they fumble the opening kickoff? Is that what happened? My God. No score in that game, and Wisconsin has to kick to start the second half? How did I miss that? Let me go to plays. First quarter. Oregon won the toss and deferred. Oh, Oregon onside kicked. Oh, and they got it. Okay. All right. Hey, kudos. Pissed them off. Oregon onside kicking against Wisconsin's a 30-point favorite. A bunch of fucking Bush League. That's incredible. Gosh, Michigan State can't get off the field. There had to be a penalty against them. All right, 3rd and forever. 40 to go, clock moving. Each team has 2 timeouts in that game. Gossman mows the Dodgers down again in the 4th. 1-2-0 for the Dodgers. 1-0 for Toronto. So they called that little pop-up to Freeman an error. Or I mean a base hit. 20-foot pop-up, sure. Okay, whatever y'all say. Troy State is in. They lead 28-17. 6 minutes to go in the 3rd against ULA. West by God, Virginia has scored against TCU. They're well inside the back door now. 23-17, 3.5 to go there. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that game. Let me find it, actually. Yeah, TCU has it at midfield, 3 minutes to go. Yardage is about even there. I'm not surprised at all. This is a game West Virginia was supposed to get the money. Any win for TCU in this spot's a good win. Kentucky's starting at their own decline here. 10 minutes to go in the first half at their own 4. They're down 2 touchdowns against the Vols. Oh, fuck. How'd Miami get the fucking ball back? I got it. Jesus. 3rd and forever, and they get a first down. 1st and goal. Oh, no. Was it Cole Branson threw a pick? I'm a mess. Okay, anyways, Toronto Dodgers live price. Toronto's actually a small favorite here going into the bottom of the fourth. 6.5 under 46 flat, 6 over money. Louisville did not score before the half and lead BC 21-10.
History of the NBA. So glad to have him back as a part of our family at NBC and Peacock on the bench broadcast down the road in Detroit Monday night.
Michigan punts at the 2-minute warning. Fair caught at the 35. That's where Michigan State will start down by 3.
That's where this Michigan State offense will operate. 2 timeouts, 150.
Miami 21-7, 3:48 to go in the third. May have gotten this woefully wrong on Stanford's second half. Let's see. I hope not. Kentucky with the first down. Yeah, Goldberrington threw it right to the wrong team. Either of two guys could have picked it off. Wasted the stop the defense got the last drive. Oh well. Wyoming second half against Colorado State, a half minus a bunch of money. I'd lay whatever. I'd like to lay less juice, try to find more points. See who's got a high price closer to flat. I would, there's 1.5, lay 15 a bet war. I'd actually lay that over a half. And the game ain't gonna fall 22. Lay up to 2.5, like even if you could. This is one of those pinnacle sell points deals would be great. IKF grounds out to bets, inning over 1-2-3 Yamamoto. He mows them down as well. That fourth inning didn't last but about 10 minutes of real time. 1-2-0 for the Dodgers, 1-4-0 for Toronto. We're through 4, tied at 1. Live prices now. Pinnacle's at a 5.5 price. That's not quite low enough yet, but it's getting close. 6 under at Chris. Dodgers $1.25 to $1.30 favorite. Just a little bit less than what they were before the game started. Yamamoto's pitch count stayed low there. I actually think the Dodgers should be closer to what they were before the game. 10, 15, 20 cents higher here than what they are. Troy State's up 21-17, one with the pick six and another one with the big long interception going in to that half. I mentioned that earlier when I was talking about it. It's crazy that there are 45 points in that game with the quarterbacks that are playing in that game. But that's what happens. Bad quarterback plays are good for over when it's really bad. I mean, if you're throwing the ball and bad. What is he doing? He did 3 circles and he ran out of bounds. What the fuck is he doing? I've never seen that before. Michigan State's receiver was stopped, and he went backwards, and then he got first down yardage back, and then he got stopped again, and he went backwards again. All he had to do was just when he got stopped the first 2 times, stay where he is. Instead, he runs backwards and gets shoved out of bounds. Only 9 game. This is fucking unbelievable. These are the way that I lose games. This is why I'm sitting here doing this, and I'm not owning my own island somewhere, because I lose games like this and don't win them. 1:11 left. 10-7 Michigan. 4th and 1. Here, let's drop back 9 yards in the fucking backfield. formation. All right, he's going to have like 2 yards. First down, Michigan State. Move the sticks. 2 timeouts left, 1:07 left. Second half, Louisville 21-10. Cardinals 11. 11 and a half out there. 26 and a half, 27. No thoughts. I actually like Louisville. Can't have them. Too much sharp money on the other side. Clearly they were sleepwalking through most of this. Man, I'll say this Wisconsin defense is playing as hard as they fucking can for long enough, and that's finally the dams broke. 13-0 Ducks, 12-14 to go, third quarter. Point pending. Muncie looking to bunt. Wow. Nobody on base? They must be playing him all kind of a fucked up shift. He's going to try to lay one down. I'd love to see where their infielders are playing him. Childs grounds it. Great. Good job. Stiff. Kentucky running the screen. First down. Out to midfield. Muncie waves of the splitter. That's his 4th strikeout tonight for Gas Can. He's only thrown 53 pitches. The pitch count for both starters is pretty low. Arizona State's out here fumbling punts. He actually recovered it. Look at this return. Pretty good. Block in the back will bring it back. 10-0. Houston still leads that one. 2:25 to go before the half. Goldbranson throws another pick. Miami takes over at the Stanford 45. 2:31 to go in the third. Looks like the Stanford defense is about to call tonight too. Brutal. Michigan State has to punt it. They almost fucked it up. Michigan will get it at their own 15. 39 seconds left. 1 timeout. I don't think, given Michigan's lack of success on offense other than 1 drive here, this half that they'll try to do anything. I mean, 2 guys ran into each other. They're very fortunate nothing bad happened there. Kane's banging it down inside the 23, first down. Whatever message was delivered at halftime by Mario and his coaching staff, it was delivered. It worked. They're beating the shit out of Stanford this half. Edmond hits one to the warning track. Stays in the park. That'll do it. Halfway home in Toronto, 1-1. TCU does hang on and take knees to beat Virginia at the gun. West Virginia at the gun, sorry. 23-17 the final in Morgantown. West Virginia gets the money. Stays under the total. Miami just bangs it right up the middle and sticks it right in their ass. 32 seconds left. Miami 27-7 point pin. I got what I wanted out of Michigan. They threw it over the middle and it could have been picked off. Kentucky's taking the air out of the clock on this drive. 11 plays, 67 yards, almost 7 minutes. Second and 11 at the UT 29. All day for Coley here. Fires it out of bounds. Flag. He either had too much time to throw or his receivers had too much time to run their routes. He's going to be holding on offense or defense. It's on the offense. Tennessee had a choice between 3rd and 11 or 2nd and 21. They take him back. Kentucky just gets it down inside the 20 to the 27 or so. They're going to be in field goal range now. Oh, yeah, it's only 3rd down. Workable 3rd down range. Michigan has 3 seconds left. What the fuck are they doing? 3rd and 9 for the Cats now. 2:41, clock moving. A&M down 18-14. They're out past midfield. There's a flag. They do have a timeout left, but they're not needed because there's a flag. The flag is against A&M. Going to bring it back. Likely going to do it for the quarter as well. Wow, Kentucky 1st down. Nope, they're short a yard. Gotta go. Okay. Halftime's coming in a barrage of them here. The ABC and ABC games are going in at the same time. One down in the bottom of the 5th. The starters are really in the groove here in Toronto. Springer had a leadoff double and was hit the last time. This time he grounds out to Muncie. Arizona State with all 3 timeouts down 10-0 against Houston. This is their first time, I think, in the Houston side of the field. They've been playing negative field position game the whole night. Levitt dumps to the backdrop. They just aren't all there. Something not quite right. Both teams 3-1 in the league, so a huge game here for one of them to stay alive and have a chance to make the league championship game. Second half, A&M at LSU. A&M gets the ball first. The line's only 2.5 or 2. Circa has 2. I see 2.5 lay money offshore. I actually like the favorite. I think Texas A&M wins the game. Tough ask though. Death Valley's not easy, but neither is Notre Dame Stadium, and A&M won there. I think the starting pitchers for both teams have been perfect in the last 2 innings, maybe 3. Let's see, halftime, the Louisville's still 11, 11.5, 27. Some 26.5 over. Bet War is at 12. Let's see, Michigan 10-7 over Michigan State. Halftime going to go in Michigan 6, 21.5. I agree with it 100%. That's both my numbers, 6, 21.5. Michigan State plus 14.5 for the game. It's standing pat and hope for the best. Can win it, could lose it, who knows. Top of the 6th in Toronto. So this is the stand up to cancer inning, I guess. They're going to have a little bit of a delay here before they start playing. Yeah. 1-1, top 6, so end of 5. Live price Dodgers between 20 and 30, give or take. Total 5 over, and it's 5.5 under 62 and 65 and 67. So that half front, obviously, at this point in the game is worth like a solid 70 or 80 cents. Math's about consistent. Kentucky's trying to score here before halftime. This has been an incredible drive in terms of how long they've had the ball and everything. Tennessee scored a touchdown inside the first minute of the quarter to go up 28-7, and since then Kentucky is in a situation to cut it to a touchdown, and they get the ball to start the second half. Now it becomes, what do you do if you're Kentucky in terms of clock management? Tennessee's offense could clearly move the ball through the air as fast as they want to. They have 2 timeouts left. If you're Kentucky, you try to make them start calling. I guess it's more important you score no matter what. Quarterback runs it down to the 2. Let's see if they call timeout. I guess they won't. They don't need the timeout yet. It's too early. Somebody called one. Are they really having a concert in the middle of the game? I've never seen this before. They did not do this last year. I mean, I don't even have a comment for this. I mean, I applaud the effort, and standing up to cancer is great, but in the middle of the World Series, when both the pitchers are in a groove like this, I mean, I would never want to have nothing to do with this if I was Gossman. I got nothing for this. Anyways, nothing on the live there for me. Kentucky did score a touchdown. 28-20 point pending. Cats are in it. Hester, 3-yard catch from Boley. Give the Cats some credit. Fighting their way back in it. 16 plays, 96 yards, 8:35 off the clock. Certainly the blueprint on how to beat Tennessee, and the Cats executed it to perfection that drive. The box will be funny in that game. I'm actually going to go ahead and pull it up. .282 to 164 yardage for Kentucky. No surprise. Cats actually averaging more yards per play than Tennessee. 16.2 yards per catch for Tennessee, but 15.2 for the Cats. Boley 13 and 19 for 197 and 3 touchdowns. They got him something. They're not going to do much this year. I think a bowl's out of the question or close to it. Let me look at the record. Hang on, maybe not. 2-4. They got Louisville and Tennessee Tech down the stretch. Tennessee Tech's not as good as a team they're going to play from that conference, but they still should beat them. Probably 3-5. And then this game, 3-6. I mean, yeah, they have to win this game. If they don't win this game, they're not going to a bowl. I think Auburn. No, yeah, I think they do have Auburn. That's a winnable game, I guess. Anyway, Gossman loosening now, finally here to start the 6th. He and Yamamoto with very similar numbers through 5, by the way. Similar pitch counts, similar stats, similar strikeouts, hits, swings and misses. They just put it up there and I missed it. Michigan, 6 again at 21.5. No arguments with that. LSU, Texas A&M 2.5 and 25.5, 26. I like A&M. And Houston does lead 10-0 against Arizona State at the half. Let's see, the yardage in this game, 193 to 162, not far off. Houston, after the first 2 drives, going 10 for 68 and a field goal and 10 for 80 and a touchdown, went punt, punt, and then halftime. ASU, missed field goal, punt, fumble, punt, punt. So that's that. Wiegman had the touchdown on a 1-yard carry. He's 8 of 10 for 84 yards. Levitt, 7 of 13 for 93, and then Sims is 2 for 3 for 5 yards. Did Levitt get injured? Is he still out? I don't know this. I don't have any volume, and I have not been paying attention to the injuries. Once this thing gets very popular, I look forward to people in my chat telling me what's happening with injuries. Yeah, no Levitt, no Tyson. It's over. Jeff Sims is the worst quarterback of all time. Oh, wow, so he didn't even play most of the whole half, it looks like. Okay, there you have it. First down scramble, apparently injured, come off on his own power. Jeff Sims is in. Oh, yeah, this is a joke. So, yeah, with Sims out, Arizona State can't lay 6 points in the second half. Houston's the right side. Yeah, Houston's second half's a play, actually. I can't believe they didn't report that. 6.5 at Paradise Wager and at Buckeye. I'm in. Jeff Sims does suck. Okay, we're in. Good deal. Dropping it in the chat for confirmation on both YouTube and Twitch. Let's see, Tennessee on the move out of midfield against Kentucky. 36 seconds to go before the half. The Vols have one timeout left, 28-21. They lead. Miami scores again against Stanford. I'm going to go ahead and take a lap for that second half Stanford recommendation. Plus 13.5 is no good and will be a loser. That's when you're playing basketball and you throw one over a guy's head, or he doesn't cut and you thought he was going to, and it's your mistake, not his. You just got to be like, my bad. That's all it was. Gossman had no trouble whatsoever with the Jonas Brothers concert. And how did Louisville give up the... Wait a second. What the fuck is going on here? Louisville got the ball first against Boston College, and now Boston College has the ball? What happened here? I can't turn my head for a second for not some shit happening in these fucking games. Fumble on the first play. How about that? Look at this shit. What's the time of possession now? 24-6. Boston College, touchdown. 2 plays, 34 yards after the Louisville fumble. 21-17 Louisville. That's comical. Let's see. I'm seeing highlights in a lot of these places. I need to find live action or lines. Okay, Louisville, Boston College. Yeah, 21-17 now. BC scores less than a minute to the half after Louisville got the ball first. The 30-point favorite or whatever the hell they were. You figure it out. Miami 35 straight against Stanford. They actually are threatening to cover for the game. It's 28.5, between 20.5 and 30 most of the week. And it's sitting 28 now with plenty of time, but they still might get there. That'd be a shocking development. Michigan still 6, 22.5 at the halftime. A little bit of over money. No opinion. I would never have it. It's a good overtime. Hope it does. Troy State leads ULA 28-20, 9-11 to go in the fourth. That game is right at the total, barely over with all the bullshit on defense. It's kind of funny. Colorado-Utah goes in about 35 minutes. That's the last game of the night on ESPN. That's why this Miami game started at 7. I got it now. Okay. 14-49 the total there. 174 is the rotation number. 14 and 49.5 was the line at the open, so it's been the same. Not much movement all week. Utah's quarterback situation was up in the air. Dampier was saying not going to play, questionable, doubtful, probable. I don't even try to pay attention to Utah anymore. Their coach, I mean, most of the people from that state try to tell the truth and be honest and do things the right way. And that coach for Utah has consistently lied about his injuries for years. Just doesn't talk or lies or both or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. Tennessee first down to Kentucky 13, 10 seconds left. They still have a timeout. They'll score a touchdown. Don't worry. I've seen Kentucky football for 30 years. It's the same shit here in these spots. A&M against LSU, 2.5 out there. I would lay 2 only, but only small, or try to lay the biggest price you can at a bigger number. Total 26, over 15, lean over. Nothing to it again, really. Kentucky calls a timeout because why not? Houston 10-0. We took 6.5. I've already put it in the chat with Houston 197. The second half plus 6.5. Total 21.5 flat. And that's that. All the games are at the half except for Tennessee, Kentucky. Everything else is already gone. Not much else to talk about other than the baseball live, which I'll stick around for that and the Utah kick. And that'll be it for me. We're already late into the 10th hour, close to the 11th hour of the SWEATBOX today. And I've lost a few pounds sweating these things out. Been a good day. If those of you have been with me the whole time, quite aware. Guerrero hits a bullet. The pitcher does a good job of getting out of the way, let the second baseman make the play. Bottom of the 6th, 1 out. Starters continuing to just steamroll their way through here. I don't think there's been a base runner either way since the 3rd inning. And at this point, after saw to the bullpen, especially from the Dodgers last night, and to a lesser extent Toronto, I'd let Yamamoto start until his arm falls off. He's only thrown 64 pitches. Touchdown Tennessee, what a fucking shock. Huggy gets the ball, start the second half. That doesn't really matter. Ethan Davis scores a touchdown. Vols 34-21, 5 seconds left before the half. I'm not even mad is the funny part. I'm just frustrated. Like, Kentucky's so bad, but they're playing hard in these home games. They're trying to win. They haven't won a conference game in a year. Tennessee has a good offense. Lord knows they got the better of that quarterback trait. Yamamoto strikes out Kirk with the curveball. Extra point, good. 35-21 Vols. It'll go in that way. Think about that for a second. Tennessee just scored 35 points that half, and they only have 239 yards. That drive was 10 plays, 75 yards. The Vols punted 3 times. They have a 4-play 75, a 5-play 72, and a 10-play 75. They also had a 4-play 6-yard drive after a Kentucky turnover, and they had a pick 6. So that counts for the 5 touchdowns there. Kentucky's touchdowns came on a 71-yard touchdown, a 56-yard touchdown, and a 8.5-minute drive touchdown. So they scored 56 points in the half. The yardage is only a total of 520 combined. Now, I say only, but they scored 56 points. Betts catches the blooper. We'll go to the 7th, still tied at 1. The game is flying along. Even with the concert in the middle of the game, we're still only an hour and a half old. I mean, even with the yardage at that, Kentucky just had an hour. So Tennessee didn't touch the ball forever, and they still scored 35 points. I mean, at some point, the Kentucky defense is like had it, just white flagging it, but I don't know, perfect. It's going to come like 28, and it should be like 33. Let's get to the baseball first. We go to the 7th. The 4 and a 4.5s are out there now. I think it's officially time, but I can't because the starters aren't going anywhere, and neither team can hit them. If I knew that the bullpens were going to get involved right now, even on either side, I would say definitely like over at 4. Who the fuck wasn't going to go over 4 runs? If it gets a 2-2, you're an automatic winner. 4.5, you're an automatic winner. There's no guarantee the losing team scores 2 runs in this game. Dodgers are laying roughly $1.30. Circa has it cheap at $1.25. Offshore place is just a smidge higher. Boston College has a Chudzinski playing tight end. Has to be related to the coach. Wyoming up 28 nothing. I think they just threw a pick. That was a good bet at halftime, Wyoming. Colorado State ain't doing shit. Second half balls laying a half. I actually like Kentucky a little bit. But they have a chance to quit. I don't think I could be interested in that. 28 was the bettable number on the over. 28.5 is tough. Again, the quit factor in Tennessee running the clock out late if they have to. Up 14, 17, 21. LSU's 44. That was funny. They're in the read option. He didn't know who to go for. He just put his arms out like he was the ghost, like playing basketball defense. I mean, it was a one-on-one. The quarterback has to read him. It's like, okay, you're not going to move with me. I'll just go ahead and keep it. So he faked to the back, and then he kept it. And then, of course, 44 had no chance to make a play on Reed. All right, underway in Lansing, underway everywhere except for Lexington and Tempe. Second half, I've given you that. Plus 6.5 on Houston. 6 is still a bettable number, by the way. Plus 6 minus 05 is out there on Houston. That's a good bet. Arizona State's quarterback is out. The backup's incapable and incompetent. I thought I missed the game here with this on Houston. It turns out that I've actually missed half. Oh, Will Smith just bangs one out of here. Where did that come from? 2-1 Dodgers, top 7, 1 out. This is fastball, is what Smoltz said. I missed I haven't shown the replay yet. Wow. Well, that changes things up a little bit. Gossman's only thrown like 74 pitches, so he ain't going anywhere just yet. There's no reason to worry about it. I mean, he just made a mistake, it looks like. Like they're about to kick it. Tempe in the second half. Let's see if Houston can do their job and hang in there. Here's the replay. Oh, fastball can't cut it. It went the wrong way. Yeah, he smashed it. Second deck. Miami has it in field goal position. Now let's see how Mario Cristobal handles this. 3:19 to go. Is that Jimmy talking to Urban? What are they doing down there? Jimmy actually looks fucking like he's ready to coach right now. I mean, that is an incredible picture. Jimmy Johnson looks better at his age. He's got to be 80 something. He looks better than I do. Miami is. Let's see if they can. Now it's third and short. If they get a first down, there's a chance they'll be able to run the clock out and they won't cover. I guess we'll find out how much he cares about the spread here real shortly. I just find this fascinating for the fact that Stanford was up 7-0. Miami was walking around dead. And then they scored on an amazing touchdown right before the end of the first half, and since then they've dominated. Oh, broken tackle. Oh, down at the 13. First down, they'll run it to the 2-minute warning, and now we'll see how it plays itself out. How aggressive will the Canes be on offense? Will they take knees? 2-minute warning. The clock hasn't stopped. They surely have to reset it. 2 minutes to go, Miami 35-7. Game's supposed to fall 28. Let's see what Mario does. I mean, it'll be the funniest shit I've ever, because, I mean, there's no hiding this. Stanford's not going to call timeouts. They're ready to call it. Arizona State has the ball to start the second half. They're at their own 10. And they'll go from there. All right, let's go, Houston. Do your thing. Go ahead and get it done, son. I don't need those 6.5 points. Go win it on the field by more than 3. Second half, there's Tennessee's. There's no 28s. I was rooting for a 28 over. It's just not. Sorry, 28 flat. It's just not there. That's the number to bet over. Out of principle, I just can't do a 28.5. Muncie to left. Going back. Gone. Opposite field shot for Muncie, and the Dodgers take a 3-1 lead. I'm here. One of my buddies is crying about the Dodger offense. I'm telling him that Toronto has to wake up the bats. Almost forgot to unmute myself, or forgetting to mute myself to begin with. Dodgers 3-1, top 7. Um, Dodgers are now like laying $6 to $7 total, or comeback plus 470 total, 5.5 under 15 now. With Hernandez in there against Varlin, first pitch is popped up to the right field. Inning is over. And that'll do it. Dodgers still a $7 favorite, comeback 5, give or take. Total 5.5 flattish, 6 under 45. I actually went from liking over 4 to now liking under 6 a little bit. Because Yamamoto stays in there, they can't hit him. I mean, there's just basically, I mean, his pitch count's so low. He gets at least another inning, if not more. Didn't they let him go the distance against Milwaukee? Yeah, let him stay in there. He ain't doing anything wrong. Yeah, I like actually under 6 a little bit. The Chris under 645 line. Because, I mean, if it's 3-3, then you just pay. That's it. It goes to 7 and higher. But 6, I mean, you could still win it with 4-2 or 5-1. The 5.5 number is no good. It's worth way more than what they're pricing. There's 5.5 under a quarter, 5.5 under 30 at circa. And see, I wouldn't touch that. That half run's worth way more than 15 cents at this point in the game. Even though it's an even number, which means the extra inning situation is different. I'm telling you, that 6 is so live right now. Under 6 is a really good bet at anything less than like $1.40, $1.50. A couple of 5.5 flats out there. That's now you're starting to get to the right page, but still 35, 40 cents minimum for that half run, just based on the fact that the final result can end up being 5-1 or 4-2. Just as easy it could be 3-1 or 3-2. So, I don't know. All right, Michigan scored, and they go up 17-7 against Michigan State. I'm ready to kill myself having to sweat that thing out. A&M does score against LSU. They lead 21-18. I did like them in the second half. The number was bettable, but not great. -2 was the way to go there. Still had all I had to do is if they win the game, you get there. 28-0 Wyoming at the end of 3 against Colorado State. Kentucky second half's about to start against Tennessee. Stretch time in Toronto again, 3-1. I've given you the prices there. Is there anything happening? Tennessee, Kentucky fixing to go. Everything is gone except for Utah and Colorado. That goes in 15 minutes. LSU player goes down injured after the ball was spotted. A&M players start looking for the flag motion. They got it. They also has a fine last week too. This happened also to this happened to them last week. Will Smith is 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs and a home run. The Dodgers, the rest of the team, 1 for 19 before that home run by Muncy. A little bit of back and forth here with a couple. Actually, Tennessee, Kentucky second half still not gone yet. But I was really hoping to get a crack at some 28, and it's not going to be that. It's actually nobody's touching it. I still think I would have used it like 30 or 30 and a half and just beg somebody to try under. And if they beat me, then you just pay. Or take a couple of under bets if you're booking it and then go from there. Louisville scores to go up 28-17 against Boston College. 7.5 to go in the third. Miami, 31 seconds. First and goal at the 3. They're in! Miami with the cover play. Hey, listen, it is what it is. We're in a new world now. Everybody knows the gambling's there. It's not like you have to hide it. It just is what it is. Either you take a knee or you don't. And they didn't, and they said, we're going to get the money, and they did. 26 seconds left. Stanford actually called a timeout. I don't know why that would have happened. They had all 3 timeouts at the 2-minute warning. I totally missed it. I was doing too much other shit, paying attention to other stuff. That is amazing. There's no other word. That's just amazing. The whole thing was amazing. Yamamoto is still only on 77 pitches. Yeah, Yamamoto's pitch count's even lower, I think, than what it was against Milwaukee in Game 2. What's some old saying? I guess I want to listen to this. Bichette? Oh, he's not healthy. That's what they're saying. Oh, damn it. A little bit of movement here on Utah and Caro at the end. Some money on Betts. Lobs it over to first to get Bichette inning over. We're through 7. 3-1 Dodgers. 3-4-0 for LA. 1-4-0 for Toronto. So Smith with 2 hits. The rest of the team had 1 before the Muncy homer. 17-0 Houston. 5 minutes into the second half. Could not ask for a better start. Can't believe that the information wasn't out there widely known or people weren't aware. If you're just not paying attention, I mean, the game's on ESPN too. Someone had to know that Levitt's not in, and that any drop off to an Arizona State quarterback that's not Levitt is like, I don't know, 10 points. I mean, it's a joke. They don't have any chance at all to score, like unless somebody for Houston falls down. I mean, it's bad. Yeah, Miami wins at 42-7, 35-0 in the second half. But more importantly, they covered for the game. That was improbable. Halftime, I'd have given you 50-1 on that. I shouldn't say that, but just the way that things were playing out there, it seemed like it was really hard for that to happen. Michigan on 3rd and 10 at the 30. They're going to have to punt it. 17-7. They lead 8:05 to go in the third. I need a Michigan State score, though. Making the 14.5 feel like it has a chance. Second half about to kick, and Lexington balls up 14. Cats get the ball first. Oregon 28-0. The dam has officially been breached with the Wisconsin defense. Not surprising. I mean, the bottom line is the Badgers did all they could for as long as they could. The offense hasn't been holding up its end of the deal really the whole season. I mean, there's really not one game where I'm like, oh, their offense lit it on fire. Everything's just been a mistake and hasn't worked out. This Michigan punt's like a 60-yarder. They didn't field it. Michigan State's going to start at their own 3. These pieces of shit. God, fuck. 7:24 to go in the third. Michigan 17-7. Colorado, Utah, ESPN game starting in about 10 minutes. They'll start it on time with this other one going final early. Chris 13.5 flat. Everybody else 14. Total 49 at Chris. Everybody else, most places, everybody else 49.5 or 50. Nothing to it on this end. Let's see the live baseball price. I can't remember if I gave it to you or not. We're going to the top of the eighth. Dodgers are total is 5 under a quarter, 5.5 under 40, 4.5 over 60. Dodgers were 12 to 1, 14 to 1. Comeback $7, 650. Varland has thrown 2 pitches and got 2 outs. Fly out the left here to start the eighth. Two pitches, 2 outs. Yeah, Bichette stays in at second for Toronto. Dodgers 8-9-1 here. Pye has 0 for 2. He did actually hit the ball hard in his last at bat in the ninth last night, but he's now hitting .073 in the postseason. Foley's pass complete on 3rd and 7 out to midfield. Broken tackle inside the ball 40. Cats are swinging, fishing, cooking with oil. I'll get it right. Long day. We are now into the 11th hour of the SWEATBOX. Thanks to everybody for checking it out. Oh, Pye has a hit. When your batting average is that low, even one hit raises it up pretty good. Yeah. And going to call it here pretty soon with a long day tomorrow. And some other stuff to take care of, especially on the back end. You guys have seen some of the cute graphics and everything, but I'm not quite done yet. Hoping to do a little better with it, but given that I've got parents coming in next week and won't have a lot of time to develop. Oh, what happened here? Is Levitt actually playing? They must have given him a shot of some vitamin T. He just gave somebody a high five. Now I got to pull up this box and sweat this thing out somehow. I don't even know where it is. I'm all freaking out. Oh, I took it back. Penalty, I think. Yeah, okay. 21 yards. Levitt complete, but penalty, illegal shift. Oh, another Dodger hit. Oh, and he almost got caught at second. They're saying they're going to might challenge it. He didn't slide. He already threw Freeman out at second last night when he went too far around at second. Otani broke his bat on that one. Yeah, Barger, what a bullet. He's safe, but not by much. Yeah, he's safe. Should have slid, but whatever. All right, so 17-0 still, but Levitt back in the game is disheartening. I did not know he was going to come back in this game. Is he actually in to start the half? Man, here I'm the one chirping and chawing about how I had the best of it and he wasn't going to play. Everything that I thought I read said he wasn't going to play, but the line indicated that he was going to. Yeah, Levitt's in the game. Ran for 4, passed incomplete, and then Houston scored immediately. Okay, so he's been in since the start of the half. Well, so far so good. 17-0, 6 minutes to go in the third. 3rd and 14 for Houston. Nope, and they stopped him and they missed a field goal. All right, great. So Houston takes over, 5:49 to go, 17-0 at their own 25. Penalty wipes off an ASU touchdown. Betts against Varland here. Be curious to see. This will probably be his last guy. Freeman on. He'll probably go to a lefty. Toronto doesn't have a bunch of lefties in the pen. Michigan State punts it. Wolverines will take over at their own 46, up by 10, 5:46 to go in the third. Curveball to Betts. He takes it. Texas A&M scores again, it looks like, to go up 28-18, and they force an LSU punt. I'm starting to feel like an idiot for not having A&M in the second half for a decent amount. They'll start again down by 10 at the LSU 20 at their own 22 after the punt. There is a flag. Louisville up 11, 4:17 to go. God, it's still in the third quarter in this game. I shouldn't say that. I guess all these games started at 7. Or the 7:30 game, right? 7:35. Yeah, okay, it's not that slow. Definitely break time, but no break. I'm gonna call it a night here shortly. Nothing else halftime except for Colorado, Utah. You guys can navigate that one yourself. It's on ESPN. What happened to Kentucky? They didn't score. Oh, what an incredible situation. To the 48, and they punted at 22 yards. Like, what's the point of that? Tennessee takes over at their own 30 after a 22-yard punt. I got to turn this off. It's gonna. My blood pressure doesn't need it. Bases loaded. Varland done. Freeman at the plate. Lefty coming. Only one out. Top 8 for the Dodgers, up 3-1. These drugs, these weight loss drugs, they stick yourself. Roco is what this Barkley takes in Serena, and it's Wegovy is similar to that, I guess. And then the other thing, I took Ozempic because I got pre-diabetic or whatever. Like, I mean, it's so crazy. Like, I got to be honest. I enjoy living my life. If I want to eat or if I want to do whatever, then I want to do that. I took Ozempic, and I did lose weight, but I also lost a desire to do anything. I had no desire to ever go out and eat or drink or gamble or you name it. Just whatever the stuff that I had done and had fun with doing my whole life. Like the will to do it was all gone. I'm not saying like it's necessarily a bad thing. But it's like it's basically that drug. At least Ozempic was for me. Is like, okay, you can't control your life, so we're going to control it for you. We're going to make sure that you no longer enjoy doing these things, and that's how you're going to lose weight. Whether that's good or bad, I don't know. Aguilar, 62-yard pass to Matthews. Point for Tennessee is good. 2 plays, 70 yards, 25 seconds. Tennessee 42, Cats 21. Ties second time tonight they've led by 21. Ties their largest lead of the night. Michigan first down to the Michigan State 40. Go ahead and kill me and call it a day, I guess. Troy State has beaten ULA 35-23. Second half, that's 14-6 under the total. Game goes over. Troy State covers all numbers. Lands 7 at post. Oh, wild pitch to Freeman. Pajes scores. First pitch from Hoffman to the bat, 4-1 now. Kirk didn't even know where it was. Oh, it did hit him. It hit him. No review? He didn't even complain about it. It hit him. This needs to be a walk. Otherwise, it's a cheat. The whole game's an asterisk. That hit him in the foot. How does everybody miss that? The ball hits the dirt, doesn't just bounce all the way like that, ever. Oh, because they're going to intentionally walk him now. All right. Fair enough. Bases loaded. 4-1. Oh, Hoffman's a righty. They didn't even go lefty against Freeman. So, okay. Will Smith now. This game was 1-1 the last time he batted. Michigan just scored a touchdown. Great. 5 plays, 52 yards. Go ahead and just shoot me. Call it a day. Touchdown, Wisconsin. Lance Mason. 21-0. I thought it was 28-0 Oregon. What happened? The scoreboard gave me fake news. 21-7, 7:56 left. Wisconsin fans are going nuts. I think it's probably sarcastic more than anything else. Smith grounds it to the shortstop, but because the infield was playing in, the throw to first to get him on the double play was not in time. Otani scores, and it's 5-1. Yeah, the play from the shortstop, because he tossed it underhanded. The only way to possibly try to do that is if you're going to for sure turn 2. And they weren't going to ever turn it. Smith runs well for a catcher. Had to go home there. Hernandez at the plate now. 5-1 Dodgers. Corners. 2 down. LSU got a stop there, or what's happening here? No, A&M's got a guy hurt, though, and there's an LSU penalty. Carl State could be playing until Thursday, and they wouldn't score against Wyoming. This game was a mess. The only good news about this is that they didn't have to fly. Just go ahead and take the bus down Fort Collins from here. Call it. First down, Houston. Hernandez strikes out, and that'll do it. Yamamoto ready to come back out for the bottom of the inning. Dodgers tack on 2 more. 5-1 LA, bottom of the 8th. No side in this game. Dodgers are too big of a fair. 24-yard touchdown, Jamarion Morrow. That's 3 touchdowns in the quarter for A&M. 34-18, they lead it. 4:02 to go. Kentucky's helmets suck. The black is great. They need to have the block UK at all times, like the middle of the field logo. This Michigan State just getting overwhelmed. I feel so helpless having bad teams and not even be able to cover 14 points or whatever. Get out of here. This LSU is also just not very good. Face facts here. And A&M's coach is great. That helps too. All right, we're fixing to kick off in Salt Lake City. Dion in his car out of Buffalo's headed that way. Total 6.5 over at Pinnacle, over at Circus 7 under 95 at Chris. You've got the bottom of the 8th and the top of the 9th. Actually, like over 6.5. A little bit. The problem is Yamamoto is going to pitch both the next 2 innings. His pitch count's so low, and they can't do shit. I mean, Toronto can't do shit against this guy. I mean, one of the hits was a pop up to the infield that was blooped in. The first 2 hits of the game happened right at the start. Since then, he gave up nothing. Just like against Milwaukee, he gave up a leadoff homer, and then that was it. Carter won the toss and defers. That'll help you guys if you want to sub at the first half. It should be good. Chris back to 14 in the game. 50 flat on the total. 49 that they had briefly is gone as well. Kentucky misses a 60-yard field goal. Yeah, good call, man, by 21 kicking a field goal. And they got to give that guy $35 million to go take a hike. College sports is a mess. All right, bottom of the 8th underway for the Blue Jays. Yamamoto's still in there. Pa has moved to right for the Dodgers. Dean's in at center. Defensive substitutions for them. Makes sense with Teoscar just hitting. Yamamoto strikes out Jimenez. I don't even know when the last time Toronto had a guy on base wheels. 6 strikeouts now, only 85 pitches. Hey, Stormy's in Salt Lake City tonight. Louisville turned it over again, so Boston College down by 11 takes over. Man, it looks like Louisville's dumping in this game. I can't say that out loud anymore with what happened this week. LSU punt. Decent return, it looks like. Oh, my God, no, they can't tackle now. It looks like LSU's giving up. This is a complete beating. 35-18. A&M up 21 on the court. Now Kelly's yelling at the special teams coach. Well, he let that guy have it. I don't even know who that is. Wow, Yamamoto sits him down. 96, and it was rising. No chance. There's a reason this guy gets $300 million, I guess. I think it's pretty chicken shit of Brian Kelly to give his assistant coaches the business. Okay, he's giving his punter the business. That's fine. With the special teams coach there. But to give it to the special teams coach, or how bad they played on all aspects this half, like what's the point of yelling at him? Underway in Salt Lake. Utes have a first down on the first play out to the 37. Clock moving. Is that Dampier in the game? Yeah, he's running like Forrest Gump. There we go. Sure, Rev, he ain't going to play. Fucking runs for a touchdown on the second play of the game. Incredible. Oh, Bert Ficklin's not Dampier. It's the backup. I take it back. Ficklin's still running like Forrest Gump. Utah didn't have that at backup last year, quarterback. That's why they didn't even make a bowl game. Yamamoto strikes out this guy, too. I think that's the inning. He struck out the side. Yeah. Yeah, on a normal day, that would be a game, like I said, second half. Live over at that price that they just had before that last half inning. Knowing that there's 9 outs left to play with would be like a good bet on over, but no way, not the way this is playing out. This guy's going to go the distance. He ain't coming out of this game, and I'll be shocked if Toronto gets a guy on base in the ninth. Michigan State third down at midfield. How about a first down? Go get points somehow, but first down first. Childs runs for the first down. Good work. All right, let's go from there. Inside the 40. 14 minutes to go, down 17. So 2 plays, 75 yards for Utah. They lead 7-0 early. Last rundown of the scores before I call it here. First of all, Dodgers going into the top of the ninth. Total 6.5 under 49, 6.5 under 65. Nobody else in town's dealing with it. It's just Chris and Pinnacle. White flagging it everywhere. Tennessee's in again. 49-21 balls. That'll be their largest lead of the night. 5:46 to go there. Louisville 28-17. 12:35 to go in the fourth against BC. What happened there? I don't know. I'm not looking at the box. I'm just going to give you the score off the screen. Hey, Michigan State touchdown. All right, 25-yarder, Nick Marsh. Spartans in under the number. 24-13, point pending, 12:47 to go, 11 plays, 75 yards, 5:21 off the clock. Excellent. Utah 7-0, just underway against Colorado. That's the only game in the first half. 14-49 to up to 50 with a closing price there. LSU A&M 35-18 at the end of 3. A&M 21 spot in the third. LSU nothing. Wisconsin Oregon 21-7 late in the fourth, near the 2-minute warning. Houston 17-0 late in the third over Arizona State in Tempe. Tennessee 49-21, as I said. Colorado State, Wyoming 28-0. 6 minutes to go in the game. Clock on the move in Laramie. And with that, I've put in very close to 11 hours today, and that's enough on here. I got enough work to do with box scores and everything else. And I'm going to eat and call it a night. I do thank you guys for hanging out in the SWEATBOX. Appreciate your presence. Hopefully I was able to get you some winners. It's been a decent day. All in all, hopefully Michigan State can hang in there. That's the sweat from here. Second half, Houston. And I did get a little slice of second half Kentucky at a good juice price, 30 under, so over minus 0.3. But that's only very small. Again, Houston, a big deal. Second and goal up 17-0. Go ahead and bang this in. Add a little insurance here. They were up 10-0 and catching 6.5. So take it easy. Go ahead and get it there in case Levitt tries to play hero ball. Wiegman in there. All right. Excellent. Houston tacks on. 1:08 to go in the third. 23-0 point pending. Do we have another concert for the Jonas Brothers before the ninth? Oh, no, that's earlier. As I said, there's no way they're doing this. Overturned? Oh, no, they took the touchdown away. It's first and goal still. Where at? Hopefully at the Dick line. I didn't see the play. Kike Hernandez at the plate. 1 on, nobody out against Fisher here in the ninth. All right, you guys don't need me to sit there and sweat this. I've tried to do a good job of not cussing too much today, and it got away from me in the last hour or so. Louisville up 11, 12 minutes ago. They had the ball. No real imminent threat of an upset there. Yeah, okay, that's it. Thank you all for hanging out, one and all. I appreciate you. God bless. Be well. Take care. Good night, and I'll see you tomorrow, give or take around 12:45 Eastern or so to get started in the SWEATBOX. Look forward to it. Have a good evening. Take care. Good luck the rest of the way, and we'll catch up soon. Be good.